When Wang Zhong first laid eyes on the silver-haired girl in a crisp military uniform standing before him, his initial thought was that he had stumbled into a cosplay session for some hardcore military-themed anime game, the kind that catered to enthusiasts who were more about strategy than fan service. Normally, he might have taken a second, appreciative glance, but the vibrations rattling the floor and walls cut short his musings. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled, only for a cloud of dust to shake loose from the ceiling and land in his mouth. The girl silenced him with a sharp gesture, whispering urgently, "Tank. Tank." Wang Zhong blinked, stunned. His hand instinctively scratched his head as he tried to piece together how he had ended up here. His memory was hazy. The last thing he recalled was getting drunk while celebrating Chinese New Year with friends. Could it be that they'd dragged him into some elaborate murder mystery role-playing game while he was blackout drunk? And now, by sheer luck, he had stumbled into a game session with this stunning girl? Better yet, he might even have the chance to add her on WeChat. Reaching for his phone, Wang Zhong's hand instead closed around a document with a leather cover. He frowned, impressed by the high-quality props. The realism of this cafe was next level. Flipping open the document, his breath caught. The photo inside wasn't his, it was a young, smug-looking man with a distinctly European face. What the hell? Suddenly, the details of the room started to click. Everyone around him had fair hair, blue eyes, and a distinctly Northern European appearance. Where were his friends? Could this really be a murder mystery game? Or, the absurd thought crossed his mind, could I have transmigrated into another world? Wang Zhong quickly dismissed the notion. Science didn't allow for such nonsense. Clearly, this was a prank cooked up by his mischievous buddies. They were probably hiding somewhere, laughing their heads off while watching him fumble around. Determined to one-up them, he resolved to connect with the foreign beauty in front of him. That'd show them. But the rumbling sound grew louder, the vibrations more pronounced. He glanced toward two small windows high on the basement wall, sunlight slanting through the glass. Standing on tiptoes, he peered out. Military boots. Rows of them. And then he saw tank treads grinding past. His breathing quickened. A platoon? A tank? This wasn't just an elaborate cafe setup. Reality began sinking in. His relaxed demeanor evaporated. Turning his gaze back to the room, Wang Zhong noted the four men in khaki military uniforms, their faces sharp and Northern European. Three held rifles that looked suspiciously like Mosin Nagin's, bayonets attached, one of which was stained red. His stomach churned. Was that blood? The fourth man, armed with what appeared to be a Finnish Suomi submachine gun, wore a slightly different uniform, with two V-shaped insignias on his sleeve. Sergeant. Wang Zhong ventured hesitantly. The man looked at him and sneered. What's wrong? Need a diaper? The others chuckled, though they quickly stifled their laughter. Wang Zhong blinked, confused, until he followed their gaze downward. His crotch was damp, the stain spreading embarrassingly. This isn't my pee, he protested, his voice breaking. The sergeant rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Still clutching the document, Wang Zhong flipped it open again, his heart racing. The name beside the unfamiliar face read Alexei Konstantinova Krokosovsky. The words were written in a language he didn't recognize, yet he understood their meaning perfectly. How was that possible? More unsettling, the others had been speaking a foreign tongue the entire time, and he had understood every word as if it were his native Chinese. A loud thud from above interrupted his thoughts. Heavy boots stomped on the wooden ceiling. Prussians, the girl Ludmila whispered urgently. Wang Zhong's mind spun. The tension in the room was palpable, and his newfound perspective on the situation brought a strange sense of calm. And then, it happened. His vision shifted. He wasn't in the room anymore, at least, not in the traditional sense. He now saw the entire building from above, the layout clear as day, like a real-time strategy game. What the hell? Did I just unlock a cheat? The overhead view showed their basement and part of the street outside, where the enemy soldiers were advancing. A glowing figure marked himself, tagged Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinova Krokosovsky. The realization hit him like a truck. This wasn't a game or a prank. This was war. Wang Zhong carefully positioned a stool under the crack in the ceiling and tiptoed onto it, bringing his eyes closer to the crevice. Switching to his bird's-eye view, he saw everyone in the basement staring at him, bewildered. Ignoring their reactions, he shifted his perspective to the first floor. The switch worked. Though the crack itself revealed nothing, his overhead view displayed the entire first floor layout clearly. The entrance opened into a living room with stairs to the second floor on the left and two closed doors leading to other rooms. He spotted two enemy soldiers clad in black military uniforms with spiked helmets reminiscent of World War I German designs. One soldier was rifling through drawers, while the other sampled a piece of bread from the table. After one bite, he spat it out with a grimace, muttering curses in a language Wang Zhong couldn't understand. Wang Zhong smirked. Having a cheat made him feel invincible. But his confidence wavered when the soldier with the bread tossed it aside and headed toward the closed doors, disappearing from view. No matter how much he concentrated, Wang Zhong couldn't see him anymore. The soldier had moved out of his field of vision. A hiss from nearby snapped Wang Zhong's attention back to the basement. Switching to the overhead view, he saw one of the privates by the door holding a finger to his lips. Moments later, Wang Zhong heard footsteps descending the stairs. The soldier was coming to the basement. Switching back to his natural view, Wang Zhong whispered, "Two riflemen. One's upstairs looting. The other is coming down." The sergeant gave him a skeptical look. It was understandable how could someone glean so much information from a tiny crack in the ceiling? Especially someone who had just wet themselves on the battlefield. The thudding footsteps stopped outside the door, followed by the sound of the rifle butt smashing against it. Wang Zhong tensed, his hand instinctively reaching for his pistol. The others were focused entirely on the door, so no one noticed him. After several hits, the banging stopped. For a moment, it seemed like the enemy might give up, but then a sharp voice rang out from the other side. Ludmila, crouched in the corner, translated in a hushed tone. He says the door can only be locked from the inside. He knows we're here and is ordering us to come out. The sergeant clicked his tongue. No choice. We'll have to break out. He checked the chamber of his submachine gun. Zimiao, move away. I'll shoot him through the door. Wang Zhong grabbed the sergeant's gun before he could act. No, use the bayonet. There's another soldier upstairs. If you fire, you'll bring them all down on us. The sergeant stared at Wang Zhong, his eyes darting briefly to his still damp uniform. His doubt was obvious. The enemy outside banged the door again, shouting. Wang Zhong continued, we hide in the blind spots by the door. Ludmila opens it, acts scared, and pulls him in. Zimiao can take him out with the bayonet. After a long moment of hesitation, the sergeant gave a curt nod and signaled for everyone to take their positions. Ludmila shouted something in the enemy's language, her tone trembling as though pleading. The shouting outside stopped, replaced by a softer response. I'm opening the door now, Ludmila whispered. Pressing herself against the door, she adjusted her uniform, smoothing it over her curves. Wang Zhong couldn't help but notice how stunning she looked, even in this tense moment. She glanced at the sergeant for confirmation, ignoring Wang Zhong entirely. The sergeant nodded, and Ludmila unlatched the door. Wang Zhong's bird's eye view showed the enemy soldier's face as the door swung open. His eyes widened at the sight of Ludmila. She reached out, grabbing his rifle and tugging him into the room. The soldier stumbled inside without resistance. Zimiao lunged. The bayonet struck true. The soldier's muffled gasp was the only sound before his body crumpled to the floor.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Semyon made a split-second decision, lunging forward with the bayonet aimed at the enemy's flank. The enemy let out a ghastly scream. Ludmila was quick on her feet, smothering the enemy's mouth with her hand. But it was too late. From the first floor came another enemy's query, gas wrench. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhong said to Ludmila, scream. You scream. Ludmila immediately let out a piercing scream as if she was being sexually assaulted. Wang Zhong saw the enemies were stunned because he hadn't done anything yet. He was even a body's length away from Ludmila with a rifle between them. Semyon stabbed several more times, and the fiercely resisting enemy finally stopped moving. Immediately, Wang Zhong said to Ludmila, you lie on the table, hold on to this dead bastard, and keep screaming to lure the second enemy down. Ludmila did as she was told. Just as Wang Zhong was about to issue an order to Semyon, he saw Semyon had already hidden beside the door. This bird's eye view was pretty convenient, literally keeping an eye on all directions. The second enemy appeared at the door and upon seeing Ludmila, he outright laughed, wow, to death or glory, huh. The lust-driven enemy didn't even notice the bloodstains on his comrade and walked straight into the room. Semyon shouted and lunged forward with his bayonet. But this enemy was quick, dodging the thrust and grabbing a helmet to smash it onto the overextended Semyon's head. Semyon screamed in pain, likely pierced by the spike on the helmet. Damn, could that spike really come in handy like this? The enemy yelled out, pulling out a dagger and stabbing it into Semyon. From his bird's eye view, Wang Zhong clearly saw that Semyon was no longer moving. Shifting his focus didn't provide any explanation. Private Ivan lunged with his bayonet, striking the enemy in the heart. The enemy stared at Ivan, his mouth agape, but said nothing. Maybe because Wang Zhong had been watching everything from this bird's eye view the entire time, it felt surreal to him until he switched back to his own eyes and smelled the thick scent of blood. Ludmila, are there any more enemies? Wang Zhong, with all this commotion and no inquiry, there should be none. As he spoke, Wang Zhong went to the door to check outside and found that outside was also a basement, not the corridor he had assumed. In this room, a staircase against the wall led to the ground level. Wang Zhong, we should head to the rooftop first, to assess the surroundings. This cheat of his needed a field of view, getting to the rooftop would probably light up the surroundings. He turned around to look at the people in the room and saw everyone staring at him. The sergeant said, no, we leave directly. Do you want the enemy to spot us on the rooftop? Ludmila stood up from the corpse, we already lost one person luring the enemy down here for a surprise attack. If you had just opened fire, Sergeant, we'd all probably be dead by now. The sergeant shook his head, this was just blind luck, a greenhorn who wets himself on the battlefield won't get lucky every time. We should leave now before the enemy notices us. Vasilievna, come with us, we'll ensure you get back to the Allied forces and return to your unit. Wang Zhong was momentarily confused before realizing that Vasilievna was Ludmila's patronymic. Russians address someone of general acquaintance or higher status with their patronymic, and it is impolite to call them by their first name alone. Well, maybe not Russians, since this isn't Earth, but clearly, the people here followed the Russian convention. Ludmila hesitated, then said, no, I support the major. The sergeant shook his head, then there's nothing I can do, we're going. With that, he pushed past Wang Zhong, who was standing at the doorway, clutching his submachine gun as he headed for the stairs to the first floor. The two privates followed him. In the blink of an eye, the room was left with only Wang Zhong, Ludmila, and 3 dead bodies. Ludmila looked regretful. Wang Zhong, you can still catch up with them. Ludmila bit her lip and looked at Wang Zhong. No, I think in our current situation, the chances of survival with either side are not high. Wang Zhong, you're right. He took a deep breath and turned towards the corpses. He picked up Semyon's gun and handed it to Ludmila. You need something to defend yourself. Can you shoot? Ludmila took the gun and proficiently checked the chamber, then looked up at Wang Zhong. I scored higher than you in shooting, Major, don't you remember? N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Oh, is that so? Wang Zhong mused internally. What kind of pure loser had he replaced? After salvaging another rifle, several grenades, and some ammunition from the other 2 bodies, Wang Zhong decided to move out. He moved stealthily up to the ground floor, promptly switching to the bird's eye view. It was then that he noticed in the upper right-hand corner of his field of vision, aside from himself, there was another badge. Focused on the new badge it read, Captain Ludmila Vasilievna Maliakhova, Divine Arrow. So, people who would follow his orders would be added to the badge? And what in the world was Divine Arrow? Wang Zhong switched floors and suddenly realized he could see the basement as well. Could it be that, like in real-time strategy games, this cheat allowed him to see through the eyes of the troops under his command? This was indeed convenient, as gaining command over more troops would widen his field of vision. Regardless, he now had a soldier under his command. And such a beautiful girl at that. Wang Zhong cautiously moved to the second floor and discovered that it had been hit by artillery. There was a large hole in the wall facing the street. Ludmila, we were originally on the second floor, but before we could destroy the enemy's tank, we received a direct hit from a shell, and the entire Divine Arrow squad was reduced to just myself. What's the Divine Arrow team? Ludmila, Sergeant Zakhaev's infantry battalion was supposed to be covering us nearby. Our team, including the infantry battalion, is under your command, Colonel? But you got so scared by that shell that you pissed your pants and scurried into the basement to hide. So that's why Sergeant Zakhaev doesn't want to be under my command. Wang Zhong thought to himself it made sense. Wang Zhong looked at Ludmila. Trust me, I have. I am no longer who I was before. Indeed, he was no longer the same person. The cowardly wimp must have been scared to death, and I die in another world probably due to drinking, I guess, and then I end up in this coward's body. It doesn't matter, what's important is what comes next. After calming Ludmila's emotions, Wang Zhong was about to turn around to survey the situation when he suddenly remembered something very important and continued to ask Ludmila, air. Asking Ludmila which country he belonged to now seemed inappropriate. It might even cost him the little bit of trust he had just gained and lose his only subordinate. Forget it, survival comes first. Wait a minute, if it's about survival, wouldn't surrendering also be an option? After all, I'm a Chinese person, there's no need to fight to the death for a country whose name I don't even know. Maybe Wang Zhong's expression gave away his thoughts, because just then, Ludmila said, if you're thinking of surrendering to the Prussians, I'll shoot you first. Well, that option's off the table. Wang Zhong thought to himself that he'd better take it one step at a time. Nov.L.B//JNN. He crawled to the edge of the large hole and lay down, peeking out from the edge while switching to an overhead view. Boy, the entire fan-shaped area ahead's terrain had been lighted up. Of course, some buildings higher than the second floor still blocked the view, leaving patches of shadow. Within the area Wang Zhong could see, enemies were displayed. Wang Zhong even spotted Zakhaev's squad. They were moving along an alley, with the enemy right in front of them. Then Wang Zhong watched as they encountered the enemy, not even having time to think about what reaction to make. There was a half-track armored vehicle among the enemy, its machine gun immediately opened fire, and the leading sergeant was knocked down in the first burst without even firing a shot. The two privates following the sergeant tried to run but were caught by the tracer bullets from the machine gun and fell to the ground. The squad was wiped out just like that. At this moment, Wang Zhong heard Ludmila's anxious voice. The gunfire is close, what's going on? Wang Zhong, Sergeant Zakhaev is dead, they're all dead. They happened to run into the enemy's half-track armored vehicle. Ludmila fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, so what do we do? She didn't even question how Wang Zhong knew all this. Wang Zhong observed the east in the overhead view. Since Sergeant Zakhaev headed east, he guessed the friendlies must be to the east. About 3 blocks away, Wang Zhong spotted friendlies in combat. He couldn't see too far from the overhead view. The problem was there were a ton of enemies on the route, along with at least 10 tanks and armored vehicles. After watching for a while, Wang Zhong found that although there were many enemies, the buildings significantly obstructed their line of sight. As long as he could maintain the overhead view, it was possible to sneak through. The key lay in 2 points. First was whether he could control his movements in the overhead view. After all, this system didn't come with a mouse. He couldn't really move troops with a click like in real-time strategy games. Wang Zhong targeted himself and thought about having the figure lying on the ground move a bit. To his surprise, as soon as the thought emerged, his body really moved, and he even felt the tactile sensation of his body scraping against the floor. Feeling these sensations in the overhead view was quite strange, and Wang Zhong felt a strong dizziness. It was likely because his brain hadn't adapted to the condition, causing the dizziness due to the mismatch between physical sensations and visual perception. Similar to the principle of some people getting dizzy from 3D games. Wang Zhong moved again and ended up too dizzy to bear. He had to give up on moving himself while in the overhead view. But could he move Ludmila? He tried to use his powers on Ludmila, attempting to command her with his mind, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, Wang Zhong realized he had done something stupid. Damn it, why use my mind? Just give the order out loud. Ludmila, he said, do you see the window on your right hand? Go over there and look outside, be careful. Ludmila exclaimed, how can you see behind you? Just had an impression. Go. Ludmila moved to the window, and so Wang Zhong gained a view of the back of the room. This works. Then later on, let Ludmila provide the view up front, and I'll follow behind. Wait a second, wouldn't it be too ungentlemanly to let the girl take the lead like this? After a brief hesitation, Wang Zhong shamelessly chose the option that gave him a higher chance of surviving. He said, Ludmila, I think I know the way. You're a good shot, you take the lead, let's get moving. So, Wang Zhong's small squad set off like this. If I have to say, a grown man having a young girl take the lead does feel a bit embarrassing. But the last time I fired a rifle with live ammo was during military training in college, where I fired a total of 5 bullets and missed the target with 1. If I were to go in front and encountered the enemy, even if I shot first, there's a high chance I'd miss and then most likely just be an easy target. Wang Zhong watched Ludmila from an overhead perspective, and at this time, he could tell she was very well endowed, her form heaving with her movements, clearly visible even from above. But right now, Wang Zhong was not in the mood to be distracted, focused intently on the enemy's movements. After all, this was a battlefield, and any lapse in concentration could be fatal. Ludmila squatted at the corner, cautiously peeking out. Wang Zhong instantly gained a complete view of the other side of the corner, and he could even see the first floor of the building directly opposite Ludmila. Thanks to this view, Wang Zhong spotted enemies on the left, probably because it led to the city's main thoroughfare. He wanted Ludmila to move right, so he tried to command her with his mind, but it was no use. Thereupon, Wang Zhong called out softly, Ludmila. The girl turned back, and Wang Zhong pointed to the right, go right. There are no enemies on the right. It's not that Wang Zhong didn't want to give the order quietly, it's just that he didn't understand tactical hand signals, nor did he know if the hand signals in this world were the same as those on Earth. Ludmila turned to the right, and Wang Zhong immediately followed, the two of them moving one after the other to the next intersection, fortunately without encountering any enemies. The girl stopped at the intersection, looked back at Wang Zhong with suspicion. How did you know there were no enemies this way? Wang Zhong casually brushed it off. I guessed. Ludmila frowned. Guessed? Do you realize how bad it would be if we ran into enemies? Wang Zhong, I know. This time, go left. He had already mastered the skill of speaking in an overhead view, though the disorientation still made his head spin, but it wasn't as severe as before. Thus, even as he conversed with Ludmila, he had already confirmed there were no enemies on the left and, incidentally, the sound of gunfire was coming from their left as well. Measured in terms of the cardinal directions, that would be the east. This meant that the chances of running into friendly forces if they moved east were very high. Ludmila stared at Wang Zhong for a second before ultimately following the order and crouched as she crossed the street corner. Wang Zhong immediately switched back to his natural vision. He still couldn't navigate while using the overhead view, as it made him extremely dizzy. With his natural vision, Wang Zhong ran to the street corner and peeked out, just in time to see Ludmila's retreating form. Although the girl's figure was tempting, the limitation of this perspective was too great. Wang Zhong switched back to the overhead view without any attachment, being watchful of the surroundings. Just as he switched back, he saw a jeep driving down the alley behind him. He immediately crossed the corner, narrowly avoiding the jeep's field of view in the nick of time. However, moving his own body while in the overhead view brought on an intense dizziness that assaulted his brain, forcing him to exit the overhead perspective as he leaned against the wall and began to retch. He heard footsteps behind him and immediately turned and raised his gun, only to find Ludmila running back towards him. I saw you weren't well, so I came back. The girl looked concerned. Your face is pale. What suddenly happened? To Ludmila, it seemed that Wang Zhong had turned pale out of the blue. Wang Zhong, I'm fine. Despite feeling dizzy, he didn't forget about the jeep, so he immediately peeked his head a tiny bit outside, then switched to an overhead view. The jeep was indeed making its way along the street. There were 3 people in the vehicle, with the driver unarmed, a sergeant in the passenger seat with a submachine gun, and what appeared to be an officer in the back, wearing a large cap. Wang Zhong, jeep, hide quickly. Immediately after, Wang Zhong noticed that there was no open building on either side of the alley. It was definitely too late to hide. So he made a split-second decision to change orders. No, hand grenade. While saying this, he switched back to his natural vision and took out a hand grenade, unscrewing the cap at the end. Suddenly, he changed his mind and handed the grenade to Ludmila beside him. You throw it. Wang Zhong had never thrown a hand grenade in his life. If he did the throwing, he might just make things worse. The enemy had submachine guns, and at such a close distance, if the first wave didn't kill the enemy, both he and Ludmila would probably be done for right there. Ludmila, with a speechless expression, I haven't thrown it many times either. After all, I'm a prayer. Not like shooting and horse riding, which I often practiced at home. Wang Zhong, still better than me, just poke your body out and throw it when I say. As he spoke, Wang Zhong switched to the overhead view again. Wait a second, shouldn't I vacate the corner? But there was no time left. The jeep was almost upon them, and Wang Zhong shouted, now. Ludmila leaped out from the corner with an agile step, raising her hand. Wang Zhong saw something arcing towards the enemy's vehicle. But the thing didn't explode right away. Ludmila had thrown it as soon as she pulled the pin. Wang Zhong watched as the sergeant in the passenger seat aimed the submachine gun at Ludmila. In a moment of desperation, he poked his head out and yelled, look out. The enemy was also tense, and upon hearing the shout, they immediately swung their guns around and fired at Wang Zhong. By the time Wang Zhong ducked back, it was a fraction late, and his shoulder felt as if it had been hammered. Immediately after, the submachine gun bullets rattled against the bricks at the corner of the wall. The next moment, the grenade exploded. From an overhead perspective, Wang Zhong clearly saw the firing sergeant blown off the vehicle, while the driver slammed into the steering wheel, passing out. The hat of the officer in the back seat flew off, and it was unclear whether he was dead. The uncontrolled car charged straight towards Ludmila. The girl, nimble as a hare, lightly leaped to dodge. The jeep thus crashed into the civilian house by the road. Wang Zhong exhaled in relief and ordered, pick up that sergeant's submachine gun, while switching back to normal vision to check his wound. His shoulder was a red mess, and upon tearing it open, he found a bullet had left a scar as wide as a finger. The moment he saw the wound, searing pain struck Wang Zhong. What happened to adrenaline preventing pain? Wang Zhong's first instinct was to search for a medical kit to see if it contained morphine or similar drugs. He did find a medical kit, but upon opening it, he only found bandages and a packet of powdered substance labeled sulfanilamide. In war movies, medics often poured powdered substances into wounds in emergency treatments, but Wang Zhong didn't know if this was sulfanilamide and didn't dare to sprinkle it, instead using the bandages to wrap his still bleeding arm. It's said that the brain secretes substances to numb itself against pain. Perhaps that mechanism was at play because after Wang Zhong bandaged his hand tightly, the pain significantly subsided. Ludmila approached with the submachine gun, and immediately noticed Wang Zhong's arm. You're injured. Wang Zhong, no, I'm just wrapping it for fun. He didn't know why he felt the need to be sarcastic. Ludmila's expression grew noticeably calmer. It doesn't look too serious. Wang Zhong, did you get the submachine gun? What about the ammo? Got it all. Ludmila patted the ammo pouch slung across her waist. Wang Zhong glanced at it. The way the ammo pouch was slung gave off the feeling of the German army. He took a closer look at the captured submachine gun. Indeed, it closely resembled an MP40. Noticing Wang Zhong's gaze, Ludmila said, I'm not very good with this, you should take it instead. I'm more confident with bolt-action weapons. Wang Zhong pointed at his shoulder. Does it look like I'm in any condition to shoot a gun? In reality, any strong use of his arm caused his shoulder to throb with a pain like knife cuts. Ludmila sighed, tightened her grip on the submachine gun, and muttered, I've only ever seen the Prussians use this kind of gun. Luckily I understand their language to know which part is the safety. Wang Zhong, let's move. The grenade explosion and car crash have probably already drawn the enemy's attention. Ludmila took a couple of steps forward, then turned back to look at Wang Zhong. Shall I help you? Wang Zhong stood up. I was hit in the arm, not the leg. Let's go. A moment later, the two-person team that was Wang Zhong and Ludmila had moved on to another intersection. Ludmila peeked out, and Wang Zhong saw that about 200 meters north of the intersection, both sides were engaged in fierce combat. Soldiers in khaki uniforms occupied a lavish building, firing a barrage of weapons from the windows down to the street. The black-clad soldiers were scattered on both sides of the broad east-west main road behind various types of cover. Wang Zhong spotted two burning tanks on the street, presumably destroyed by the khaki-clad forces anti-tank firepower. N/O/vel/B/Jn.C//OM. But oddly enough, Wang Zhong looked around and couldn't pinpoint the location of the anti-tank guns. As he wondered, Ludmila turned her head. Immediately, Wang Zhong lost most of his field of view. The system he was using only provided a vision in the direction the eyes were facing, much like the vision mechanism in hardcore real-time strategy games like Men of War. Ludmila called out to Wang Zhong behind her, come quick. We just need to cross the street, and we should be able to link up with our allies. Wang Zhong, you go ahead, I'll catch up immediately. Ludmila, all right, I'll scout for enemy fire for you. This conversation. I let you cross because I made sure there were no enemies. Before Wang Zhong could voice his complaint, Ludmila stood up and dashed across the street. Once assured she was safe, Wang Zhong switched back to normal vision and began to move. Now his view was severely limited to himself. He'd lost control over the battlefield's overview, and inner unease set in, with a nagging fear of being hit by a stray bullet. Better a short pain than a long one. Wang Zhong steeled his heart and sprinted, bolting out of the intersection and across the expansive street. Ludmila was hidden behind a lamppost, vigilantly holding the enemy's submachine gun. No sooner had Wang Zhong reached her than the door of a shop on the street corner swung open. A soldier in khaki uniform poked his head out. Quick, get in. Wang Zhong patted Ludmila on the shoulder. Let's go. With that, he was the first to rush into the shop, with Ludmila closely following. After barging into the room, Wang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps because he had put his mind at ease, his wound began to hurt. so he yelled with full breath, "Medic!" Immediately, a female medic appeared. "Who's calling?" Me. Wang Zhong raised his left hand. The right one was injured and couldn't muster much strength. He could raise it, but it would hurt. The female medic rushed over and swiftly tore off Wang Zhong's sleeve, skillfully unraveled the bandage. "Who did this dressing?" "Wang Zhong, I did it myself. It was an emergency. We had just blown up an enemy jeep, and we didn't know when the enemy would hear it and come over." The female medic, "This is horribly done, and you haven't disinfected it. It's already starting to fester. Expect a fever." The good news is the bullet went through. As she spoke, she took out a packet of yellow powder and sprinkled it all over Wang Zhong's wound. Wang Zhong screamed in pain. The female medic teased, "Don't scream, your girlfriend is watching." Originally observing the outside, Ludmila immediately turned her head upon hearing this. "I'm not his girlfriend. I am a prayer hand, part of the 55th Divine Arrow group, but my divine arrow was destroyed by a tank." When Ludmila said this, she glanced at Wang Zhong, hesitated briefly before adding, "I narrowly escaped under the command of Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov." In reality, right after Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosovsky had been bombarded by a tank, he had fled pell-mell into a basement literally in a most undignified scramble. By saying this, Ludmila was preserving Wang Zhong's dignity. Realizing this, Wang Zhong surreptitiously closed his legs, which he had spread apart, fearing someone would notice the stain on his trousers. The pee wasn't his, it was best if it went unnoticed. The officer who had just let the two in frowned slightly. "Colonel Rokosov's battalion's defensive area is 2 blocks away. Has this battalion already collapsed?" Wang Zhong recalled the scene he had witnessed from the second floor. It seemed there were no khaki-clad troops left resisting nearby. So he answered, "Yes, my unit has disintegrated." The reason for the disintegration, of course, was the sight of their commander ignominiously taking cover, which would make any unit fall apart. The questioning officer cursed and fiercely rubbed his stubbly beard. Ludmila glanced at Wang Zhong and said, "The enemy's assault was too fierce, there was nothing we could do." Wang Zhong remembered, Ludmila called him Alyosha, which was a nickname for Alexei. If the custom in this country was similar to that of Earth's Russia, calling each other by nicknames implied they were relatively close. Perhaps Ludmila's assistance in covering for him was due to this relationship. Wang Zhong felt slightly dejected. He thought he had already won the girl's trust. Ludmila continued, "I need to rejoin my unit. My squad has been dispersed across the entire 79th Division. There must still be some of my comrades alive, and I want to join them." "You're just in time," the stub-bled officer said. "Monkyuk and Niyako's squad just lost their prayer hand. I'll get someone to take you there, Stepan." A burly middle-aged man appeared. "Sergeant Major, did you call me?" The stub-bled one pointed at Ludmila. "Take this captain to Monkyuk and Niyako's squad. She's a prayer hand." The burly man nodded. "Follow me." Ludmila stood up, gently placing her hand on Wang Zhong's shoulder. "Alyosha, you're wounded, go and rest properly. If I don't come back, take care of my parents for me." This girl obviously knew the peeing colonel quite well. Even though Wang Zhong didn't even know the name of the country they were in, with no patriotic fervor, as a man, with the girl preparing to face death so bravely, he couldn't possibly show cowardice. "No," he said, "I've only got a light injury, I can still fight." Ludmila seemed surprised and stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds before smiling sweetly. "Not this time. If you're worried I might think less of you, rest easy. I couldn't possibly look down on you, you got injured trying to save me." Indeed, Wang Zhong had shouted to draw attention when he saw the enemy aiming at Ludmila, which got him hit. Ludmila went on, "If you remove yourself from the front lines now, no one will hold it against you. Leave honorably, and after you've healed, give those Prussians a taste of their own medicine." After speaking, Ludmila turned decisively, giving the burly man a nod, "Lead the way." The two then left. The stub-bled sergeant major snapped his fingers, "Siena, finish dressing the colonel's wounds, and find a stretcher-bearer to take him to the rear." Wang Zhong, "No. I can be evacuated, but first I need to report the intelligence I've gathered to." "To whom?" Wang Zhong didn't recognize anyone. Wait a second, his identification seemed to have the unit number on it, but he hadn't remembered it in the rush. Before he could reach for his ID, the stub-bled man said, "Do you mean to tell Duke Vladimir?" Wang Zhong, "Yes. I've just come back from enemy territory, and en route, I killed a high-ranking officer in a jeep." Actually, Wang Zhong didn't know why he was trying so hard to stay at the front line. His original plan was to survive in this chaotic world, and to achieve that goal, he should have been safely evacuated to the rear. Perhaps it was Ludmila's performance that had stimulated him. Or maybe he just didn't want to leave Ludmila alone on the front line. When he had a moment, Wang Zhong checked his vision and found that on the interface of his cheat, Ludmila's soldier tag was gone. He had become a commander with no troops under him again. Just as Wang Zhong was feeling conflicted, bearded guy spoke up, "Okay, technically speaking, you are a lieutenant colonel, and we have no choice but to follow your orders. Anton." Another decorated private entered the room, "Present." "Bearded guy, this is Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosovsky, take him to the command center." "Carry him there?" asked the private in surprise. Wang Zhong stood up on his own, pushing away the medic who was still trying to wipe the bloodstains off him. "I can walk." "Private, please follow me." Following the private to the backyard, Wang Zhong realized that an opening had been made in the courtyard wall. From the looks of the edges, it was clearly intentional. Did we make this hole? He asked the private. Yes, the Duke ordered it to be made, the private answered with evident pride. The Duke has experience in civil wars, he said it would help connect the defense areas. We worked all night to break through these walls. Of course, the Prussians also helped a lot, with their bombs. While talking, the two passed by a crater 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with the surrounding buildings half collapsed. See the spire ahead? St. Maria Cathedral, they say it's a building from 600 years ago, built of huge stones, even 155 millimeters heavy artillery can't do anything to it. Now it's the Duke's headquarters. Wang Zhong looked toward the spire the private was pointing at, then noticed that there was no cross on top of the spire. Instead, there was a sun emblem. This really wasn't Earth, even the religions were different. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhong arrived in front of the cathedral. The guiding private saluted the sentries at the door and then announced loudly the arrival of Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. A lieutenant immediately came out from the cathedral. The colonel has arrived. The Duke is waiting for you. Wang Zhong furrowed his brow slightly. The Duke is waiting for me? The private saluted Wang Zhong. I'm heading back now. Wang Zhong took the opportunity to learn the military's way of saluting and imitated it. Thank you. I wish you good luck from here on out. The private walked away without looking back. Wang Zhong followed the lieutenant who had come to receive him into the cathedral. Although most of the sky outside was covered in gunpowder smoke, sunlight still shone through the stained glass windows, coating the interior of the cathedral in a layer of sacred light. The lieutenant led Wang Zhong through the chapel, into the sacristy at the back. The sacristy had now been transformed into a command center, covered with at least 6 radios and 8 telephones as far as the eye could see. The kind of tick-tick-tick telegraph sound that's often heard in old war movies filled the room. A huge map of the city's defenses hung on the northern wall. The map was covered with arrows indicating enemy attacks. Duke Vladimir stood with his hands behind his back in front of the map. The lieutenant snapped to attention with a salute. Sir, Count Rokossov has arrived. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. They used titles of nobility here rather than military rank. Duke Vladimir turned to Wang Zhong. You are still alive. That's great. The Crown Prince personally sent a telegram ordering me to ensure your safety. The Crown Prince? Wang Zhong briefly recalled the equipment he had seen used by both parties on his way here, clearly that of World War II level armies. How was there still a Crown Prince? N/O/vel/B/C/n.C//OM. Had World War I not happened? It could be. There was a notion that the end of World War I was actually just an indefinite ceasefire, and that World War II and World War I were essentially the same war. Duke Vladimir turned to his aide. Arrange for forces to escort the colonel back to Ekaterinburg immediately. Wang Zhong, wait. I came to report on the situation at the front. Duke Vladimir didn't listen to Wang Zhong, continuing to give orders to his aide. Also, get the colonel a new pair of trousers that fit. My tailor should have enough cloth. Wang Zhong looked down, then realized that the water stains were actually quite clear. People had just pretended not to notice earlier. This made his ears instantly burn hot, even though the stains were not his doing. Just then, a shrill whistling sound came from the sky. Duke Vladimir's face changed dramatically, and he roared with all his might. It's naval artillery. The next moment, the roof was pierced by a 381mm heavy artillery shell. What does it feel like to take a direct hit from a 381mm shell up close? At any rate, Wang Zhong's thoughts were severed in an instant. For the 10 or so seconds after the shell landed, it was impossible to think at all. His whole head buzzed violently, as if 10,000 church bell towers were tolling simultaneously right beside his ears. In a daze, Wang Zhong's subconscious convinced him that he was surely deaf, because apart from the buzzing noise his brain conjured up from the shock, he couldn't hear anything else. But he wasn't deaf, and with a sharp ringing in his ears, about 80% of his hearing returned. He could faintly hear screams coming from not too far away. Wang Zhong Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky struggled to rise from the ground, glancing at what remained of the command post building. More than half of the entire sacristy had collapsed, and the remaining structure bore obvious cracks. The fallen ceiling buried nearly all of the telephones and telegraph machines, and the communications troops, as well as the staff officers who supervised them, were almost entirely wiped out. The telegraph sounds that had filled his ears just moments ago were replaced by screams. Dazed by the blast, when Wang Zhong saw a staff officer desperately scraping his severed hand out of the rubble, he sharply realized he should check for injuries on himself. It seemed he wasn't injured apart from the arm that was already wounded. Wang Zhong was astonished. At that moment, his brain finally seemed to function again, and cold sweat belatedly trickled down. Did he just narrowly dodge the Grim Reaper's scythe? He looked beside him and saw the Duke, pressed down by 2 guards, lying on the ground. N/O/vel/B/Jn.C//OM. The guards must have been sacrificed, covered in blood. Staggering over, Wang Zhong pulled the guards aside and found the Duke beneath them, his head bleeding and at his last gasp. Duke Vladimir. Wang Zhong shouted loudly, I'll find a medic for you right away. Don't bother, hurry up and go. The Duke managed a few words before wincing in pain. It took him a long while to continue. If the battleship can shell us, it means the Navy didn't stop the enemy. This city is indefensible. With that, the Duke's head slumped, and he passed out. Just then, the medic finally arrived. He was a burly soldier, who roughly pushed Wang Zhong aside and checked the Duke's pulse. I need to perform cardiac massage on His Grace, the Duke, right here. Wang Zhong took a step back, giving space to the medic. That's when he heard someone calling him, Lieutenant Colonel, what do we do next? Wang Zhong turned in confusion, looking at the person who had spoken. The man had one less stripe on his epaulette than Wang Zhong, a captain with reddish linen hair. Wang Zhong might have been stunned by the blast, because the thought that popped into his mind was that in Japanese games, this hair color mostly belonged to the protagonist. The red-haired captain repeated his earlier words, Lieutenant Colonel, what do we do next? Wang Zhong pointed at himself, you're asking me. Captain, yes, you're the highest-ranking officer I've found. Wang Zhong's gaze instinctively shifted to the Duke, observing the sturdy medic performing CPR on him, seemingly with no hope of revival yet. He turned back and said, look for someone else, there must still be survivors. Captain, I've already looked. I've been searching ever since the shelling, for 20 minutes now. Wang Zhong frowned, finally realizing he hadn't been dazed for just a minute, but had been unconscious for at least 20 minutes. No wonder the Duke was already in bad shape when he came to. He had been lying under the two guards, bleeding out for so long. Wang Zhong, I'm a bit dazed. Let's clarify the situation. How many people have you gathered so far? In truth, what Wang Zhong most wanted to ask was what's the name of our country, which should have been on his ID, but he had forgotten to look, preoccupied with finding out his own name and neglecting the name of the country. It wasn't a good time to pull out the ID to check now given the urgent circumstance. The captain answered, I've rallied the staff for logistics and the field hospital. Most of the guard battalion has fled, the communications company too. We can't get in touch with any assigned units at the moment. Wang Zhong frowned, the guard battalion fled. Captain, the battalion commander of the guard battalion is probably killed by the blast. I haven't found any other officers, given the current situation. Just then, the medic trying to save the Duke gave up the resuscitation and stood up, shaking his head to the sergeant beside him. The sergeant exclaimed, all is lost, the Duke is dead, all the senior officers have been wiped out. Now only the Duchess's male pet and the Crown Prince's piss brother are left. Run for it. Wang Zhong, not sure where his decisiveness came from, bellowed, catch him, execute by shooting. The soldiers nearby instinctively followed Wang Zhong's order, but hesitated after capturing the man. The sergeant kept shouting, are you crazy? What I'm saying is the only way out? Look at the lieutenant colonel's pants, he's pissed himself. Let's capture these high-ranking twats and surrender to the Prussians. Wang Zhong even looked down specifically to make sure that he hadn't opened the gates during the bombardment. The sergeant was still clamoring, and the soldiers holding him were clearly hesitant. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that if he did not make a swift and decisive statement, the troops might disband. Once the troops were gone, his fate would be in others' hands. He could only control his destiny if he had the troops. Drawing his pistol, his shoulder wound began to ache. He could only clench his teeth, raising the pistol at the still shouting sergeant. Before firing, he didn't hesitate at all, but his first shot went awry, only knocking the sergeant's hat off. He fired a second shot, but it only hit a distant wall. Apparently, shooting at the head from this distance was too difficult for someone attempting to fire a pistol for the first time, especially with an injured shoulder. So Wang Zhong took a few steps forward, closing the distance while he shifted his aim to the chest, and at a distance less than 3 meters, he fired 3 shots in succession, abruptly silencing the shouts of the officer. When he had blown up that truck full of Prussians, Wang Zhong hadn't personally pulled the trigger. This was the first time that Wang Zhong had fired at a person, and also his first kill. Wang Zhong felt unexpectedly calm, perhaps because he had seen too many dead and had grown accustomed to it. He lowered his gun and said to the soldiers who had restrained the officer, you did well. I will take over the command and lead everyone home. One of the 2 soldiers said, my home is here, in this city. Wang Zhong was startled for a moment before he remembered that these people were defending their homeland. He didn't even know the name of the country yet. If he had only wanted to save himself, he could have just taken off his uniform and hidden away as an ordinary person. After all, he wasn't an officer, nor was he from this country. He had no obligation to fight for it. While Wang Zhong was thinking this way, he suddenly remembered Ludmila. If he ran away and this troop fell apart, what would become of Ludmila? Wang Zhong had no loyalty to a country whose name he didn't even know, but he knew Ludmila, and the girl was still fighting. He wanted to see Ludmila again, to tell her he wasn't a coward, to wash away the negative impression left by his pre-transmigration cowardice. Thus, Wang Zhong made up his mind, and he said to the local soldier, you're right, this is our home. The German devils, the Prussian devils, want to take it from us, and we will never agree. Nima, that was a close call, almost saying German devils. Those Prussians in their black uniforms did indeed have a Germanic vibe. Wang Zhong turned to the captain and asked, what's your name? Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov. Wang Zhong asked subconsciously, are you from the royal family? The captain looked puzzled. No, the surname of the royal family is Antonov. Wang Zhong, I know. It's just that the artillery has left me deaf, and my hearing isn't too good. He made a random excuse and continued on the real issue, try to restore communication with the front line, organize personnel to replace the positions of the guard battalion, gather soldiers who are willing to continue fighting. Perhaps because Wang Zhong's voice was a bit loud, a fair amount of debris and dust fell from the ceiling. Wang Zhong looked up at the sky and asked, this place isn't safe anymore, is there a more robust building nearby? Sergey, there is a bank building nearby made of concrete, and it's still relatively intact. Wang Zhong, let's move there. After saying that, he strode away from the swaying sacristy. The chapel outside was also bombed into a mess. The colorful stained glass that had impressed Wang Zhong before the bombardment was now shattered on the ground. The bank building was already empty. The guard battalion had set up machine gun positions here, but no one was manning them. Wang Zhong looked back at the two soldiers following him and ordered, "Set up the machine guns." The two soldiers immediately went to do so. At that moment, intense gunfire came from a distance, signaling that the Prussians were attacking. Wang Zhong, I'm going to the roof. No sooner had he spoken than he sprinted up the stairs, taking them 2 or 3 at a time straight to the rooftop. Since there were no railings on the roof, Wang Zhong had to lie down near the edge and raise his binoculars to observe. He was actually just pretending to use the binoculars. Changing his viewpoint to an overhead view was much clearer. First he verified the troop markers on the interface, and found that there was only one new marker labeled remnants. Hovering his attention over it revealed the following explanation. A mob consisting of the field hospital's doctors and nurses, logistical department menials, as well as honor guards and the military band, who had never seen a battlefield, might be more adept at blowing trumpets than fighting. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. Even though they were just remnants, Wang Zhong still gained their field of vision, but all the views were superimposed together without any specific indication of who they came from. As for control, he didn't have any way at all. Even for Sergey right beside him, he couldn't issue commands by thought alone. He had to speak them aloud. However, with the external aid, Wang Zhong could clearly see the battle unfolding just a block away. The Prussians were advancing along the main east-west thoroughfare of the city. The cocky soldiers were resisting by relying on a sturdy 5-story building. Yes, the very same building Wang Zhong had seen during their escape. The sergeant who had brought Wang Zhong to command must be in some building on the south side of that structure. He didn't know where Ludmila was. Just as Wang Zhong had this thought, he witnessed a scene that took him completely by surprise. A rocket fired from a window of a 2-story building, trailing a long plume of smoke, crossed the entire street and hit a Prasen tank that had just come into view. The tank immediately stopped moving. Flames spewed from the top hatch, followed by tank crew members engulfed in flames jumping out and rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. Subsequently, the tank's ammunition detonated, throwing the turret high into the air. Bazooka? RPG? Wang Zhong checked the distance and felt something was off. The rocket had flown over 1,000 meters. With this distance, aside from whether rockets like the bazooka could shoot that far, just aiming was a big issue. From this distance, the tank was just a small point, especially in a complex urban environment. At that moment, a word came to Wang Zhong's mind: Divine Arrow. The Divine Arrow was actually a missile, and Prayer Hand was actually a radio operator? To confirm this, Wang Zhong, who was lying beside him, asked Captain Sergey, "Is Divine Arrow a kind of rocket?" Yes. Wang Zhong continued to confirm, guided by prayers. The prayer givers pray to God, and then God guides it. Sergey seemed to be making an effort to make his voice sound more devout, but he failed. By now, Wang Zhong had already determined that Divine Arrow was a kind of radio or wired guided weapon. It was just that the world might have developed again after the destruction of civilization, and modern people were unable to decipher the ancient technology used to make divine arrows. As an experienced player of war game, Red Dragon, he immediately realized how important this kind of anti-tank missile was under the current circumstances. Wang Zhong, Sergey, send someone to get in touch with the Divine Arrow team. That should be Monkyaka Niyako's Divine Arrow team. Ludmila had joined Monkyaka Niyako's Divine Arrow team, and Wang Zhong remembered clearly that Monkyaka Niyako's team had lost their prayer giver, which is why Ludmila had been urgently added to the group. Captain Sergey, understood. Wang Zhong continued to observe the front line. After losing their tanks, the enemy did not stop their attack. The Prussians used mortars to launch a smoke screen, blocking the Divine Arrow team's view, and then a second tank, pushing the still-burning wreckage, charged forward. Wang Zhong was impressed. The enemy is very experienced. Captain Sergey, didn't you notice? There is an iris flower symbol on the enemy's sleeve, which is proof they took part in the Carolingian campaign. Wang Zhong had no idea what the Carolingian campaign was, and he didn't dare to ask in case it was common knowledge in this world. But Carolingian, there was a Carolingian dynasty in the history of the Earth's Franks. Could it be that in this timeline, France was also steamrolled by the Germans? No, by the Prussians? And now these attacking Prussian troops, were they veterans who had participated in steamrolling through Carolingian? While Wang Zhong was pondering this, he saw the group that had just launched divine arrows leave their original position, apparently planning to move forward, to get past the smokescreen. What the hell? Wang Zhong muttered under his breath. Advancing forward can indeed bypass the smoke's barrier, but by doing that, you'll be just 200 to 300 meters from the tanks. The tanks could even hit you with their machine guns. Huh. Captain Sergey made a puzzled sound. I didn't think to move forward. Wang Zhong, not you. Monkyaka Niyako's team is moving forward. It's too dangerous. Stop them. Captain Sergey looked puzzled and glanced in the distance where he could only see a bunch of buildings, completely unable to see Monkyaka Niyako's team. In fact, without an overhead view, it was impossible to get such detailed frontline intelligence from the rooftop because most of the view was blocked by buildings. Captain Sergey, I don't even know where they are. How did you see them? Wang Zhong shut his mouth. It would be rather troublesome to explain the use of an external helper, and he'd have to be careful in the future to only issue commands without telling others why he was giving those orders. At this moment, Wang Zhong had already confirmed through the overhead view that Ludmila was indeed there. Her figure was too good to miss, and with that silver hair, she could be easily recognized even from an overhead perspective. The current priority was to stop the Divine Arrow team from making a deadly mistake, but there was no way to contact them now. Just as Wang Zhong was worrying, Sergei said, "I've contacted the artillery group in the rear. The artillery commander wants to speak with you." Wang Zhong switched his view back and took the handset. Only then did he notice that at some point, the signalman had run the telephone line up to the rooftop. "This is Count Rakasov speaking, go ahead." He almost blurted out, "This is Wang Zhong." "Count Rakasov? Why are you in command?" The voice on the other end was very surprised. "It's over." Wang Zhong was very astonished. From the information the Duke had revealed before, the Count Rakasov he was portraying was a friend of the Crown Prince, yet these people expressed their opinion of Count Rakasov so bluntly. "Duke Vladimir is dead, killed by the Prussian battleship's bombardment. We've suffered heavy losses. If you're calling to make light of our predicament, you might as well hang up now." "No, wait a moment. I'm calling to tell you that the Prussians are about to reach our artillery position, and I can still provide you with one round of support. After that, you'll have to fight without artillery support." Wang Zhong immediately zoomed his view to the farthest distance, which from such a height made it feel like looking at satellite images on Google Earth. Then something unexpected happened. There were troop icons on this satellite map. At Wang Zhong's location, there was a symbol with a rectangle and an X, representing infantry, while on the east side of the city, there was a marker for artillery. The marker was now green, and Wang Zhong felt like he had their vision. He zoomed in for a closer look and, indeed, he had the artillery's field of view. Was it because he was on the phone right now? As Wang Zhong was studying his own exploit, the person on the phone said, "Give me the coordinates, and I'll shoot the shells as far as I can. Then you guys just have to fend for yourselves." At that moment, Wang Zhong suddenly noticed that there were still quite a few smoke bombs at the artillery position. A plan suddenly struck him. "Wang Zhong, do you have smoke bombs?" "Nov. L. B /JNN. There was silence for a second on the phone, and then the reply came, "Yes." "What about it?" "Wang Zhong, I'll give you coordinates. Shoot all the smoke bombs over there." Since the Prussians used smoke to obscure the vision of the Divine Arrow team, allowing their tanks to engage at a distance they excelled in, we could do the same. Using smoke to completely strip away vision, then let the infantry charge and engage the enemy in melee combat. During melee combat, the direct firepower of tanks would be useless. Of course, this would also prevent the machine guns from being effective, but the machine guns would be targeted and taken out by the enemy tanks anyway. The only question was whether the frontline commanders could comprehend the meaning of this round of smoke and seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, Wang Zhong didn't care about that much. His actual goal was to save Ludmila. If the enemy tank's vision was completely stripped by the smoke, they naturally wouldn't be able to fire at the Divine Arrow team which Ludmila was part of. Wang Zhong adjusted his field of view. His overhead perspective came with coordinates, which he then reported. Unbeknownst to him, Captain Sergei beside him was staring with wide eyes, his mouth agape. After Wang Zhong gave the coordinates, the other side repeated them and then reconfirmed the order, "Fire all the smoke bombs at these coordinates." "Right." Wang Zhong, "Right, fire them all. Don't use live rounds. This coordinate is right at the tense spot between the enemy and us. Lots of the shells will fall on our own men. Smoke bombs aren't very lethal. As long as you're not unlucky enough to be hit directly, they won't cause injury." "Understood. After firing these smoke bombs, we'll have to retreat. The enemy's machine guns have surpassing fire that's already reaching us. You get that?" "Got it. Fire." From the other end of the phone came the roar, "Fire." Then the call was hung up. Wang Zhong used his overhead view to try to see the effect when he heard Sergei ask in surprise, "You just called out the coordinates like that? Using just a telescope?" "Yes," Wang Zhong replied nonchalantly. "But, they all say that you scored 0 in every military subject," Captain Sergei said. Wang Zhong thought to himself, "What a coincidence. That suits me just fine. I'm a person with no military knowledge anyway, so I won't have to worry about giving myself away in the future." As he thought this, the smoke bombs came down. In an instant, the entire block, both enemy and ally, was engulfed in white smoke. Even Wang Zhong's overhead view was covered so tightly that he could see nothing. What happened next depended on whether the frontline infantry command was cowardly or not. Wang Zhong had just this thought when he heard through the dense smoke a deafening war cry, "Ura!" Time rewound a little. When Colonel Ivan Panzelaevich Yegorov, the commander of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, saw the tank destroyed by the Divine Arrow, he immediately cheered, "Well done." The staff officer from the nobility, Pavlov, frowned. But Yegorov didn't care about that. One could tell from his name that he was not on the same page as the nobility. The nobility liked to be meticulous when naming, and they would never choose a common name like Ivan. Ivan Panzelaevich Yegorov was of peasant origin, ascending to the rank of colonel through his merits in the Civil War and the Winter War. It was said that if it weren't for the Civil War and the subsequent purging that almost wiped out the noble officers, Yegorov would never have become a colonel of the regiment. The staff officer Pavlov, also from the nobility, had looked down on Yegorov from the beginning. When the war had just started, he even attempted to replace Yegorov in commanding the troops but was rebuffed. Not only that, to avoid listening to Pavlov's nagging, Yegorov went to the front lines, leaving the nearly hollowed-out regimental headquarters to the noble gentleman. He had thought that the noble gentleman wouldn't dare come to the front lines, but to his surprise, Pavlov actually followed him there, murmuring complaints and picking faults even more than before. Later, the Prussian army's attack proved that Yegorov's experiences from the Civil War and the Winter War were indeed effective, significantly reducing the casualties of the troops. However, Yegorov's experience couldn't negate the gap between the two sides in combat experience, weaponry, and battle preparations. Most of the 3rd Rear Amour Group were new recruits, and they had not prepared for the outbreak of war at all. In fact, the entire empire was unprepared. The Imperial Chancellor had assured in a broadcast just the day before the war broke out that war would not happen and that the Prussians were targeting the West. Considering the rushed response to the battle, Yegorov was already content with the outcome. He raised his voice and shouted to the rookies, "Don't be afraid. Just crouch behind the wall and shoot, you don't even need to aim. The enemy is human, too, they'll be scared when bullets whiz by their ears. Keep cocking the gun, keep firing, don't think about anything else." As he spoke, not far from him, a Maxim machine gun was firing intensely. Suddenly, a shell hit the sandbags in front of the machine gun position. The explosion instantly swallowed Yegorov's following words. The hastily constructed fortifications couldn't withstand the tank gun. With its stand and wheels for movement, protective plates, the entire machine gun, weighing dozens of kilograms, was lifted like a toy and overturned on the ground. The upper half of the machine gunner was completely blown away, and the ammunition bearer had his shoulder sheared off, exposing the white bone. Screams filled the large room. "Stop yelling!" Yegorov roared, "Succabule! Assistant gunner, get the machine gun back in action." As he said this, Yegorov peeked out and saw the second tank turning the street corner. "Humph, the second Divine Arrow will take care of you." As he spoke, Yegorov looked hopefully in the direction of the Divine Arrow team, then realized that smoke had already obscured the entire street. The Prussians used smoke to cut off the line of sight of the Divine Arrow team, while ensuring the tank had visibility to fire. The enemy indeed had combat experience. Yegorov looked towards his rookie subordinates. Most of the new recruits were not cowards, as the conscription area of the Amour province for the 3rd Rear Amour Group was known for its tough folk. Before enlisting, 8 or 9 out of 10 had probably taken part in fights against neighboring villages over water sources. They were not lacking in courage and ferocity. Unfortunately, courage and ferocity were useless on the battlefield. No matter how tough one was, they couldn't go up against the tank's machine guns and cannons. Right at that moment, Yegorov heard the whistling of shells in the sky. As an old soldier, he immediately judged that the impact area was nearby. Not only that, but he also discerned that the shells were coming from behind, fired by their own side. "Succabule!" Yegorov cursed, "The damned nobility wants to flatten us together with the enemy? Get down!" Yegorov himself lay flat on the ground, carefully supporting himself with both hands so as not to lie completely flat. While he opened his mouth, new recruits didn't understand this and would probably be stunned into stupidity by the heavy artillery. As he spoke, the shells landed. But the sound of the explosion was small, as if a 300-pound fat man had let out a fart. Yegorov looked up in confusion and saw white smoke pouring in through the window. Outside, he could faintly hear the sound of smoke bombs hissing. "Why smoke bombs?" Staff Officer Pavlov also voiced his confusion. "Why smoke bombs? That doesn't make sense. I never learned about this at the Suvorov Military Academy. Nov. L. B //JNN. Suddenly, Yegorov slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Brilliant." Pavlov was shocked. "What's going on?" Yegorov paid no attention to the staff officer and belted out at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, grab your weapons, follow my charge, and chop down anyone in black uniforms. Yura." By this time, the smoke had already filled the room, and it was impossible to see people just a few meters away. Yegorov drew the saber that had been with him for many years, and without caring whether anyone was following, he shouted Yura as he took a strong step and jumped out the window from the 2nd floor to the ground. When he landed and felt the numbness in his feet, he continued to shout, "Amour Group, charge! If we lose the hand-to-hand combat, we will be laughed at by women for a decade." Yura. The new recruits might not understand modern warfare, but they knew how to fight with weapons. So, a thunderous shout of Yura echoed to the skies. Suddenly, figures appeared in the smoke ahead, and Yegorov swung his saber with all his might. The slash was technically perfect, cutting only through the skin and flesh without getting stuck in the bone, just gliding over it. The slash severed the trachea and the artery at the throat, a not so large wound but deadly. The soldier in black clutched his neck and fell. Yegorov kept moving forward. The smoke obscured visibility, which was fine since enemy recognition was unnecessary in this situation. Anyone approaching face-on would definitely be an enemy, just chop them down. Anyone coming face-on is an enemy. Yegorov yelled, "Even if you chop the wrong person, they're deserters. Kill them." In the midst of the chaos, he heard engine noise and charged toward it, straight up to a tank. With a leap, he was on top of the tank. Unfortunately, Yegorov had no idea how to operate the Prussians' damned contraption. So, he pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and stuffed it into the largest hole on the tank, the barrel. There was a muffled clang, but the tank showed no response. Yegorov didn't care. A lack of response meant it wasn't loud enough, so he called out behind him, "Grenades! Give me grenades!" Someone from within the smoke tossed up a belt with 4 grenades attached to it. Yegorov shoved them one after another into the tank barrel. Just then, the tank's hatch unexpectedly opened, and a Prussian army officer poked his head out. With a large cap and headphones across the head pressing down on the cap, the moment he saw Yegorov, he raised his submachine gun. Yegorov didn't have time to draw his saber, so he used the grenade as a club, smashing it into the officer's face and promptly pulling the pin before shoving it into the tank's hatch. The Prussian officer shouted something, but Yegorov couldn't understand. A flash inside the hatch, and the officer immediately shut up. Yegorov took his submachine gun and tore off the iron cross from his collar. "Yura!" Yegorov shouted. On Wang Zhong's side, he could only hear the shouting of Yura but could not see anything, leaving him panicking. After a while, he realized, "I just wanted to cover the advance of the Divine Arrow Squad and protect Ludmila. The purpose has been achieved when the smoke was deployed." He immediately shifted his attention to Yakuniako's squad where Ludmila was, noticing that the squad had stopped advancing. A muscular man was leaning against the wall, attempting in vain to observe the situation through binoculars. Wang Zhong guessed that this man must be monk Yakuniako. Ludmila was leaning against the wall, still holding that rifle. At that moment, Captain Sergei beside Wang Zhong said, "Contact with the 3rd Rear Amur group has been restored. Nov. L. B /JNN." Wang Zhong had no idea which group the Rear Amur group was, so he asked, "Is it the group that launched a counterattack in the smoke?" "What?" Captain Sergei's voice was laced with confusion. "Wang Zhong, didn't you hear the Yura shouts?" He had thought that the battle cries had reached the location of his physical body. "Sergei, what Yura shouts?" So, it turned out that he could hear sounds significantly loud ones from his bird's eye view. No wonder the sound of guns and cannons was so clear when overlooking. Wang Zhong had previously thought it was something he was hearing in person. He had never been on a battlefield and couldn't tell how close or far the sounds of gunfire were. "Wang Zhong, never mind, hand me the phone." He switched back to his normal perspective and took the receiver from Sergei's hand. "This is Wang. Count Rokossovsky speaking, go ahead." "Count Rokossovsky? Where's the Duke?" The person on the phone had a loud voice that hurt Wang Zhong's ears. "The Duke is dead. The enemy's naval artillery destroyed the headquarters just now, and most of the staff are dead too. Now, I am the Supreme Commander," Wang Zhong said, trying to sound more authoritative, thinking it would help to assert control over his subordinates. The person on the other end asked, "Who ordered the smoke bombs?" Wang Zhong, "I did." "Why? Good job. We launched a counterattack, routed the enemy facing us, and took out at least one of their tanks and 2 armored vehicles. That was an excellent command, Your Excellency the Count." "No, my lord." Wang Zhong glanced at Sergei, who couldn't make out the words from the other side without the receiver and only returned a confused look to Wang Zhong. The person on the phone continued to lay on thick praise. "My staff officer says he's never heard of such a thing at the Suvorov Military Academy. Count, let's have another round of smoke, and we can keep holding." Wang Zhong frowned. "No more smoke left. The enemy is nearly at our artillery positions. That was their last round of supportive firing. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves." On the other end of the phone, the loudmouth who had just been giving lavish praise suddenly fell silent. A second later the voice asked, "The artillery has been compromised. Does that not mean we will soon be surrounded?" Wang Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't thought of this at all just now, as the situation was too sudden, and he was too eager to cover Ludmila. Another voice came through the phone, "But that's the very person who just led us to a brilliant counterattack. How could he have not thought of this?" "Sorry, I really hadn't thought of that." Wang Zhong could only keep a straight face, trying hard not to let Captain Sergei see any flaws. Being surrounded was not a joke. An army that is cornered can only die slowly even if it continues to resist. Although Wang Zhong thought surrendering was not a problem, considering the mood and current situation, it was already too late to even mention surrender. He could only pretend to resist, fight valiantly, and then consider other options. Wang Zhong switched to the overhead mode and then noticed an additional military badge. He focused on the badge and could see its description. The 3rd Rear Amur group, mostly made up of new recruits, but the main non-commissioned officers had participated in the Civil War and the Winter War. Internal War? Winter warfare? Wang Zhong really wanted his golden finger to explain these two terms, but unfortunately, the golden finger ignored him. In addition to gaining a soldier's token, Wang Zhong also obtained the vision of the 3rd Amur group, which greatly expanded the visible range. That's not right, considering the size of a group. Isn't this range a bit small? Wang Zhong, has your group suffered many casualties? Yes, the loud voice from the other end fell quiet. Most of our group is made up of new recruits, many of whom haven't gone through complete training. These kinds of recruits usually don't survive the first hour on the battlefield. The good news is, they're all seasoned soldiers now. This counts as good news? Wang Zhong used everyone's eyes to observe the battlefield, and at this moment, he noticed something. After the enemy facing the Amur group retreated, there seemed to be no troops behind them. Could the routed enemy have led the subsequent echelons away as well? Wang Zhong checked again, more carefully this time. In the meantime, the Amur group's commander on the phone was saying, "Here's what we'll do. We'll pull back to our starting positions and let the engineers leave landmines and tripwires in the areas we've taken." "No. Wang Zhong interrupted him. You've just encountered a gap in your front, and I require you to abandon your current defensive line and continue to attack. Command will catch up with you, and if contact with other groups can be established, they will follow as well. There was complete silence on the other end of the line for a good second. Advance towards the enemy? That's bold, but I like changing plans. While the loud voice was talking, Wang Zhong also heard someone mumbling, this defies logic. At a time like this, we should be pulling back, reorganizing the defense line. Blind attacks are a one-way ticket to death. Wang Zhong thought, it's not a blind attack, I can see very clearly with the help of an external advantage. There are only sporadic soldiers in front of you, and no organized enemy forces. Strike hard in one go, and then find a way to return to our lines. Upon further deliberation, as the attackers, the enemy's subsequent echelons probably didn't expect to be attacked. Wang Zhong wasn't versed in military matters, but he knew in mercenary warfare, the element of surprise, catching the enemy off guard, sometimes proved decisive. Maybe this could be worth the gamble. Rather than being surrounded, it's better to break out and then figure out a plan. Once Wang Zhong was sure that there truly were no organized enemy forces in front, he commanded in a firm tone, Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, order the 3rd Amur group to advance not just forward, but towards due west. Do you understand? Understood. Just from the response on the phone, Wang Zhong could picture a robust Russian man readying himself for action. Then, almost as if possessed, he said, now repeat my order back to me. What the hell, why make someone repeat it? The after effects of watching too many epic battles? But there was no hesitation on the other end. They immediately repeated Wang Zhong's orders word for word. Wang Zhong, good, begin now. We must act swiftly, and we must act fast. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong was surprised to find that he had lost the vision of the 3rd Amur group. So, it's only when I can directly converse with them that I can see their vision? But the soldier's token on the interface was still there, implying that as long as the troops accepted my command, they would appear on the token. As Wang Zhong was examining the golden finger, Captain Sergei by his side said, there's a problem. That is, there are many critically wounded in the field hospital. They definitely won't be able to keep up with us. This, with seriously wounded in tow, not to mention breaking out, moving at all would be an issue. Wang Zhong pondered for a moment, then said, give me paper and a pen, I want to write a letter to the enemy commander who will take over. Sergei, you plan to leave them behind. Wang Zhong, taking them with us, we definitely won't be able to get out. Recruit volunteers from among the nurses to stay behind and care for the wounded, and let those lightly injured who can move join us in the breakout. Don't argue anymore, the enemy isn't a beast. That's what Wang Zhong said. Prussian Empire military side. Lieutenant General von Dietrich, commander of the 25th Prussian Infantry Army Group and a lord, watched the smoke rising from the city with suspicion. His headquarters were on a small hill outside the city, which afforded an excellent view, even allowing visibility of the battleship Emperor Friedrich on the distant sea. For this reason, he could clearly see the smoke now spreading through the city streets. After a brief moment of thought, the Lord sought his chief of staff's opinion, is there white poison gas? The chief of staff shook his head, I haven't heard about that. Phosgene, isn't this white? Lord von Dietrich pinched the binoculars in his hands, his fingers nervously twiddled the knobs on the binoculars, a habitual action when he was thinking. The chief of staff said, could it simply be smoke? Smoke from the defenders. Lord von Dietrich clicked his tongue, then they wouldn't be able to utilize the firepower of the machine guns or exploit the range advantage of the divine arrows. In the Carolingian campaign, we used smoke bombs to cover our tanks as they charged through divine arrows' effective range. Smoke is the attacker's good friend, the defender's nightmare. The chief of staff shook his head, maybe the enemy commander is a layman. Lord von Dietrich shook his head, the enemy commander is the experienced Duke Vladimir. He has received comprehensive military education and would not make such a basic mistake. While speaking, a staff officer rushed in. This is bad. Lord von Dietrich said, start with report. The staff officer immediately stood up straight, heels clicking resoundingly as he saluted. Report. Lord von Dietrich was still not satisfied and scolded, as an officer, no matter how urgent, one must act in an orderly manner. The subordinates are watching. Do you understand, Captain Hoffman? Understood. Lord von Dietrich then nodded contentedly. Good. Now, what's the matter? Division 54 reports Viaduct Wireless that the anti-Empire has launched a counterattack. They've already lost contact with the 353rd Regiment under their command. Fugitives have appeared near the division headquarters. Lord von Dietrich was stunned. A counterattack? The war has only been going on for 2 days, and we're already at the foot of Ronid? Everywhere we've gone, anti-Empire's troops have collapsed like a house of cards. Do they still have the morale to mount a counterattack? The chief of staff reminded, you just said the enemy commander Duke Vladimir is quite capable. Right, I did say that. The Lord turned towards the map. But if the enemy has the morale and organization to launch a counterattack, why not retreat instead? I mean, break out to the rear? Even if they face our attack and manage to breach the defensive line, they can't escape. From here to the border is a margin of a 1,000,000-strong army. While speaking, he forcefully tapped the area between Ronid City and the border line on the map with his cane, repeating, a 1,000,000-strong army. Do you understand? Even if His Grace's forces were to break out entirely, only doom awaits them. After speaking, he stared at the map for a few seconds, then shook his head. No, it can't be an offensive. It's just a counterattack, an attempt to shake our formation and create a chance for them to withdraw. General Hote's armored troops will soon complete the encirclement of Ronid. This is a futile move. As he spoke, the Lord looked at the anxious staff officer. Order Division 54, immediately dispatch someone to steady the scattered regiment. Find the dispersed regimental headquarters. No, I will speak with Division 54 myself. Is the telephone line connected yet? Not yet, Your Excellency. We've only just learned the location of the 54th Division's headquarters, and the communication vehicle has just been dispatched. The communications officer immediately replied. Radio communication requires decryption, which leads to transmission delays, and there's a high probability that wireless could be intercepted by the enemy. Telephone is much safer and communication quality is incomparable to wireless, but landlines must be laid, which can only begin when both ends have stopped moving. Lord von Dietrich waved his hand. All right, use the radio then. I want to speak with Division 54. After speaking, Lord von Dietrich took the lead toward the door. The staff officer at the door hurried to open it, then stood up straight, his chest puffed out proudly as he watched the Lord leave. In the adjacent communications room, the communications officer bellowed into the radio handset. Rhine, respond if you hear me. Rhine was the call sign of the 54th Division. After several calls, the officer handed the handset and headset to the Lord. It's connected, Brigadier General Hausen of the 54th Division. Lord von Dietrich grabbed the items and cleared his throat. This is von Dietrich. What's the situation on your end? I don't know, the situation is chaotic, lots of fugitives. General Hausen's voice was intermittent and filled with static. The fugitives say that Antonov's guards have launched an attack. Some say that the Eastern Holy Church has dispatched its paladins. Lord von Dietrich frowned. Get to the bottom of it as fast as you can? I believe it's a limited counterattack by the enemy. But Your Excellency, the enemy used heavy artillery to launch smoke bombs. There's no wind now, and the ground is enveloped in smoke. Nothing can be seen. Using so many smoke bombs for merely a probing attack doesn't make sense. Dietrich looked outside the window. Even from the communications room, he could see the thick smoke rising from the city. Lord von Dietrich raised his voice. No, attacking at this time doesn't make sense. It's just a defensive counterattack. Where could he be attacking to? Behind us are countless cross-end troops. But Lord, the enemy, the fugitives, what's going on? Von Dietrich's brow was tightly furrowed. Brigadier General Hausen? Brigadier General Hausen? There's gunfire on your end. What's happening? However, all he got in response was static noise. Dietrich handed the headset and microphone back to the communications officer. Eliminate the malfunction as soon as possible. The communications officer immediately checked the radio's own status, and then the hand-cranked generator before reporting. Lord, there are no mechanical failures. Lord, then keep calling. The communications officer did not dare to delay and immediately shouted into the microphone. Rhine, please answer if you hear this. The Lord began to pace in the communications room, tapping his palm with his cane as he walked. After a while, the Lord took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It's been 5 minutes. What's going on? It might be that Division 54 has experienced a mechanical failure. But the communications officer hesitated. Lord, but what? But the division headquarters has several high-powered radios. It's hard to imagine them all failing at the same time. The Lord pursed his lips, his face gradually darkening as he ordered. Division 54 may have run into trouble. Our estimate of the enemy situation may have been too optimistic. Where is the Army Group Reserve now? They have already reached Shulshirvka. Lord, isn't that still over 10 kilometers away from us? Why is it moving so slowly? The Chief of Staff replied helplessly. Traffic jam. The road conditions within the anti-empire are worse than we imagined. The operation plan took highways to be modern roads with asphalt surfaces, but they're just compacted dirt roads in reality. The road capacity is very low, and it's also hard on the vehicles. So the motorized troops are all stuck on the road. The Lord made a face as if he had eaten something disgusting. There's always a problem on the battlefield, if not here, then there, but it's always somewhere. Is there any way to contact Division 54 now? Keep calling. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The last sentence was addressed to the communications officer, who quickly picked up the microphone and continued the mechanical labor. The Lord looked at the other staff. The Chief of Staff spoke up. The Army Group's reconnaissance battalion has cavalry. We could consider sending them. The Lord pointed his cane out the window. Even though we're outside the city, Division 54 has already entered it. Just then, the communications officer who was still trying to make contact suddenly stopped calling and said, I have an idea. We can call the armored troops assigned to support our attack. There are radios in the tanks. Lord, next time remember to say report first. Report. Don't make up for it now. I've already heard your suggestion. Let's do it that way. Do you know the frequency for the armored troops? The communications officer nodded. Of course, we have heard the armored troops' communications before. Then call them. The communications officer leaned in close to the microphone again. This is Eagle's Nest. This is Eagle's Nest, calling the commander of the armored troops. The Lord continued his pacing, his cane tapping against the palm of his left hand. Your Excellency, we're connected. The communications officer, pleasantly surprised, passed over the headset and microphone. The Lord took the items for the second time. I am Lord Dietrich, who am I speaking with? A voice with poor procent came from the other end. It's your Antian grandpa. What followed was all in the Antian language. The Lord, being a member of a distinguished family, spoke not only Procen but also Carolingian and Antian. In fact, before the outbreak of the war, there had been considerable contact between the courts of Procen and Anti, which is why a non-aggression treaty had been signed. Thus the Lord understood completely the other's cursing, and then asked in Antian, with virtually no accent, "So, are you an anti-soldier? You wouldn't be speaking from the headquarters of Division 54, would you?" The person at the other end was clearly unprepared for this situation and fell silent. After a moment, the voice responded, "I don't know which division this headquarters belongs to. I can't read your Procen characters. Anyway, there are plenty of maps and documents here, all captured. Naturally, there will be staff members who understand your language to study them closely." The Lord furrowed his brows in frustration and decided to extract more information, asking, "Brave Antian commander, may I know your esteemed name? You think I would disclose that information to you? Go to hell. Clean your neck and wait for it. I don't understand your writing, but I can read maps. I know where your headquarters is located. Just you wait. Lord, wait." Antian officer. He called out several more times, but the only response was the hiss of static. The Lord turned to the chief of staff, "Have the guard battalion, the reconnaissance battalion, and the special battalion ready for combat. Bring the tanks from the headquarters to the hilltop to prepare for the enemy's attack." The chief of staff nodded, "Understood." The Lord looked towards the thick smoke that now shrouded a quarter of the city area and clicked his tongue. "Duke Vladimir commands like this? But as I recall, during the joint military exercises between our two countries, the Duke was quite a stickler for rules. To take down one of our division headquarters and initiate this counterattack, the person behind it is a military genius." Colonel Yegorov smashed the radio with the butt of his gun, and then told the soldiers around him, "Stop looking. Gather all the papers and send them to the back." "Wait a minute." Staff Officer Pavlov stopped the soldiers who were about to throw various documents into the basket, pulling out one of the papers. "This document contains the unit number. This is the 54th Infantry Division of the Procen 25th Army Group, which participated in the Carolingian campaign. The division's crest has an iris, which is a mark of participating in the Carolingian campaign." "Yegorov, but we still crushed them?" The idea of Duke Alexei turned out to be quite reliable. "We really made it to the enemy's division headquarters without any obstructions." Pavlov corrected him, "It's a count, and you shouldn't preface a title with a name. You should at least use a patronymic. Call him Count Konstantinovic." Yegorov waved his hand dismissively. "I'm just a rough man. I don't understand all your twists and turns." The Count's order was to attack and advance. "Let's continue." Pavlov exclaimed in shock. "Continue the attack? We have already emerged from the smoke. Stumbling upon a division headquarters was unexpected for the enemy. Now they are prepared. And you've just... Yegorov, I was just bluffing them? Come look." Yegorov pointed at the enemy's map and said, "The enemy's headquarters is here, on top of the hill, overlooking the entire city of Ronid. It also controls the highway into the city and can hit the railway that passes through the city. The enemy must think we're going to attack here. But the order we received is to break out, that is, to move to the back eastward. We have to take this side road out of the city. I know this little path, it'll lead us through a large thicket. By the time we rush out, it'll be nightfall, and we can retreat via the small path under the cover of darkness." "Pavlov, are you sure that's what the Count meant? Maybe he wanted to break out and fight to the death." "Yegorov, how could that be? We wouldn't have brought the field hospital then. Trust me, the Count definitely wants to break out and survive, it's just that he happened to discover the breach at the front." "But..." Yegorov placed his hands firmly on Pavlov's shoulders. "Listen, I really don't know the Count's intentions, but I do know mine. I'm not planning to die here. The Prussians are indeed hateful, and I want to thrash them too, but how can I beat them if I'm dead?" "Pavlov, you're just afraid to die, you have no sense of honor." "What?" "Pavlov, I tell you, if the chaplain with the army hadn't died, he would have sent you to the tribunal by now. The charge would be cowardice and surrender. But I remind you, according to the regulations, if the military commander shows any signs of cowardice or surrender, I as the staff officer have the right to strip him of command." Yegorov, in a burst of anger, grabbed the staff officer by the collar. "What did you say? Where were you when I was smashing Prussian heads with a grenade just now? And you dare say I'm showing cowardice and surrender?" "Pavlov, you chose the escape route." As the two were at daggers drawn, the sound of a car engine came from outside the door. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Let's rewind the time a little bit. Wang Zhong led the remnant troops of the headquarters and the field hospital unit on their departure. Before leaving, he had Captain Sergei dispatch messengers to convey the message to the other troops under the Duke to prepare for a breakout from the front eastward. Whether the message could be delivered was beyond Wang Zhong's control. In any case, Wang Zhong led the group on their departure, and he was at the forefront. Soon the troops entered the smoke created by the rear artillery. By this time, the smoke had dispersed quite a bit, and the obscuring effect had decreased, which increased visibility within the fog. However, the scope of the fog had also spread. Wang Zhong walked along the main street for quite a while and was still within the fog. The white expanse looked very much like the game Silent Hill, half of the horror atmosphere of which owes to the thick fog that envelopes the setting of the story. Fortunately, Wang Zhong had a top-down perspective, but sadly, he couldn't keep it on while walking. The disconnect between cognition and vision would instantly make Wang Zhong violently sick. He could only walk a few steps before stopping to change his viewing angle. This behavior greatly astonished Captain Sergei, who he felt might start getting suspicious if it continued. But without looking from an overhead view, there was no way to remain on guard against the enemy. With the naked eye, one could only see a few meters around, and if one were to run into the enemy unexpectedly, a burst from a submachine gun could end his journey right there. Wang Zhong could only reduce the frequency of his stops and endure the dizziness that came with using the overhead view while moving as much as possible. As he was struggling with this issue, the group finally emerged from the smoke, and immediately a Prussian abandoned jeep at the roadside caught Wang Zhong's eye. It was the same model that Ludmila had blown up with a grenade. Wang Zhong made a snap decision and said to Sergei, "Let's go, get in the car. Take 2 guards with us, we'll drive straight ahead." "Sergei, are we just driving away? Who's going to command these troops? We don't have any walkie-talkies." "Wang Zhong, we just need to keep following the road, there won't be any problems. Besides, in case of an emergency, we can always send someone back with orders." After a moment's consideration, Captain Sergei nodded. Wang Zhong then asked, "You can drive, right?" Wang Zhong didn't know how to drive himself, mainly because he didn't see the need to learn in the current situation. If there was no rush, he could take the subway, and if he was in a hurry, he could just hail a cab through Didi. "Captain Sergei, I often drive for the Duchess. Leave it to me." Wang Zhong remembered something that the sergeant who had been shot had said. Wasn't this Captain Sergei the Duchess's gigolo? Forget it, why do I care about that? Wang Zhong got straight into the car, drive. The 2 guards were agile and jumped into the back of the jeep in an instant, without even opening the rear doors. Sergei got into the driver's seat, started the car and barely drove a few paces when he exclaimed, "The feel of driving this is so smooth, much more comfortable than our domestically produced Lada cars." Lada cars, indeed, that classic Soviet automobile brand whose poor performance had become a part of Soviet jokes. As Captain Sergei drove through the devastated city, he commented with a hint of sadness, "Such a beautiful city. I quite liked that coffee shop, often accompanied the Duchess there." Wang Zhong followed Sergei's gaze and noticed that only the iron sign hanging toward the street from the coffee shop remained intact. The shop seemed to have suffered a hit from artillery fire of 152 mm or larger. Passing by the front of the coffee shop, one could see that the inside was almost completely destroyed, with coffee pots and the like in shambles. Sergei gritted his teeth, "Dem Prussians." Wang Zhong pursed his lips. Truth be told, he still didn't harbor much hatred for Prussians. After all, it wasn't his country or his homeland that was invaded. Up to now, his goal was still to survive the war. At that moment, soldiers in khaki uniforms began to appear alongside the road, looking as if they had just been through a fierce battle. There were quite a few corpses in black uniforms lying among the buildings lining the streets and roads. It seemed Wang Zhong had caught up with the attacking vanguard of the 3rd Amur group. Just then, a roar came from a building ahead. "What did you say? Where were you when I was smashing a Prussian's head in with a hand grenade just now? You dare accuse me of cowardice and surrender. But you chose the route of escape." Wang Zhong patted Sergei on the shoulder. "Stop in front of that building? The one where people are arguing." Captain Sergei parked the vehicle in front of the building, and Wang Zhong hurried down with brisk steps, took a couple of steps, then remembered something important, turned around, and said to Sergei following him, "Give me your pants." Sergei reacted as if facing a great enemy. "No way. If I do that, I won't have anything to brag about in front of girls anymore." Wang Zhong put on a stern face. "This is an order. It'll affect the morale of our troops, and if morale collapses, we'll only be able to meet in a prisoner of war camp." Wang Zhong actually thought that meeting in a prisoner of war camp wouldn't be such a bad thing, but given the current situation, he couldn't bring himself to say let's surrender. He could only struggle for a bit. Sergei was still playing tough. "I think us exchanging pants in public could also have an immeasurable impact on morale." Wang Zhong looked around. "No one is paying attention to us. Right now they're more worried about the enemy. Hurry up, it will only take a few seconds to switch." "You're the one who's done? I'm ruined," Sergei complained while taking off his pants, and Wang Zhong also unbuckled his belt to take off the pants with Alexei's authentic signature. Underneath the military trousers were boxer shorts, and realizing this, Wang Zhong let out a huge sigh of relief. However, just at this moment, a group of officers came out of the building. The officer at the front was a lieutenant colonel, just like Wang Zhong, and he was stunned by the scene before him. The staff officers behind the lieutenant colonel were even more dumbfounded, their mouths open in an O shape. Forcing himself to look nonchalant, Wang Zhong slipped into the pants he had switched for. Sergei was a bit shorter than Wang Zhong's current body, so he had to try his best to pull up the waistband. After completing the change of clothes, Wang Zhong put on a stern face. "What were you arguing about just now? I could hear you from a great distance." "Ah." The questioned lieutenant colonel looked at Wang Zhong, blinked his eyes, and asked tentatively, "Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky." "Wang Zhong, it's me. Don't you recognize my voice?" "I recognize yours, Colonel Ivan Panzelyevich Yegorov of the 3rd Rear Amur Group." The main reason Wang Zhong remembered such a long name was that the dog tags had the unit number and the name and rank of the commander written on them. Also, because of the golden finger, Wang Zhong knew that the people he encountered were from the 3rd Rear Amour group, and with both pieces of information, he could naturally infer that the man before him was Colonel Yegorov, the commander of the 3rd Rear Amour group. Before responding to Wang Zhong, Yegorov took a moment to glance at Captain Sergei, who was still putting on his trousers, his gaze lingering on the water stains for a full second. Wang Zhong stepped forward, blocking Yegorov's line of sight. Lieutenant Colonel, even though we hold the same rank, I've been entrusted by the Duke to command the entire force. I am your superior. Yegorov hadn't reacted yet, but the staff officers beside him saluted. It was then that Yegorov had his realization and stood at attention to salute. You were a count all along, I should be saluting you. Wang Zhong mimicked the gesture and returned the salute. What were you just debating about? Yegorov answered, just now, my staff officer Pavlov was insisting that we directly attack the enemy's army group headquarters marked on the map we captured, claiming that we should go and die. The staff officer stepped forward. That's not right. What I said was that we should fight bravely to the last moment. That's the enemy's core command, and our valiant fighting might change the situation on the battlefield to some extent. Wang Zhong's first reaction was no, absolutely not. He didn't even understand the name of his own country yet, let alone feel any sense of loyalty. Before Wang Zhong could speak, the staff officer Pavlov continued, if Colonel Yegorov insists on fleeing, we can only consider it an act of treason and hand him over to the tribunal. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Did I just hear a term that should not appear in this context? The tribunal? Another way of saying a military courtroom? Yegorov's tone was clearly hesitant, filled with an air of bravado. The tribunal? Where are all those judges who strutted around peacocking before? They've run off without a trace first. Wang Zhong was shocked. He had absolutely no idea about this tribunal or the judges these two were discussing. Could it be something like the military police? Due to his lack of knowledge, he chose to keep his mouth shut and listen some more before speaking. But Yegorov turned the conversation towards Wang Zhong. Let His Excellency the Count say it. His Excellency the Count's intention must certainly be to retreat through the small path. Wang Zhong was startled. There was a small path? A way to retreat? That was wonderful news. But no, he had to restrain himself, not to let others see any flaws. Wang Zhong looked sternly at the two officers. What should he say? Clearly, Yegorov knew of a small path that could be used to retreat to the rear, so he should support Yegorov. But this staff officer named Pavlov had a resolute look, obviously prepared to embrace a noble death. Just as Wang Zhong was struggling with what to say, he suddenly remembered the opening scene of Patton, his favorite movie, General Patton standing before the American flag, delivering a long speech that lasted several minutes. Though Wang Zhong couldn't remember the exact words, he could recall the general idea, so he said out loud, Major Pavlov, you are very brave, and your courage is admirable. The staff officer stood tall and proud, adopting the pose of a victor. Wang Zhong, but, through the ages, no victory has been won purely by shedding blood and sacrifice. To achieve victory, it is not enough for us to shed blood and make sacrifices alone, we must also make the enemy bleed and sacrifice. We must make the enemy bleed more than us. Wang Zhong paused, as if to emphasize his words, giving others time to digest them. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. But in fact, he had forgotten what to say next. He vaguely remembered a line about cleaning our tracks with the enemy's blood, but felt that using it directly lacked persuasive power. Hence, Wang Zhong began to improvise. You just said that by attacking the enemy's core command, we might disrupt the enemy's arrangements, delaying their advance by a day or two. I can only say, you have overestimated the role of one regiment, and you have overestimated the role of a corps command. Across the entire front, the enemy has hundreds of divisions in action, dozens of army groups attacking. What's the use of just disrupting one army group? No, it is useless. A more effective approach now is to send these soldiers, who have endured the first wave of fire, back to the rear to regroup, to resist the enemy's attacks more effectively. Preserving our fighting force now is to better annihilate the enemy later, to make the enemy bleed and sacrifice until the day comes when we return the fire to their own country, and let them defend their homes. Good, this is the moment. Time to use Patton's famous line? Wang Zhong paused to gather his thoughts and then declared emphatically, and then, what we must do is crush their skulls under our boots, and clean our tracks with their blood. Major Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong for several seconds before relenting. All right, you've convinced me. Even though I've seen you change your wet trousers, you've still convinced me. Come on, do you really have to bring up that wet pants incident? I didn't pee them. Damn it, look at the mess that coward got me into. Oh my god, if I get a chance, I'm going to kick that coward's ass so hard. While complaining inwardly, Wang Zhong kept a straight face. Everyone has their first time on the battlefield. We'll see, Major Pavlov. Report the situation now. Have we encountered any resistance from the enemy? Actually, Wang Zhong was guessing that observing from an overhead perspective might be more useful than Colonel Yegorov's direct reports. But formalities still had to be observed, just like those who cheated in games before transmigration played along to some extent. And listening to the report might also provide some intelligence that he couldn't discern from the overhead view. Yegorov, we haven't encountered any large-scale resistance. The enemy is in disarray, and many of their units don't understand what's happening and are retreating along with the ones that are already in retreat. As he spoke, Yegorov rubbed his nose. If you ask me, these Prussians are not as tough as the Mannheimers in the Winter War. They were able to defeat the Carolingians before because the other side was even weaker. Wang Zhong said, we should always assume the enemy is capable. Did you just say you found a map? Yes, this is the enemy's division headquarters. We've captured their maps and documents completely. Yegorov pointed toward the building behind him. Come over and take a look. With that, he turned and walked inside. Seeing this, Staff Officer Pavlov immediately said, Yegorov comes from a peasant background. He can be a bit crude. I don't mind, Wang Zhong said bluntly. He himself came from a working-class family and had many rural kids in his class during high school. He really didn't mind such things. Or rather, transmigrator Wang Zhong didn't have the same snobbery as the nobility of this era. Upon entering the room, Wang Zhong immediately noticed the large map on the wall, which was exactly what he needed right now. His overhead view was too limited and he had no idea about the overall situation. And on the map, there were country names, and only now did Wang Zhong finally realize that the khaki uniform he wore belonged to the anti-empire. Wang Zhong didn't know which part of the planet the anti-empire was located in because the wall map was only a regional one. Looking at the place names on the map, it appeared to be a province of the anti-empire, with the western edge bordering the Prussian Empire, the point of departure for the Prussian army's offensive. Similarly, by the place names, Wang Zhong learned that the city they were currently defending was called Ronid, with the sea to the south of the city, from which the enemy's naval artillery shelling had come. The Duke had also mentioned, the navy failed to stop the enemy, before his passing. The only question was whether the sea to the south was a large lake like the Black Sea or a real ocean. He still needed to obtain a world map as soon as possible. However, being in the military, and a commander at that, he should be able to access maps relatively easily. There should be no need to worry about that probably. Yegorov had already started explaining, this is the enemy's deployment map. Their military symbols are similar to ours, as the nobility communicated a lot in peacetime. Look here, this symbol, doesn't it look just like the command symbol on our side? Pavlov said irritably, that is the command symbol. Our country uses the abbreviation HQ to represent headquarters, and the enemy does the same. Additionally, this eagle symbol here represents the Army Group Command. Yegorov, that's right. He looked up at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong studied the map for a moment. He would often play military games, such as the strategically focused and mildly hardcore Hearts of Iron, and more tactical, hardcore board games like the SGS series, and so on. When Wang Zhong was in elementary school, there was a Reader interactive section in Tank and Armored Vehicles magazine that simulated historical battles. It regularly published historical battles along with abbreviated situation maps, allowing readers to cut out the maps, plot their own plans, and explain each step in writing. After receiving letters from readers, the editorial department would select some of the more feasible combat plans and have professionals comment on them. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Wang Zhong always participated in this interactive column, but his combat plans were never adopted. However, by taking part in this activity, he had acquired basic map recognition abilities, which were further enhanced by his experience playing military games. Wang Zhong quickly finished assessing the deployment of the Prussian forces on the map and murmured, the enemy has left many gaps in their pursuit of speed. In modern warfare, there are no strict front lines. In Hearts of Iron, a term coined by a player for a certain type of division is line-filling division, which essentially aims for the ultimate cost-effectiveness ratio with the sole purpose of filling gaps in the front to prevent small enemy detachments from slipping through. Even with line-filling divisions, there were still gaps on the battlefield, especially in the World War II era where the area a division had to cover greatly increased, leaving plenty of gaps through which to slip. In the latter part of World War II, the Soviets summarized their mode of attack as inundating the German defense lines in a deluge. The Germans, with their high military quality, could often hold their ground at certain strongpoints for a long time, while the Soviet strategy specifically targeted these points, intending to surround but not attack them, cutting off the supply lines behind these strongpoints. After considerable study, Wang Zhong's confidence surged. I might actually be able to slip through the enemy's gaps and get back to our side. He turned to Yegorov. Did you just mention a small path? Yegorov immediately pointed at the map. Yes, right here. The Prussians did not mark it in detail on the map, so I think there might not be any enemy presence on it. Besides, there are forests nearby for hiding from enemy aerial reconnaissance. Wang Zhong, good, are you familiar with this road? I'm from around here, Yegorov said. Before I joined the army, I often drove ox carts loaded with goods on this path. Ox carts. Pavlov snorted, slow and stinky. Yegorov, not every peasant can afford a horse, and we're no Cossacks. Wang Zhong, continue, are you sure we can get back to our lines this way? Of course. Leave it to me. But there's a problem, aren't we supposed to be in full retreat now? Wang Zhong was at a loss for words, he didn't know. Seeing Wang Zhong silent, Yegorov sighed, then it's dicey, not knowing how far back we'd have to retreat to encounter friendly forces. During the Civil War, I experienced such a massive defeat, collapsing over 1,000 miles at a time, stopping only when the enemy's logistics couldn't keep up and they couldn't pursue any further. Wang Zhong actually wanted to ask about the civil war, but it seemed to be common knowledge in this world, so it was awkward to bring it up. Just then, Captain Sergei burst into the room, saluted, and reported loudly, "The monks of the state religion have caught up." Pavlov was overjoyed at the news. "Great. There may be him monks." Wang Zhong's brows furrowed tightly. "Him monks? What the hell is that?" The new term made Wang Zhong frown. Previously, the prayer hand appeared to be a radio operator responsible for guiding missiles. Now what in the world was a him monk? However, judging by the reactions of the people around him, this seemed to be common knowledge, so Wang Zhong didn't dare to ask. They had just mentioned the tribunal, who knew if its duties included executing those possessed by strange otherworldly spirits. He had to behave like a person from this world and not give himself away. But Wang Zhong remembered that he had another question to ask, so he inquired, "Are Monk Yuka Nyako and his Divine Arrow squad among these monks?" Sergei hesitated. I didn't ask. Maybe you should ask the priest directly." Before he had finished speaking, a tall, brown-haired male entered the room, followed by a bunch of soldiers. Their military uniforms were cocky as well, but the style was different. If Wang Zhong were to describe it, his own group outfitted for combat wore training uniforms, while this group donned dress uniforms better suited for occasions with a strong sense of ceremony. The group entering wore shoulders adorned with sun-based motifs, which reminded Wang Zhong of the sun emblem on the cathedral roof at the Duke's headquarters. It seemed these men were the monks of the national religion. L.B//JNN. The first to enter, the brown-haired male, asked, "Who is the commander here?" He looked back and forth between Wang Zhong and Yegorov. Wang Zhong remembered that he and Yegorov were both lieutenant colonels, and he could only command Yegorov because of the trust from the Duke. Actually, there was no such trust, the Duke only had time to tell him to run fast. Not thinking much about it, Wang Zhong stepped forward and said, "I am. Duke Vladimir has entrusted me with the command of his troops." The brown-haired man frowned. "How come you're only a lieutenant colonel?" At this moment, a man behind him interjected sharply, "Did His Grace the Duke transfer command authority with a written order?" Wang Zhong turned to look at the speaker and saw a man wearing a greatcoat cap, which sported blue edging. "Judge, now is an emergency situation. To ensure the functioning of the command corps of the troops, we can spare the red tape." The brown-haired man turned to glare at the person who had interrupted their conversation. "Judge, it seemed these two were from the tribunal after all." The tribunal, the blue edging on the greatcoat caps. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, quietly shelving his thoughts, and silently noted down to be careful about what one says in the presence of someone with blue edging on their greatcoat cap. The blue-capped man bowed slightly. "Apologies, Bishop, sir." He then took a step back, scrutinizing Wang Zhong with eyes that appraised like one would value a live pig. Forcing himself not to pay attention to that gaze, Wang Zhong addressed the bishop. "I am Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, and I am the commander of these forces right now." Bishop Stepan Alexandrovich Polok saluted Wang Zhong. "My respects to you, brave count. I am Stepan Alexandrovich Polok. I have brought the last contingent of monks. We have some divine arrows left, which should be able to destroy quite a few of the enemy's tanks." "Wang Zhong, is it Monk Yuka Nyako's divine arrow squad?" Bishop Stepan seemed surprised. "You know Monk Yuka Nyako?" "Wang Zhong, I know their prayer hand Ludmila. She was originally one of my soldiers, my prayer hand, but our divine arrow squad has been wiped out, leaving only her without any divine arrows." Bishop Stepan, "I see. I will make sure Monk Yuka Nyako takes good care of Miss Prayer Hand." Could it be that the bishop has some strange misunderstanding? Wang Zhong was too lazy to correct it, considering one of the reasons he took action was to ensure Ludmila's survival. It would be good if she received special care. Wang Zhong was about to continue when he was interrupted by the bishop. "Bishop Stepan, we're going to counterattack the enemy, right?" For some reason, the bishop looked full of anticipation. Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment. This. Bishop Stepan clenched his fists. "We must show the Prussians our spirit, tell them our homeland of Anti will not be easily defeated." Wang Zhong's mouth hung open. Why were these people so eager to rush to their demise? "No, please, calm down." He snapped back into the conversation. "We're advancing because the enemy's defenses ahead are weak. They did not anticipate an attack. Our current position is the enemy's division headquarters, and this division is certainly in chaos. We can easily jump out from their encirclement." As Wang Zhong spoke, Bishop Stepan looked at him with a significant expression, as if viewing him as a problem. After Wang Zhong finished, Bishop Stepan raised his voice. "Jump out of the encirclement? Isn't this a counterattack?" "It is a counterattack, of course, it is. Look around." Wang Zhong spread his hands. "We've taken down the enemy's division headquarters. Isn't that a counterattack?" "Counterattacking and breaking through are not in conflict. We need to retreat to our next line of defense and then join the defensive operations." Bishop Stepan turned his head to exchange glances with the two judges. Wang Zhong always felt something was off about these three. When the bishop looked at Wang Zhong again, he asserted decisively, "This is desertion. Wang Zhong, it's a tactical retreat to preserve our forces for a better chance at annihilating the enemy." Bishop Stepan, "That sounds like an excuse." Wang Zhong, No, listen to me. If we hold on to the land but lose the people, we'll end up losing both. By preserving our forces and appropriately giving up some land, we can achieve victory and keep both the people and the land. That was the instructor's reasoning, which Wang Zhong directly borrowed for his argument. Bishop Stepan glared at Wang Zhong. This is unquestionably an act of treason? His Majesty has just issued an order. The land of the motherland is sacred and inviolable. Everyone must fight to the very last moment. Wang Zhong's scalp tingled. Fight to the very last moment? The motherland's land is sacred and inviolable? Damn it, I only learned the name of the country by looking at the enemy's map, and to me, it's just a name on a map. I am Chinese. And it's an order from His Majesty the Emperor. Damn it, I come from a country that has always advocated, when the king enfeebles himself through righteousness, who will dare to be unrighteous? Even the Emperor can't order me to go to my death? Wang Zhong, impossible. Launching a do-or-die attack under these circumstances would be a senseless waste of our living forces. We will counterattack, but that might be a year from now, or even 2, 3 years later. What we need to do now is to retreat, trade distance for time, and establish a new defensive line. Bishop Stepan glared at Wang Zhong, as if the appreciative expression that was there earlier never existed. Moments later, he darkly commanded, Judge Shapashnikov, arrest the Count. No, we're about to launch an assault, and probably no one will be able to escort the Count. We must enforce martial law, and for the crime of desertion execute him by firing squad. Now, immediately. Wang Zhong's head genuinely tingled. Did this idiot understand the consequences of executing a military officer on the battlefield? Huh? It seems I executed a deserter too. But the problem is, I'm not a deserter. The judge called Shapashnikov smiled as he opened his holster. At this moment, Wang Zhong was exceedingly nervous, with countless thoughts flashing through his head. Should I give Yegorov an order? If I command Yegorov to shoot these people down, will he listen? What if I order him to strafe these monks? What would the outcome be? Won't I still end up getting shot? Suddenly, he remembered something. Before the shells fell, Duke Vladimir was planning to evacuate Wang Zhong, that is, Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, because the Crown Prince made a phone call to the Duke's headquarters. It seems I do have connections above. At that moment, Shapashnikov drew his pistol. Yegorov immediately stepped in front of Wang Zhong, his right hand almost lifting the captured submachine gun. Wang Zhong restrained his gun, and declared loudly, Bishop Stepan, it seems you are not well informed about who I am. I am a dear friend of the Crown Prince, and if news of my execution reaches the Crown Prince's ears. Having said that, Wang Zhong then thought self-deprecatingly, what am I doing? Threatening someone about to nobly embrace death, how can this be effective? They're about to die, why would they care what the Crown Prince thinks? But Bishop Stepan clearly hesitated. So, this bastard didn't really want to die after all. That's what Wang Zhong initially thought, but then he noticed that Bishop Stepan glanced at Yegorov and the submachine gun in his hand. Did Stepan just fear Yegorov and his submachine gun? Just then, Bishop Stepan yielded, fine, but I will record everything, document who it is that wants to abandon our sacred land, defying the Emperor's orders. In that instant, Wang Zhong seriously considered whether to take advantage of the chaos in battle to shoot these bastards dead covertly, to avoid later trouble. After all, it was still uncertain just how solid his relationship with the Crown Prince was. Acting decisively now could prevent prolonged troubles. Moreover, Wang Zhong always felt a sense of discordance emanating from these three, especially the bishop, whose initial lavish praise and subsequent turn of face both seemed like an act in a play. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from the doorway, report. Wang Zhong turned his head, expecting Ludmila, but instead saw a strange girl with black hair braided in pigtails hanging behind her neck. I have just received a message from the Archsukov hymn choir. Capable troops are to head to Shepetovka immediately, where Duke Myshakin is organizing the defense. Wang Zhong had no idea where Archsukov was, nor did he know anything about Shepetovka, but he quickly countered, we can make it. This is the troop that has defeated the Prussian army, penetrating one of their division headquarters, with experience in combat and victory, which will surely benefit the defensive operations substantially. The bishop looked a tad disappointed. If that is the case, then there's no helping it. Organize the retreat, Count. Wang Zhong once again sized up the girl who had brought the orders, noticing that she seemed to have some Eastern descent, which made sense. If the anti-empire was an alternate dimension version of Tsarist Russia, it would likely have many Eastern people living within its borders. However, the girl's eyes weren't black, which considerably reduced the sense of Wang Zhong finding a familiar face in a foreign land. Upon closer inspection, the girl's black hair also wasn't purely black. Moreover, as if corresponding with the Eastern features, the girl's figure was drastically different from Ludmila's. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Of course, this was mainly because Ludmila was quite voluptuous. The nurse who had bandaged Wang Zhong before was also quite curvy. Perhaps the females among the anti-people tended to be fuller figured. Wang Zhong, are you a hymn monk? The girl looked at Wang Zhong with confusion, but after seeing his rank, she immediately stood at attention and saluted, Lieutenant Colonel, I am the last survivor of the Ronid hymn choir, hymn monk Sofang Batu Wenjisu. The name Batu Vindasu sounded very Mongolian. Surely, this girl had Eastern heritage. Wang Zhong, you said you're the last survivor. Yes, the church where the headquarters was located came under heavy artillery fire. The hymn choir was in a building next to it. I heard that this was what happened. I survived because I had been sent out with Monkyuk and Nyako's Divine Arrow Squad, she explained. Wang Zhong, I was at the scene when the shelling happened. His Grace was killed, and the entire staff of the headquarters and communications team were all wiped out. Your colleagues from the hymn choir must have been inside. A shadow fell across the girl's face, her long eyelashes drooped as she cast her gaze to the ground. I hope they went to heaven without any pain. As she spoke, the girl made a gesture in front of her chest. Wang Zhong had not paid attention when he saw people making the gesture before, thinking it was a cross, but now he realized it was not a cross at all, but an inverted triangle. It was a close call that he noticed, otherwise, making the sign of the cross later might have given him away. At that moment, Bishop Stepan stepped between Wang Zhong and the girl, asserting in a loud voice, "There's no time to lose, we must depart at once. Shepatovka is far from here. If we walked, it would take days, and that's if we could even arrive." Wang Zhong glared furiously at this man who had just been about to execute him and recalled the sense of discord he had previously felt about him about them. During World War II, at the start of Operation Barbarossa, Germany deployed a large number of fifth-column agents spies into the Soviet Union to sabotage and disrupt the actions of the Soviet military. Could these people be doing the same? Wang Zhong thought again about this man's wariness towards Yegorov's submachine gun. That reaction. It almost felt like he was treating Yegorov as an enemy on alert. At that moment, Wang Zhong had a stroke of inspiration, recalling a scene from the movie The Brest Fortress and decided to repeat what he saw. "I want to see the sole of your shoe. The soles of our country's shoes all have round anti-slip studs, but the Prussian studs are square. If you're an undercover spy, the shoes you're wearing might just be from the Prasen." In the movie, a Soviet officer used this tactic to bluff a German spy. In reality, there was no difference between the two sides' shoe studs. But thinking they had overlooked this detail, the German spy let his guard down and exposed a weakness, after which justice was swiftly served. Wang Zhong simply thought to give it a try. Bishop Stepan's face remained calm, and he said indifferently, "All right, look if you must. Afterward, I will also want to see your shoe studs." Then, he leaned on the table and lifted his foot for everyone to see the studs. Square. The bishop stiffened. Yegorov aimed his submachine gun at the bishop and demanded, "Explain yourself, Your Excellency." At that moment, him monk Sofang spoke up, "When you think about it, it's very strange. Bishop Stepan should be taller, but you do look a lot like him." The other monks also showed hesitation. Indeed, the bishop should be taller. "Wang Zhong, have you been with him the entire time?" "No, we were following the 3rd Amour group as ordered by you, the Count, serving as guides for the field hospital and the headquarters, Your Excellency. The bishop joined us midway, but he does indeed look exactly like the bishop." Wang Zhong also drew his gun. "That's because the Prasen people carefully selected someone for infiltration and destruction. And I guess he's also in disguise." "Someone, throw water on the bishop's face." Yegorov immediately untied his canteen and said, "This canteen of mine contains alcohol, which can remove waterproof makeup." After he finished speaking, he unscrewed the cap and took a swig, with the scent of alcohol wafting out the moment he opened it. Then Yegorov poured all the water from the canteen over Bishop Stepan's head. The first to dissolve were the eyebrows, with the black of the eyebrow pencil melting and running down the bishop's cheeks. Suddenly, Bishop Stepan grabbed something from the table and hurled it at Shapashnikov's gun. By then, Wang Zhong's gun was already drawn, and compared to the last time he executed deserters, his hand was much steadier this time. 2 shots rang out, and Bishop Stepan's movements slowed, his arms spread outward as he pitched forward. Yegorov clicked his tongue. No wonder they picked a fight like a pair of fools just now. Turns out he was a Prasen spy. Judge Shapashnikov said, "We discovered a Prasen spy before the war started. We were torturing him when the war broke out. Prasen bombers dropped their bombs. If not for that, we would certainly have destroyed the Prasen spy network in the city of Ronid. Nov. L.B//JNN. Wang Zhong had not forgotten the scene of the bishop exchanging glances with these judges. He spoke out loud, "Just now you also drew your gun on me. How can I trust that you are not another spy? Think about it, you don't even know that I have a close relationship with the crown prince. Suspicious, very suspicious." Wang Zhong turned to ask the other monks in the room, "Have these 2 judges been with you the whole time?" "No, they joined us together with the bishop," the monk said, backing away to clear the line of fire, making sure not to get caught in the crossfire when Yegorov swept the area with his gun. Only Sofang still stood at the doorway, cluelessly. Suddenly, Shapashnikov grabbed Sofang, using him as a human shield in front of himself. While the act of taking a hostage captured everyone's attention, the other judge drew a pistol that closely resembled a box cannon and aimed to shoot Wang Zhong. Although Sofang's upper body was restrained, his legs could still move. At the critical moment, he launched a kick, hitting the wrist of the second man precisely and sending the bullet flying, brushing past Wang Zhong's hat. Judge Shapashnikov pressed the gun against Sofang's forehead. "Stay put." Then he began to speak in Prasen. Yegorov opened fire, taking down the fake judge who was not holding a hostage with a short burst from his submachine gun. The spy holding Sofang hostage started shouting something in a panicked tone. Wang Zhong took a step forward and said, "Calm down, you won't escape. You'd better surrender." The spy burst into laughter. "Taking away the last hymn monk wouldn't be too bad. We know exactly how poor your country's wireless technology is." It seemed like the enemy was about to tear up the ticket. In a moment of quick thinking, Wang Zhong shouted, "Long live the Prasen Empire." The enemy, caught off guard, paused. In that brief moment, the gallant Yegorov had already rushed forward, using the barrel of his submachine gun to force the gun away from Sufang's temple, then fired point-blank at the enemy's head. The spy's head burst open, leaving a large gory hole, looking much like a watermelon that had been smashed open with a hammer for 40 cents. The battle ended before Wang Zhong even had time to react. Yegorov stepped forward, stepping on the fake judge's hand and bent down to feel his neck. Dead, Yegorov spat on the enemy's back after declaring, "You initiated this sneak attack after tearing up the non-aggression treaty, and then you play these dirty tricks. Wang Zhong, search their bodies, see if there are any valuable documents on them." How could there be? They are spies sent here to sabotage, so their documents and IDs are definitely forged. Despite his grumbling, Yegorov still nodded to the non-commissioned officers below him, signaling them to start searching the bodies. Wang Zhong then turned to Sophia. "You are a hymn monk?" Since Wang Zhong had never heard of the term hymn monk, he subconsciously asked again for confirmation. Sophia snapped to attention, reporting, "Yes, sir." Wang Zhong waved his hand. "Don't be so stiff, at ease. Can you contact a..." Originally, Wang Zhong wanted to mention the place name, but he had forgotten the long name that was the trouble with being transported to a Western-style world. The people's names and place names were all long. This was especially true in a setting reminiscent of Russia, which doubled the length. While Wang Zhong was blocked by the place name, he made a quick decision to switch to a bird's-eye view, zooming out to the farthest point, and then satisfyingly noticed a very large place name in the distance called Archsukov, which seemed to be a city. He assumed that must be where the anti-military region command was located, and he seemed to have some recollection of the name, so he decisively said, "Can you get in touch with the hymn choir in Archsukov?" Sophia, "Not now, Wang Zhong, how about later?" Perhaps the people of this time and space all knew what hymn monks were, so everyone in the room surprisingly looked at Wang Zhong. But Wang Zhong had no time to worry about that. He needed to understand the situation, right? Replacing the count who seemed to be useless, probably lacking in military knowledge, he should be able to bluff his way through. Sophia, as long as I have a simple altar and the necessary utensils, and time to conduct mass, I can make calls. But they may not always be heard, so I need to repeatedly call out. Wang Zhong, but you don't need to do anything to hear others' calls, correct? I need to concentrate, said Sophia. So it's best to have a peaceful environment. I heard the call while I was resting just now. Wang Zhong understood. He summed it up. Hymn monks were like human radios, requiring time to set up to receive messages, and sending messages was even more troublesome, requiring a stable rear position. Meaning, they couldn't make use of the hymn monk for the time being. Sophia looked at Wang Zhong. "Do you need me to do anything?" Wang Zhong, besides chanting hymns, what else can you do? N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. I can shoot, said Sophia confidently. My father was a hunter. He taught me to shoot roe deer when I was young. Wang Zhong turned to Yegorov. Give her a gun. She might be somewhat useful. His order was executed immediately. Wang Zhong, Yegorov, what's the situation with the troops? Restocking and resting. Also, I've dispatched scouts along the road to conduct reconnaissance. We should wait for their return. Upon hearing about the scouts, Wang Zhong immediately switched to a bird's-eye view, then thinking it wouldn't look right to just stand there spacing out. He switched back, walked to the map, put on a show of examining it, then switched back again. This way, to outsiders, he was intensely studying the map spacing out. But no one knew that he was actually spacing out, right? Wang Zhong confirmed what he could see in his current field of vision. From his bird's-eye view, it really felt like playing a real-time strategy game. The area outside his vision was covered in a layer of fog of war, only dim buildings and terrain visible, shrouded in a veil of gray. The areas within his field of vision were colored and much brighter. Wang Zhong quickly discovered several independent vision areas around the main force, and upon closer inspection, indeed they belonged to the reconnaissance troops dispatched by Yegorov. In other words, the mechanism of my cheat allows me to gain the vision of the entire unit as long as I can speak with the leaders of the subordinate units. Not far from the main force of the 3rd Amur group, heading eastward, a small path diverged from the main road, flanked on both sides by birch forests, though Wang Zhong couldn't recognize the birches. He had only ever seen them bare of leaves in winter in a music video, never this lush and verdant type. But Golden Finger came with a guide that floated the words birch forest above the trees. Why does Golden Finger insist on telling Wang Zhong these are birch trees? Perhaps because in this world, 2 lovers also carved their names in a birch forest? Wang Zhong brushed aside these irrelevant thoughts and observed the advancing scouts, who had somehow acquired horses and were now galloping along the pathway without encountering any Prussians. Meanwhile, on the eastern highway, the scouts hadn't gone far before they came upon a Prussian supply station, which seemed hastily guarded, with only a few guards present. Machine guns were mounted at the checkpoint, but the 2 gunners stood by their weapons drinking coffee. Clearly, the enemy had not anticipated an attack on this supply station. A group of enemy soldiers, even without weapons, were busy constructing sentry posts and vehicle barriers. Inside the supply station, there were plenty of trucks. Wang Zhong, Yegorov, assemble the troops. The voice of Yegorov sounded surprised. Now? We should wait for the scouts to return with their report. Wang Zhong, we're moving east too. As he spoke, he switched back to his own perspective, then realized that the map in front of him still hadn't marked the supply station. Damn it, how do I explain to people how I knew the supply station was there? The next moment, Wang Zhong had an idea, and he said to Yegorov, the Prussians are very rigid in warfare. They must have constructed supply stations at the rear. I guess it should be here. He picked up the compass beside the map and stuck its point where he had seen the supply station. Wang Zhong, the enemy certainly thinks our target is their army group command, so the supply station is likely to be poorly defended. Staff Officer Pavlov frowned. Is this your conjecture? No, I saw it with my cheat. Wang Zhong, with a stern face, yes. In battle, you must make decisions on the fly. There's no time to argue with you. Yegorov, gather the troops. Yegorov saluted and went out. Pavlov still looked puzzled. What's the point of attacking a supply station? Wang Zhong, to commandeer vehicles. Dreaming of outrunning the enemy on foot is foolish. We need to escape using the enemy's trucks. The frontline enemy units might not have that many trucks, but their supply stations definitely for transporting supplies. Blow up the supplies, and the trucks can transport troops. Pavlov kept shaking his head. No, this goes against all military common sense. Such a ridiculous combat plan would score a 0. Wang Zhong sternly replied, this is a battlefield, not a test. Sufang, he's right. Wang Zhong looked at Sufang quizzically. Why are you still here? Sufang, the hymn monk should be with the highest-ranking commander on site, that's what the manual says. Wang Zhong curled his lip and glanced subconsciously at Sufang's chest, then he remembered Ludmila's fullness. He had a question and asked, Monk, are most of them women? Sufang, about half and half, but compared to the military, there are indeed more women. Why do you ask? Before Wang Zhong could answer, Yegorov came in. The troops are on the move, we should go too. Leave a liaison officer to tell the field hospital and logistics units following us where we are going, Wang Zhong said. Yegorov, I have already arranged it. Wang Zhong nodded, then strode out the door. Outside, he turned around and added, bring all the maps, and the documents too. Get on our jeep. It wasn't that Wang Zhong didn't want to walk with the soldiers, mainly, he would get dizzy when he walked with this perspective. Although riding in a vehicle could also make him dizzy, it happened more slowly, and he could monitor the overall situation from a bird's eye view for a longer period. N/O/vel/B/N.C//OM. Upon stepping outside, Wang Zhong saw that Captain Sergei was already waiting in the jeep. You're pretty quick with your actions. Sergei cracked a wry smile. If I sit in the car, no one will see my trousers. So that was the reason. Wang Zhong got into the car and turned to Yegorov, saying, you get in too. Yegorov replied, I need to be where the messengers can find me. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue. Take an anti-army flag and tie it to the car. Tell the messenger corps commander to look for the jeep with the army flag. As they spoke, Yegorov's guard had already fetched a flag, promptly inserting it at an angle on the rear of the vehicle and securing it tightly with a few turns of a strap. The base color of the flag was white, layered with a blue X cross in the middle, and at the top, the pattern was a double-headed eagle. My goodness, the St. Andrew's cross flag combined with the double-headed eagle emblem, that's quite bold. Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong with suspicion. Why must you bring me along? Of course, because I can have the troops' view by communicating with you? Wang Zhong reasoned that if he just drove away, he would immediately lose sight of the 3rd detachment of the Amur group. Therefore, Yegorov had to get into the vehicle. But he couldn't disclose that reason, so Wang Zhong began to make up an excuse. As a commander, of course, you need to be at the very front of the troops at all times, to personally inspect the terrain where battles may occur. Sergei looked at Wang Zhong sideways, as if he had much to say. Indeed, a newbie who had just wet his pants, now suddenly so brave and even keen to scout out the front, anyone would find it strange. Yegorov clicked his tongue. That doesn't sound like something a noble lord would say. The noble lords never go to the front lines, they only draw lines on maps. I experienced that during the Civil War. Wang Zhong replied, I'm not quite the same as others. It was only because there was no one present who knew the original count that he could bluff so audaciously. Just as he thought that, Sufang spoke up, that's not right. I heard that Count Rakasov was a frivolous scoundrel who always looked down on the commoners and only came to the troops to get a military uniform so he could go back to St. Yekaterina fortress and brag to the noble ladies. They also say that the count never appears on the training grounds, not even for the morning drills. Wang Zhong broke out into a cold sweat and could only parry with, that was then, I've metamorphosed. I mean, bombarded into transformation by the Prasen artillery. Sufang looked at Wang Zhong, really? You do seem quite different from the rumors, you're not frivolous at all. Wang Zhong interjected, I must remind you, I am your superior officer, the commander of this unit. Ah, Sufang exclaimed, indeed, I shouldn't speak ill of you. At this point, Yegorov had already gotten into the car and looked at his staff officer Pavlov, saying, you'd better not come with us. In case we're strafed by an enemy plane and killed, we'll still have you to command the troops. Pavlov nodded. At that moment, Yegorov's guard moved to get on the jeep, but Sufang beat him to the punch and slipped into the rear of the vehicle first. The guard questioned, is there enough room? Wang Zhong declared, we don't need a guard, you stay with Staff Officer Pavlov. Having the bird's eye view and the whole army's perspective indeed made it harder to encounter enemies. Wang Zhong and Ludmila could have crossed back to their own lines without firing a single shot if they hadn't been spotted by the enemy while fleeing through the city, or if the military jeep hadn't chased after them from behind. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, and Captain Sergei immediately understood, releasing the clutch, engaging the gear, and stepping on the gas. The captured jeep roared as it shot forward. The Amur group had already begun moving out, and the jeep drove past the troops heading west. Wang Zhong had just slapped his head when he realized the army flag he'd planted on the jeep was having a good effect. Seeing the flag charging ahead first, with Colonel Yegorov sitting in the vehicle, the troops' morale soared, and they began to shout Yura. The cry of Yura suddenly spread throughout the entire column, and everyone looked at the jeep charging ahead with fervent eyes. Amidst the chants of Yura, a booming voice shouted, Yegorov, lead us in thrashing those damn Prussians. Yegorov shouted, remember, our commander is the great Count Rakasov. It is the Count's orders that have brought us such great success. Although Wang Zhong was in a bird's-eye view, his hearing was unaffected, and he heard Yegorov's words loud and clear. At the same time, he also clearly heard that the cheering of Yura stopped abruptly after Yegorov had shouted. It seemed that Count Rakasov had already gained an infamous reputation among the soldiers. Wang Zhong switched back to the original perspective just in time to hear Yegorov shout, what are you doing? Don't stop cheering? Look, the Count is right here, charging ahead with me. Yegorov. Wang Zhong spoke up, let everyone sing a song, something they like, something that can boost morale. Yegorov was in a fix, a song both you and everyone likes, I'm afraid there isn't one. Wang Zhong frowned, what about a military song? No one likes military songs, Yegorov said frankly, what the soldiers like are, well, rather crude things. Wang Zhong insisted, then let's have something crude. Yegorov agreed, all right. Petrov, you start, sing The Girl from the Neighboring Village. The Girl from the Neighboring Village? That didn't sound like a proper song at all. Singing such a song at this time, wouldn't it actually undermine morale? Or should I recite a segment from War General of the Three Kingdoms? At that moment, Sophia suddenly started singing. As soon as Wang Zhong heard the tune, a chill ran down his spine. Wasn't this Katyusha? Legend had it that during World War II, when the Germans played Katyusha on a phonograph on their position, the Soviets heard it and became so enraged that they mounted a charge, took over the position, and captured the phonograph, with all the German soldiers there being gunned down. Sophia sang, it was the perfect time when the pear blossoms were in full bloom. It really was Katyusha. After Sophia sang the first verse in soprano, the soldiers marching seemed to have agreed upon it, joining in unison, singing the chorus together. Katyusha stood on the steep bank. Her song was like the bright spring sunshine. Katyusha stood on the steep bank. Her song was like the bright spring sunshine. With the song, even Wang Zhong could feel the rising morale. By this point, the jeep had overtaken the very front of the column, becoming a true pathfinder. Wang Zhong directed, there's a slope ahead, drive up it. I want to have a look at the terrain. After the jeep climbed to the top of the hill, Wang Zhong said to Yegorov, stand in a conspicuous place. Sufang, unfurl the banner, and make sure others can see clearly that it's our army flag. Sufang looked bewildered, as if she didn't understand why Wang Zhong was emphasizing the army flag so much, but she still unfurled the flag. Wang Zhong jumped out of the car and, holding a pair of binoculars, came up beside Yegorov. He raised the binoculars to look into the distance.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Atop the hill, he could barely make out the enemy's supply station, but even at the highest magnification on his binoculars, the view wasn't clear. That wasn't a problem for him though, a simple switch, and everything became crystal clear. However, Wang Zhong's attention wasn't on the supply station, but rather on a moving patch of terrain not far from the hill they were on. It was the reconnaissance soldiers retreating after surveying the supply station. Wang Zhong's orders to unfurl the flag and have Yegorov stand in a clear place were all to avoid being mistaken by the recon squad for a senior Prasen officer coming to inspect. Dying at the hands of one's own army was the most valueless death in this war. The reconnaissance squad should have been able to see the army flag by now. Wang Zhong switched back to normal vision and patted Yegorov on the shoulder. The scouts are back, go greet them. Yegorov, also holding binoculars, looked puzzled when he heard Wang Zhong's words. He glanced at the distance and then at the binoculars. You saw the scout team. I saw them, from a god's perspective. All Wang Zhong could do was fob him off. Their camouflaging skills need to improve. Yegorov's brows twisted as if he were trying to unravel a knot, and at that moment, a large figure emerged from the forest in front, holding a Prasen standard submachine gun. Freeze, hands up. Yegorov, Grigory, put the gun down. The towering man raised his eyebrows in scrutiny, recognizing Yegorov's face before lowering the gun. What's going on? How did you come to be here? Yegorov, forward reconnaissance. Also, just now the Count noticed you from hundreds of meters away and criticized your disguise. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. He had only made up a casual excuse, not expecting Yegorov to take it seriously. The man called Grigory muttered, Count? Which Count? He examined Wang Zhong closely. Don't recognize him, aren't we under the command of the Duke? Wang Zhong, the Duke perished under the enemy's naval bombardment. Now I'm in command of you. Report on the reconnaissance. Grigory, the Prasen bastards were completely off guard. We got close to a couple of edge sentries, and they didn't detect a thing. Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view, but found the supply station enshrouded in the fog of war. It seemed he had to lift the binoculars to his eyes to dispel the mist of distance. He switched back to normal vision, preparing to lift the binoculars, but saw several anti-army soldiers crawl out from the underbrush and stand behind Grigori. With an expectant look, Grigori waited, and so Wang Zhong asked, "Did you bring in the 2 sentries?" "No, we wanted to interrogate them, but they tried to shout, so we slit their throats." Grigori gestured across his neck, indicating that this gesture seems to be universally understood across multiple universes. Wang Zhong nodded, then lifted the binoculars and switched views again. This time, the enemy supply station lit up. Indeed, it was still in that peaceful year's state, and no one seemed to have noticed the anti-army flag on the hill. Wang Zhong put down the binoculars and turned back to Sufang. "Roll up the army flag, no need to keep it displayed." He turned to Yegorov. "We're planning a surprise attack on this supply station. Should we have our troops stop on the reverse slope behind the hill, gather 100 experienced veterans, and concentrate as many submachine guns and hand grenades as possible into their hands?" Yegorov nodded vigorously and immediately turned to give orders, while Wang Zhong looked at Grigori. "Are you the reconnaissance team leader?" "Yes, Colonel, my lord Count." Wang Zhong, "After the assault team assembles, you will lead them in attacking the supply station. Do you feel confident?" Grigori smiled. 100 men is too many. It's easy for the enemy to detect us. 10 men armed with submachine guns and grenades would suffice. I have 5 men here, with 2 submachine guns. If you can find me another 5 men, 8 submachine guns will be enough. Wang Zhong, what if I say you can't damage the vehicles and fuel? We need the enemy's vehicles for our retreat. Grigori, retreat? I thought we were going to keep attacking, to wreak havoc on the enemy. Wang Zhong, no, we can go to our deaths, but we must die with more value. In this situation, if our small force continues to attack, it's like soap bubbles under the sun, vanishing instantly without any impact on the overall situation. Grigori, but to launch an attack just for the sake of retreating. I bet your staff officer screamed at that. Wang Zhong, all my staff have died. Just then, as Yegorov came back having finished giving orders, he chimed in. Staff officer Pavlov did indeed let out a scream. He paused, his face turning stern. I request to lead this assault team. Wang Zhong, no. It wasn't that Wang Zhong was sparing of his talents, rather, Yegorov could open the field of vision at his side. If Yegorov bit the dust, command would go by default to Pavlov in the rear, and Wang Zhong would be limited to what he could see, significantly reducing his awareness of the battlefield situation. Yegorov's brow furrowed in preparation to protest, but Grigori spoke up. The battalion commander just wants to kill the enemy with his own hands. Actually, I, being more familiar with the terrain, would do the job better than him. My lord Count, I advise against the change. Wang Zhong, Yegorov, stay here. Yegorov was indignant. Suddenly recalling the question Wang Zhong had just posed, he demanded, you haven't answered the Count's question from earlier? Is it possible not to destroy the vehicles and fuel? Yes, but it will take a bit longer, considering we can no longer use explosives. We'll need to stealthily take out a few sentries and get our people into positions where they can wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. It's not a big problem, Grigori confidently explained. Wang Zhong, all right, I'll give you 10 men, all selected from veterans with experience in the Winter War or the Civil War. By this time, Yegorov's orders had been carried out to the letter. A group of soldiers, brandishing submachine guns, ascended to the mountaintop. The captain leading them saluted and reported, Sir, we don't have that many submachine guns, mainly because our casualties have been too severe, and many of the non-commissioned officers who carried them are dead. Yegorov, there's been a change of plans. Sergeant Major Grigori only needs 10 submachine guns now, and also 5 people with stuffed homes. Whoever is willing to take on this mission, step forward. The group of men who had climbed the mountain were volunteers to begin with. Upon hearing his words, they unanimously took a step forward. Wang Zhong said to Sergeant Major Grigori, you pick the men yourself. Same for the guns. You have 10 minutes, then set off. 5 minutes will do, said Grigori before walking over to the volunteers. A sergeant took the initiative to speak up. I'll go, Corporal Grigori. Grigori? I thought you were dead, kid. Wang Zhong looked at Grigori's military rank, puzzled. Corporal. When this guy was in basic training, I was a corporal, said Sergeant Major Grigori. Just then, a young lance corporal called out, Sergeant Major, I'll go. Not you, Grigori shook his head, you're not married yet. You need to keep your life. It seemed as if to preempt further volunteers, Grigori swiftly picked the remaining men. That's enough, the rest of you disperse. Go back to your homes. Wang Zhong, no, the rest will be the second echelon. If Grigori, you can't take it down, they go in. If you succeed in capturing the depot, fire a signal flare. Give him a signal pistol. Taking the signal pistol, Grigori gestured grandly to the assault team he had selected. Grab your weapons, fast. At that moment, an original member of Grigori's scouting team asked, what about us, Sergeant Major? Petrov, you stay back. We need someone familiar with the situation to lead the second echelon. The rest of you, follow me. Also, leave all the grenades. The Count is worried about setting off the fuel and ammunition inside, so we can't use them. Just unload them to lighten our load and move fast. Don't carry too much ammo either, just 2 magazines each. If we can't take them down with 2 magazines, more probably won't help. As he spoke, Grigori tossed his grenade pouch on the ground and pulled 2 magazines from his ammo carrier to hand to a soldier nearby. Following that, Grigori swiftly led his light-equipped force into the bushes. Wang Zhong stood on the mountaintop and once again struck the pose of lifting his binoculars. Cut to the bird's-eye view. He could clearly see the movements of Grigori's separate unit, which, aside from not being under his control, was just like a real-time strategy game. He watched Grigori's squad move towards the depot and soon felt a soreness in his arm. Well, holding up an arm for too long does cause it to ache. He had no choice but to put down the binoculars, and as a result, the lit area of his bird's-eye view shrank abruptly. Nonetheless, he could see the field of view for Grigori's squad moving towards the enemy. Wang Zhong waited patiently. To those around Wang Zhong, he appeared to be gazing off into the distance in a daze. Sitting in the back of the jeep, Sophia looked at Wang Zhong, puzzled. She couldn't help but nudge Sergei, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Captain, does the Count often stare off into the distance like this? Sergei, I don't know. Before today, I had only seen him at balls. Sergei trailed off. Sophia, what about him? Sergei deliberated for a moment and spoke in a hushed voice, he's uneducated. The Duchess really dislikes him, saying he's like a monkey in heat, only capable of speaking monkey talk. After a second's hesitation, Sergei added, today he wet himself on the battlefield and then forcibly took my trousers to wear. Sophia was shocked, what? But when the monk regiment and I were looking for you guys, all I heard was praise, saying the Count commanded effectively and caught the enemy by surprise. Ludmila from the Divine Arrow Squad even said he was very brave, leading just the two of them through enemy territory and saved her life. Sergei spread his hands, maybe. That's the complexity of people. Wang Zhong didn't hear Sergei speaking ill of him, nor did he hear the news about Ludmila that he was so eager to know about. His attention was entirely on the stealth squad. The squad spread out completely. With the aid of his external device, Wang Zhong could see everyone's name and rank, which reminded him of a war game he had played called Warrior of War, except that he couldn't inspect their equipment. However, unlike Warrior of War, where he could take control of a single soldier, Wang Zhong couldn't do that. He could only watch the soldiers advance. Grigori led 3 men, sneaking into the depot from the location where they had taken out the 2 sentries earlier, and then headed straight for the fuel storage. Next to the fuel, 2 Prussians seemed to be counting the inventory. Grigori charged forward, taking advantage of the enemy looking down at their list to end one with a dagger. The other had just time to look up before a dagger pierced his throat. Grigori then sent 1 man to check the fuel area for any overlooked enemies, and with the remaining 2, used the cover of trucks to approach a group of Prussian devils chatting together. At that moment, the second group also moved, targeting the sentry by the machine gun. The sentry was killed and dragged into the bushes before he could even cry out. This group then made their way to the people by the machine gun and the guardhouse, readying their submachine guns. The third group circled to the only wooden house at the corner of the fuel depot. That was when Wang Zhong suddenly noticed something. The enemy used to be highlighted in his overhead view, but now they weren't. He thought about it and considered a possibility. Switching back to normal vision, he lifted his binoculars. After switching back to the overhead view, the enemies were highlighted again. Damn it, the enemies would only be highlighted if I could see them myself. Not only that, enemies previously not displayed inside the wooden house were now visible too, probably because there were windows. Golden Finger assumed Wang Zhong could see inside through the windows, so it highlighted the enemies. Wang Zhong could already imagine himself sitting in a jeep, charging at the front lines in the future, brainlessly highlighting enemies, even those inside buildings. If the enemy constructed bunkers in the future, a glance from Wang Zhong would highlight the machine gunners inside. All hidden bunkers would be nowhere to hide. Wait a minute, wasn't this ability particularly suited for a tank commander? By sticking his head out of the turret, he could light up all the enemies. Unfortunately, Wang Zhong didn't have a single tank in his possession at the moment. As Wang Zhong was lost in thought, the battle erupted. Grigori, the sergeant first class, was the first to strike, spraying a barrage of bullets at the enemies who were gathered together, idly chatting. The Prussians were caught off guard and, clearly being second-line troops equipped with bolt-action rifles, didn't stand a chance in such close-quarter combat against submachine guns. The noise of gunfire caused the Prussians at the entrance to turn around, completely unprepared for the anti-soldiers who suddenly emerged from behind them. A burst from a submachine gun spun 2 Prussians by the machine gun to the ground. The guards at the guardhouse managed to scatter and 3 survived, but their weapons were placed far away. One of the Prussians wielding a shovel charged forward, only to be taken down by the second submachine gunner. On the house side, a scout kicked open the door and sprayed bullets inside, killing the officers and service soldiers immediately. However, the attacking paratroopers were apparently too excited, and ran out of bullets quickly. As one was changing his magazine, an enemy emerged from the toilet, shouting and stabbing him with a bayonet. The paratrooper slumped and was pushed out of the doorway, at which point another paratrooper at the window opened fire, taking the Prussian down. The fight ended relatively cleanly. Grigori rushed to the wounded comrade, but from Wang Zhong's perspective, he could tell that the man was dead. When Wang Zhong had previously ordered the 3rd Battalion of the Amur group to attack, quite a few men must have died, though he didn't see it. Now, having witnessed a soldier sacrifice his life following his command, Wang Zhong was filled with mixed emotions. Coming from a peaceful era, he might need some time to get used to the job of sending others to their death. But Grigori seemed accustomed to the death of his comrades. He just felt the fallen paratrooper's neck, then tore off his dog tags, stood up, took out a signal pistol, and fired a red flare hunger signal into the sky. Wang Zhong switched back to normal vision. Yegorov, have the troops advance, take over the depot, and seize the trucks. After speaking, Wang Zhong got into the jeep. Captain Sergei asked, to the depot. No, wait until Yegorov has issued the orders, said Wang Zhong. To ensure his field of vision wasn't deprived, Yegorov had to stay with him. If they managed to get their hands on field telephones in the future, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, the Prussian spy had said that the anti-Empire's radio technology was relatively poor, and indeed, Wang Zhong hadn't seen a single field telephone since he had been there. The enemy seemed not to have such devices either. Yegorov quickly finished issuing his instructions. Turning around, he found Wang Zhong looking at him and asked, should I continue to follow? Wang Zhong, yes, come on up. Yegorov climbed into the car with a look of reluctance. At this time, the 3rd Rear Amur Group's vanguard had already started up the mountain from behind the reverse slope. Wang Zhong, let's go. Sergei stepped on the gas, and the vehicle charged forward like a bull that had been waiting to fight. The wind that met them unfurled the flag on the car. A private of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, Ashmai, asked the sergeant walking beside him, Sergeant, did the Count really piss himself? His usual practice of leading the charge doesn't seem like that of a coward. The sergeant glanced at the distant flag and clicked his tongue. The battlefield is a place where people can transform. Maybe after he pissed himself, he became brave. At that moment, a private walking in front interjected, on the battlefield, demons choose their champions. My neighbor was a gentle and kind man before the Civil War. After he returned, he changed, and in summer, the temperature around him would drop several degrees for no reason. The village priest said he might be possessed and even conducted an exorcism ceremony. The corporal jumped in shock. Then isn't that bad for us? What do you know? A person who is possessed keeps winning battles. 200 years ago, Suvorov was possessed. It is said that he killed 200 Carolingian heavy cavalrymen all by himself. While saying this, the private rubbed his nose. Just you watch. I think the Count is going to rise high into the clouds. Following him, our casualties will definitely be fewer than other units. Think about it. We have already left the encirclement, while our brother units are still fighting to the death inside it. The corporal uttered an "oh" in response. At this time the sergeant said, don't think too much, we're just ordinary soldiers. As long as we survive, everything will be fine. You're almost through the first day, rookie, be happy. The young corporal nodded his head. Sergei drove the car all the way to the station and parked it in front of the little wooden house. Wang Zhong got out of the car and surveyed the house. This looks like a farmhouse. What happened to the people who lived here? The house was rather large and even had an attic, big enough for a large family. Grigory had a grim expression and did not reply. Sophia said, they probably fled because of the war. Many people have run away since the fighting started. Finally, Grigory spoke, no, this family didn't leave n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wang Zhong had a bad premonition but still suppressed the feeling and asked, then where are they now? Grigory dropped a follow me and turned toward the backyard. Wang Zhong caught up with Grigory, and Yegorov and Sophia also got out of the car to follow. Captain Sergei stayed in the car as if his behind were glued to the driver's seat. I'll just stay here and watch the car. Grigory led Wang Zhong into the backyard towards a small wooden hut. The hut emitted a strong odor that reminded Wang Zhong of when he was a child visiting his hometown back then. The rural areas in the north still used outhouses, and the stench was the same when you got close to one. The foul stench and swamp gas combined into a nauseating smell. His ominous premonition grew stronger. Grigory opened the door, then stepped aside. The owners of this house are here, have a look for yourself. Wang Zhong pinched his nose and took a step forward, only to see an entire family, from old to young, all in the latrine, with traces of bayonet wounds on their bodies. 2 adult females had even been stripped of their clothes. Upon seeing what was in the pit, Sophia turned around and ran to the side of the house, holding onto the wall as she vomited violently. Wang Zhong clenched his fists in silence. Because of recent history, Chinese people naturally abhor such acts of massacring civilians, and Wang Zhong felt the same. Before he traveled through time, when he saw a photo of a certain entity bombing a hospital, he was filled with rage, itching with hatred. And now, the feeling was the same. Before Wang Zhong could express his emotions, Yegorov punched the wooden wall of the outhouse, shattering the planks and bruises appearing on his fist at a visibly fast rate. Those damn Prasen bastards. Wang Zhong patted Yegorov's shoulder. One day, we will bring the war to their shores. Just wait and see, one day. Even Wang Zhong hadn't realized that at this moment, his goal in this world had shifted slightly. Of course, for the moment, it was just a slight, negligible shift. Wang Zhong took a couple of deep breaths before he finally loosened the tight grip of his fists and said to Yegorov, have them buried. Yegorov replied, digging graves will take time, and we could come into contact with the following Prasen army at any moment. My suggestion is to blow up the latrine. After we take the fuel, we're going to demolish this entire station anyway. Just add a few more explosives. Wang Zhong nodded, let's do that. After saying this, Wang Zhong didn't want to see the tragic sight again and turned to leave, when Sufeng asked, is that a child? Wang Zhong turned back once more, following Sufeng's gaze, and indeed saw a small figure. Yegorov cursed, those bastards, they drowned him in the shit. Wang Zhong couldn't bear to look any longer and turned away from the latrine, entered the cabin through the back door leading from the yard, and headed straight for the map on the table. Unlike the map seized from the earlier Prasen Division headquarters, this one did not show the positions of combat troops but was marked with supply lines, stations, and transport units. For a moment, Wang Zhong considered following this map to disrupt the enemy's supply lines, which could potentially throw them into great chaos. But in the end, the urge to survive prevailed. Wang Zhong ordered, "Pack up the map and documents, they might be useful later. Have the troops board the vehicles, and engineers, arrange the explosives as quickly as possible." Suddenly, Wang Zhong remembered something and wondered if there would be enough soldiers who knew how to drive, so he asked, "Can we find enough drivers? Most people have driven tractors back home, and others were part of the local transport teams in their villages." "No problem," explained Yegorov. Wang Zhong nodded. At that moment, Pavlov rushed in, gasping for breath, but without pausing to catch his breath, he said, "Are we really going to make a run for it in cars? The roads must be full of Prussians by now." "The branch road we're taking doesn't have any," Wang Zhong answered. "No cars now, but eventually, we'll have to join the main road, and it'll definitely be swarming with Prussians." Pavlov was right. Although the 3rd Rear Amur group had found a gap, being in enemy territory, it wouldn't be surprising to encounter the enemy at any time if they traveled along the road. Given the limited strength of the 3rd Rear Amur group, it seemed they would be quickly wiped out. Wang Zhong paced a few steps inside the cabin and suddenly noticed the slanting sun outside the window. He immediately looked at his watch and was surprised to discover that it was already 7 in the evening. The sun had not yet set at 7, which indicated that they were at a considerably high latitude, and it was also summertime. Having had no experience of living north of the Yangtze River before his journey through time, Wang Zhong didn't know when the sun set in the northern summers, so he asked Yegorov, "How long until it gets dark?" Yegorov also checked his watch and said, "Sunset is in an hour, and it will be completely dark around 8:30. After a brief moment of deliberation, Wang Zhong commanded, "Set up a simple defense, we'll wait here for the logistics troops and the field hospital to follow. The logistics unit has more drivers, and we can drive away more trucks." Yegorov countered, "But wouldn't that make us even more vulnerable on the road?" Wang Zhong smiled slightly, "We are driving Prasen military vehicles with Prasen crosses on the outside. We'll turn on the lights at night, and they'll think we are one of their own." Having heard the tales of volunteers using vehicle lights at night to deceive the American forces, Wang Zhong decided to put it into practice himself. Pavlov protested loudly, "What if we get caught? Then we're done for." Wang Zhong retorted, "I will be in the first vehicle leading the way. If we're done for, I'll die first." After saying that, he regretted it. He had meant to prioritize his own survival, but impulsively, he had shown off. He could only hope that the enemy would be really that negligent. Thinking it over again, Wang Zhong felt unsure, so he added, "Also, assign someone brave who speaks Prasen with me in the first vehicle. He will handle any inspection by the Prussians." Pavlov raised an eyebrow, "Can't you do it?" Wang Zhong replied, "Should I be able to?" "No, you are a lord after all. Are nobles of this era expected to speak Prasen?" At that moment, Sufeng said, "I can speak Prasen. I'll ride in the same vehicle as Lord Rakasov and take the lead." Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Even if there was trouble, at least he would face death alongside a beautiful woman. He told Yegorov, "You ride in the first vehicle too, bring along Grigory and their sabotage team, all armed with submachine guns. If any real trouble arises, we can still catch the Prasen bastards off guard." "Great." Yegorov laughed, seemingly very fond of taking the lead in a charge. At the same time, Lord von Dietrich was pacing back and forth in his own headquarters. "What's going on? Why hasn't the attack come? Has the scouting squad from the 54th Division arrived yet?" The communications staff officer replied, "Not yet, sir. We've been maintaining radio contact with them continuously, but their jeep broke down, and the road conditions in the combat zone are atrocious." Dietrich asked, "What about the armored units? Have we made contact?" "We've made contact with a company commander at the front," the staff officer said. "He has lost contact with the armored platoon assigned to the 54th Division. It could simply be a radio failure in the platoon command vehicle, of course." Dietrich sneered. An armored platoon out of contact, plus the thick smoke from the heavy artillery bombardment, and the enemy has launched a localized counterattack. These anti-people are prepared for a fight to the bitter end. But we've been waiting so long, where are they? Saying that, Dietrich moved to the window of the stone manor that served as the headquarters, looking out at the 4 tanks of the headquarters direct tank platoon on alert in the garden. The armored troops were ready for action, with their vehicles' engines running. But the attackers were late. Dietrich demanded, "Call the Air Force, I want air support." "Lord, sir," the chief of staff spoke up, "it will be dark in an hour, and even if the Air Force mobilizes and arrives, they won't be able to see anything." Lord muttered a curse and continued pacing the room. At that moment, an explosion suddenly came from the distance. N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. He rushed to the window to look in the direction of the sound and saw a ball of orange fire rising from the ground. The chief of staff also leaned over, recognizing the location of the rising fireball at a glance. "Looks like the forward supply depot has blown up. An Ant-Air Force bombing? But there's no sound of engines." Dietrich roared, "Idiots! The enemy we've been searching for is there. Damn it, the threats on the radio were a feint, a diversion? Deploy the troops immediately. The chief of staff said, the reserves are stuck on the road, remember? Right now, the only forces we have on hand that can be deployed immediately are the Army Group's air defense and reconnaissance units. Should we send them? Dietrich swore, no, this is the enemy's all-out counterattack. Sending so few troops might lead them into a trap. Tell the reserves to hurry. Wang Zhong glanced behind him when he heard the explosion. Wow, that's quite dramatic. His vehicle was at the very front of the column, and the bombs, set with timed fuses by the engineers, had exploded after the entire convoy had set out. So now he was at least a kilometer away from the supply depot, but the fireball created by the explosion still looked impressively huge. It was almost like a nuclear explosion. Although Wang Zhong had only seen images of nuclear explosions in documentaries. At that moment, Captain Sergei, who was driving, said, "Why does it have to be me driving this first vehicle? Can't you find someone else?" Wang Zhong replied, "This is me trusting you." Actually, it was because Sergei, as a nobleman, spoke both Prasen and Carolingian. Sergei cursed, "Damn it, what kind of suicidal orders are these? Driving with the headlights on a main road. We're definitely going to be spotted and then riddled with submachine gun fire." Sufang said, "Even I, a girl, am not afraid. Why are you so scared?" At that moment, Sufang was squeezed into the same spot as Wang Zhong. The girl was flat in front but had a big backside, which squeezed Wang Zhong right up against the side of the driving cabin, next to the door. In another context, Wang Zhong might have enjoyed it, but right now he had switched to an overhead, bird's-eye view and wasn't in the least concerned with these things. Wang Zhong had another reason for going first, to use Golden Finger's highlighting function. Enemy soldiers within his line of sight would be directly highlighted. This way, Wang Zhong could be warned of the enemy from distances of 2 kilometers or more. At that moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and the average person might have a visual range of 500 or 600 meters. Anything further would be pitch black and invisible. But Wang Zhong's Golden Finger vision wasn't much different from daylight. He thought the Golden Finger could be very useful in night battles, too. Just then, Wang Zhong heard Yegorov's voice, "Turn left at the large white poplar ahead, and you'll be on the small road." Wang Zhong spotted the large white poplar and the left turn onto the small road, which extended northeastward, flanked by thickets on both sides. There wasn't a single Prasen person on the road. After driving on the path for a while, Wang Zhong switched back to his original perspective to catch his breath, only to find himself letting out a massive yawn just as he did so. Weariness seemed to be waiting for just this moment to strike, washing over him and seizing his brain. Wang Zhong vigorously rubbed his face, but this did nothing to wake him up. Damn it, just when I need to rely on my own hacks to alert me of the enemy, why do I feel sleepy now? However, weariness didn't care about Wang Zhong's thoughts, it weighed on his eyelids like 1,000 pounds. His consciousness drifted uncontrollably, and in his daze, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered something his father, who had fought in the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, said. "Your dad might seem heartless, having gotten used to the death of several comrades and still able to eat and sleep on the battlefield. Could it be am I the same, soon getting used to the battlefield?" Wang Zhong fell into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, Sufang's face filled his entire field of vision. Only then did Wang Zhong realize he had fallen asleep on Sufang's shoulder, drooling on her, and had wet a large spot on her chest. He hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said apologetically, "Sorry." Sufang laughed, "You're actually apologizing to me for this? When the rumors paint you as an even worse noble." Wang Zhong followed Sufang's lead. "What kind of noble am I in the rumors?" Sufang shrugged, "You know, like those bad nobles. By the way, are you and that Ludmila lovers?" Wang Zhong was shocked. "Ludmila? Why would you bring her up?" "Because you were murmuring I hope Ludmila is alright in your sleep." "I heard it quite clearly," the girl said. Wang Zhong made an evasive reply, "She's a beauty, I wouldn't want her to be spoiled by the Prussians." "Oh, I see," Sufang said, her voice carrying a somewhat self-deprecating tone. On the driver's seat, Sergei hesitated to speak. Wang Zhong asked again, "How long did I sleep?" Sufang replied, "A few hours, I guess. Don't you have a watch of your own?" Only then did Wang Zhong remember, and he lifted his sleeve to check the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At that moment, Sergei said, "Count, there are car lights on the road ahead." Wang Zhong looked up ahead and indeed saw a long queue of lights in the distance. He immediately switched to an overhead perspective, and all the vehicles on the road ahead were highlighted. They were all enemies. As Wang Zhong observed the enemy, his body felt the jolt of the brakes. He quickly said, "Don't panic. Braking will only draw attention. Just drive past, and we'll stop when we get close." The jolting from braking stopped. Sergei's voice came through, tense, "Damn it, you're insane." Wang Zhong ignored him and continued to observe the enemy. Most of the cars on the highway were empty on their return trip, some still carrying the wounded and dead. A car had only one driver, some were accompanied by a mechanic. Large groups of Prasen soldiers were resting by the side of the road, with many campfires burning, showing no concern at all for the possibility of airstrikes or artillery fire. Upon careful consideration, since the enemy was moving forward with car lights on, a few campfires were relatively inconsequential. Sergei's voice trembled, "Are we really going to drive past? They are all Prussians." Wang Zhong switched back to his naked eye view and knocked on the rear window of the driver's compartment. Yegorov's face immediately appeared on the other side of the window. What is it? Wang Zhong instructed, tell the troops, there's a Prasen checkpoint ahead. Get ready, once a fight breaks out, disembark immediately. Before that happens, no rash actions. You move only when I fire a shot, otherwise, hold your position. Understood. Yegorov's face disappeared. Wang Zhong pulled out his pistol to check it, then concealed his hand in the shadow of the car door. By now, Prasen soldiers had appeared on both sides of the road, surrounding bonfires, eating canned food, and not even bothering to glance at the truck on the road. Wang Zhong caught the scent of the canned food, and his stomach growled loudly. Damn, he should have snatched something to eat while waiting for the logistics troops and field hospital. Looking out came a blocky object and said, I've got some compressed biscuits, want some? Without a word, Wang Zhong grabbed it and crammed it into his mouth. At that moment, the truck finally reached the busy roadside, where a Prasen non-commissioned officer, holding a submachine gun, stood in the middle of the road, his right hand raised high. Wang Zhong recognized the gesture. When he was young, traffic police on the road used this signal to stop cars. Sergei stopped the truck, breathing so heavily that Wang Zhong could hear him. It could have been Sergei infecting him, as Wang Zhong's own breathing started to quicken. He stared at the Prasen officer, trying not to look at the submachine gun on his waist. However, the officer had no intention of checking the people in the truck, or even shining a flashlight into the cabin. He simply turned to watch the supply columns retreating on the main road. The enemy had never expected to encounter anti-army members riding in their own military vehicles here. Wang Zhong's gaze followed the enemy, but he quietly flipped the safety catch on his pistol back on. If it had fired by accident in this situation, that would have been extremely unlucky. Unlike Wang Zhong, whose concerns were beginning to ease, Sergei seemed to become increasingly tense, breathing as heavily as an ox. Just as Wang Zhong worried that Sergei might snap any moment, the last supply truck passed the intersection. The traffic directing officer immediately turned around, making a hurry-up gesture. Wang Zhong smiled and nodded. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Sergei started the truck and drove onto the main road. He nearly followed the returning convoy in turning left until Ludmila reminded him in Prasen, we're heading to the front lines? Turn right. Instantly, Sergei jerked the steering wheel hard to the right. The Prasen at the crossroads burst out laughing, and someone shouted something that Wang Zhong couldn't understand. Once far from the crossroads, Wang Zhong asked, what did the enemy just shout? Rushing back to find mommy. Ludmila replied, basically, they were making fun of him. I just slipped. Sergei protested, my palms are all sweaty, I could barely grip the steering wheel. Suddenly, Sergei's voice dropped, as Prasen soldiers appeared again by the roadside. This group of Prussians sat around bonfires, eating canned food, and even drinking alcohol they must have scrounged from somewhere. The truck soon entered a small town where even more Prasen soldiers were roaming. Wang Zhong reviewed the road from above and directed Sergei, follow this main road straight ahead, it's clear sailing. Sergei was too tense even to respond. Then they drove straight into the center of the town, into the central square. Wang Zhong barely caught sight of a mound in the center of the square before realizing, as they got closer, that it was a mountain of corpses. These bastards had actually killed all the townspeople? This was just too extreme. Wang Zhong was so shocked by the enemy's brutality that he was speechless. Ludmila covered her mouth, struggling to stay silent. Only after leaving town did the girl burst into tears. Wang Zhong patted her shoulder. At that moment, his goals in this world subtly shifted. He was not a citizen of the anti-empire and had no fondness for feudal dregs like emperors and nobles. But the Prussians' massacre of civilians crossed a line for him. He looked forward to using his overhead view to teach the Prussians a lesson they would not soon forget. However, the first problem Wang Zhong had to face was the growing urge to sleep. He didn't know if it was because he was close to Sofang, but late at night, Wang Zhong began to sweat profusely, and the breath he exhaled was frighteningly hot. As his body heated up, his brain also became as slow as if it had been filled with lead. In a daze, Wang Zhong wondered if he had a fever. He remembered the wound on his shoulder. He vaguely recalled someone saying the wound was in very bad condition and that he would likely develop a fever soon. Who said that again? His mind was too foggy to remember. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he finally fell completely into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery flashing by the window indicated that the convoy was passing through a small town. In a haze, Wang Zhong heard Prasen's speech and immediately snapped awake, his head still foggy. Of course. His first instinct was to draw his gun, but a slender hand held down his weapon. Don't worry, they just said be careful ahead, enemy-occupied zone. Because his body felt so awful, it took Wang Zhong a moment longer than it should have to realize that the enemy-occupied zone mentioned by the Prasen devils was our army's controlled area. He looked at his watch, but it took him a full second to understand the time, 3 a.m. It was only 3 in the morning, but the eastern sky was already turning pale, and Wang Zhong, the southern spud, had never seen the day break so early. Wang Zhong stared eastward for a few seconds before he remembered to switch to an overhead view to be vigilant of his surroundings. Before he could switch, Sofang said, "You have a fever, it's because of the wound, isn't it? The mobile field hospital is right behind us and they didn't even give you any penicillin." Wang Zhong, they didn't have the chance, they've mostly been chased around by the enemy. When he spoke, the air coming out of Wang Zhong's mouth was scorching hot. When he was silent, he didn't notice, but speaking made Wang Zhong feel thirsty, so he reached for his water bottle, only to find the broken strap. Then a water bottle with the cap already off was handed to him. "Sifang, drink more." "Sorry, I didn't realize you might be dehydrated." "Thank you." Wang Zhong took the water bottle and took a large gulp. Perhaps because he was feverish, he felt like a sponge, absorbing the water as soon as it entered his mouth. After guzzling water, Wang Zhong felt much better, and he switched to an overhead view, confirming that there were no enemies ahead. That's when Sifang said, "You should get to the rear to recuperate as soon as possible, you look very pale." "Wang Zhong, but only after we've escaped danger." After that, Wang Zhong saw 4 tanks stationed on a hillside in the overhead view. He instinctively cried out, "Stop." The jolt from the braking almost made Wang Zhong vomit, and he was already feeling very uncomfortable, almost as if his brains were being shaken to a pulp. The good news was that the tanks on the hill were not enemies. The tanks of the Prasen Empire were painted grey, much like those of another German army in a different timeline, while the ones on the hill were all khaki. Don't the countries in this timeline understand the concept of camouflage? These khaki tanks seemed much larger than those of the Prasen Empire. Aside from the main turret armed with a short-barreled gun, there were 2 smaller turrets in the front, looking as if they grew a weird pair at the front of their bodies. This design looked somewhat familiar to Wang Zhong. The Soviet T-28 multi-turret tank? Wang Zhong had driven that in War Thunder, noting its standout feature of thin armor but good firepower, with the 45mm gun having decent penetration and damage. Placing these things on top of a hill. Suddenly, Wang Zhong realized something much more critical. They were sitting in a German truck. "Wang Zhong, turn off the lights, turn them off quickly. Signal the vehicles behind us to do the same too." Friendly fire is a common occurrence on the battlefield, especially when using captured equipment. In the autobiography Tigers in the Mud by the German ace tank operator Otto Carius, he mentioned that the armored troops unanimously agreed the T-34 tank was too good not to use, so they had no qualms about using captured tanks for themselves. Despite painting huge iron crosses on the tanks, they still got taken out by their comrades. It was after that when Old Man Carius abandoned the idea of getting a T-34 for himself to drive. Wang Zhong didn't want to die by friendly fire. He asked Sifang, "There are our tanks on the hillside ahead, can you get in touch with them?" Sifang looked ahead with suspicion. Although the eastern sunlight was becoming more apparent, visibility on the ground was still less than 500 meters. They couldn't see any tanks at all, and even the distant hills were only silhouettes. There was no trace of tank tracks to be found. "Sifang, you must be delirious with fever, right? N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Wang Zhong, can we establish contact or not?" He was sick now, feeling terrible, so his temper was a bit bad, too. Sifang shrank his neck and replied, "Then I need time to perform mass, and I also need to see if there is a him monk on the other side." Wang Zhong clicked his tongue, realizing that they would have to think of another method. "The tanks should have radios, we have captured radios, let's try to see if we can call them," he said. "Sergei, we do not know the communication frequency of the tank units, nor do we know their agreed-upon codes and radio call signs. They won't believe us with the current situation on the battlefield." Wang Zhong leaned on his forehead, feeling a headache, but this was probably not because of the difficult problem before him, but because he was running a fever. In such a state, Wang Zhong made a decision that the usual him would definitely not have made. He said, "Tie a white flag and the anti-army flag to our vehicle, let everyone get out of the car. You get out, too, Sifang. When it gets lighter, we'll drive forward. If we successfully make contact with the tank units, we'll fire a signal flare." Sergei's face turned green. "Do we both really have to go? Can't someone else do it? Can't others make contact with the tank units too?" Wang Zhong simply didn't hear Sergei's words. He was feverish, feeling as if his brain might start boiling at any moment. After waiting a few seconds without a response, Sergei sighed and said with a sob in his voice, all right. Sifang, how do I get out? Should I climb over the two of you? Sorry, that's a bit." Wang Zhong opened the door, but when he tried to get out, his legs gave out, nearly causing him to fall headfirst. Luckily, someone caught him in time. In a daze, he saw familiar silver hair. Ludmila was supporting his shoulder, asking with concern, "Elisha, you look very pale." It took Wang Zhong half a moment to remember Elisha was a nickname for his own name, Alexei. Indeed, this girl was very familiar with him. As he thought this, Wang Zhong released all his strength, leaning on the girl. Ludmila stepped back to support the weight of the grown man. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked, "Monkyok and Niako sent me to ask why we've stopped. What happened?" "Wang Zhong, there are our armored troops up ahead. We stopped to avoid friendly fire." Ludmila looked ahead, her voice filled with doubt. Ahead. At this moment, Sifang poked her head out of the car, looking embarrassed. She had just been blocked by Wang Zhong and couldn't get down. Seeing this, Ludmila pulled Wang Zhong back a few steps. Sifang got out of the car, awkwardly straightening her slightly disheveled clothes, and said, I am a him monk, and according to the rules, I must stay by the side of the highest commander." "Oh," Ludmila nodded, "you've worked hard." At that time, Yegorov came to report, "The military flag and the white flag are both tied properly." "Got it," Wang Zhong replied, reluctantly leaving Ludmila to climb back into the driver's seat. At that moment, his limbs were still without strength, especially his injured right hand, which was limp and made it difficult to even hold a telescope. Currently, he certainly couldn't climb back onto the vehicle. Seeing his state, the two girls quickly came over and together pushed him up. Ludmila, worried, asked, "What are you going to do?" Wang Zhong, to establish contact with the tank units to avoid friendly fire. Yegorov, shouldn't I go instead? Wang Zhong, no, this is my job. Your soldiers trust you, not me. If I stay, I can't command them. In reality, Wang Zhong's ability to think was severely limited at the moment, otherwise, he would definitely realize that the most rational action would be to send 2 volunteers. Unfortunately, he was not capable of thorough consideration now, and the people around him, after a whole day of maneuvering, had become accustomed to following his orders. Sergei, with a morose face, can't you switch with me, Yegorov? Wang Zhong closed the car door and with a wide sweep of his hand, declared, drive. Though Sergei appeared to be a timorous wreck on the surface, he still started the engine. Thus, the car bearing the white flag and the anti-army flag drove eastward, facing the dawn. Sufang watched the truck disappear into the distance and turned to take a closer look at the silver-haired girl. She's truly beautiful, she exclaimed sincerely. It was then that the silver-haired girl spoke up. He must be out of his mind. The him in the past would never do such a thing. Sufang asked, the him in the past? Have you known the Earl for a long time? N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. The silver-haired girl shrugged. I've known him since I was a child, given that our lands are next to each other. Sufang asked, are you a noble lady? Not yet, I am a prayer hand now, so I cannot accept a secular title. One cannot accept a secular title after becoming clergy. Oh, Sufang nodded and then asked, so will you marry the Earl in the future? Huh. The silver-haired girl was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Sufang and grinned. You aren't interested in him, are you? He's known for being a scoundrel. Many salons at St. Yekaterina Fortress don't welcome him because he goes around touching everything, like a dog in heat. Come to think of it, when I was supporting him just now, he didn't try to take advantage of me, probably because he's befuddled from the fever. Sufang was shocked. Is he such a person? You aren't part of the mixed brigade he commands, the 41st, are you? His notoriety is well known throughout the brigade. By the way, after the battle commenced yesterday, he immediately ran crying to the basement and even wet his pants. The morale of the 41st Mixed Brigade took a hit because of his behavior. While the silver-haired girl was speaking, Yegorov coughed once. Enough. He might have been a coward before, but what I see now is a brave man from Anti. Without him, we would probably be surrounded in Ronid City by now. Be mindful, monk, and don't speak of things that could impact morale. A prayer hand is also a monk, a member of the clergy. The silver-haired girl hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I just. She hesitated for a long time, unable to finish her sentence, and just shrugged her shoulders. As the saying goes, in the blink of an eye, a muffled sound came from a distance. The soldiers around who had dismounted to rest all uniformly threw themselves to the ground. Yegorov, a veteran like him, waved his hand. Don't panic, it's still far away. If the artillery was landing overhead, you'd hear a whoosh first. When you've become seasoned veterans, you could even tell the caliber from that sound. But the silver-haired girl suddenly shouted, the sound of the guns is coming from the direction he went. Then she grabbed Yegorov's binoculars and ran a few steps to stand on a stone by the roadside to observe the distance. The wind from the east blew her braids apart, causing her silver hair to fly in the dawn light. Wang Zhong saw the tank start to run from a bird's-eye view. He wanted to jump out of the truck, but he simply had no strength left. By the time he switched back to his normal vision, a shell had already landed by the road, with dirt thrown up by the blast flying into the half-open truck bed and landing on his face. Sergei directly opened the door and jumped out of the truck, leaving it to continue forward uncontrollably. In a daze, Wang Zhong reached out his hand to grab the steering wheel and stretched his foot to the other side, pressing down, but unfortunately, he couldn't muster the strength because of the fever, and his foot didn't move the pedal. However, perhaps because he didn't accelerate, or maybe because the engine was damaged by shrapnel, the truck gradually slowed down. The tank on the mountaintop fired another round, and the truck's bed was directly blown into an orange fireball. The glass behind the driver's seat shattered, the fragments cutting Wang Zhong's cheek. Wang Zhong sat in the vehicle, tried to open the door, but his physical condition wouldn't allow it. It was only then that he realized there was no need for him to make the trip himself. Damn it, trying to stay alive only to deliver myself to death in the end. By now, the tanks on the hilltop might have seen the white flag on the truck, or they simply confirmed the truck was destroyed and wanted to save ammunition. In any case, they stopped firing. Wang Zhong, sitting in the driver's seat, tried twice more to open the door but failed. Maybe the shell that had just hit his side of the vehicle had damaged the door. He had no choice but to clamber toward the driver's side, planning to get out from the side where Sergei had jumped from. After all, he didn't know if the truck would catch fire. Being burned to death was the most painful way to go, and Wang Zhong did not want to experience it. Just then, he saw a white horse appear on the slope where the tanks were positioned. Someone riding the white horse trotted down the hill, heading straight towards the wreckage of the vehicle. Wang Zhong watched the white horse, even forgetting his struggle to survive for a moment. Switching to a bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong could clearly see that the man on the horse's back was a captain wearing a tank helmet, likely the commander of this tank platoon. The captain arrived, looked at Wang Zhong's rank on the vehicle, cursed Sakabule, and hurriedly dismounted to open the door. After dragging Wang Zhong out of the car, the captain took a deep breath, stood up, and saluted, Captain Lubokov of the 31st Tank Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 4th Tank Army, ordered to snipe the Prussian army here. Wang Zhong, 2nd Battalion? I only saw 4 tanks. The captain with a bitter face, that's all that's left of us. The air raid took out most of our tanks. The Prussians equipped 20mm cannons on their planes, they can damage us from the sky, not to mention the bombs. As he spoke he glanced at the hilltop and continued to complain, our tanks are fragile, damn it, this is all the fault of that military industry minister who likes multiple turrets. The Prussian tanks are all with single turrets now? When we discussed it, we also thought the Carolingian single turret tanks are the future. Wang Zhong, if you knew your tanks were fragile, why did you still deploy on the hilltop? The captain, it's a good vantage point, our 45mm guns can destroy Prussian tanks from a great distance. Wang Zhong, what if the enemy's air force comes again? And you only have 4 vehicles, the enemy is endless. The captain, we are prepared to die with honor. When we left our base yesterday, there were hundreds of us, brothers who lived and worked together. Now only a few of us are left, and we have no intention of living alone. No, Wang Zhong shook his head repeatedly, you're under my command now. I'm just leading the way, there's more than half an infantry regiment out there, as well as the direct headquarters department. There's a small town behind the hill, and we'll retreat there to defend. Wang Zhong enjoyed playing real-time strategy games, and he particularly liked one called War Game, Red Dragon. In that game, tanks that rashly entered cities would be blasted by infantry with rocket launchers. Moreover, before his crossing over, he had watched quite a few instructional videos by Mars Patriots on anti-tank gymnastics, so naturally, he thought of retreating into town to fight guerrilla warfare with the enemy. This way, they could use the terrain to best avoid the weakness of the T-28 tank's thin armor, and also avoid enemy air strafing. This decision might not be sensible, but under the current circumstances, it was the best course of action Wang Zhong could think of. The captain stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, I just saw from the hilltop, the Prussian convoy was moving with their lights on, then they all turned their lights off suddenly. Could that be the infantry regiment you're talking about? Wang Zhong nodded, yeah, we mounted a counterattack, wiped out an enemy division headquarters, and captured one of their supply depots. Those vehicles are all spoils of war. The captain scratched his head, although I should verify your identity by procedure, but my intuition tells me you're one of us. Moreover, you're wounded and running a fever, yet you dare charge at our tank formation. This courage makes it hard to believe you're actually an enemy spy. Wang Zhong, so what's your decision? Skip the useless parts and tell me your decision. The captain clicked his tongue, our radio is broken, we can't get in touch with our superiors. According to regulations, we're under your command. Wang Zhong stared at the captain riding the white horse, his head fuzzy and unable to recall his name, so he asked, you, what did you just say your name was? Lubokov. Wang Zhong, I am Count Rakosov, and I command. It was only then that he remembered he needed to fire a signal flare to notify the troops to come, so he reached for the gun holster at his waist. At that moment, 2 more soldiers came over from the direction of the tank and immediately raised their guns and shouted, danger, captain. The captain, keep calm, this is the count. He is now our commander. Send someone back to inform the tank that friendly forces that have captured Prussian trucks are coming, and tell them not to fire. Immediately, a private first class turned and ran toward the hilltop, while a sergeant continued to look at Wang Zhong with suspicion. Wang Zhong couldn't care less, he took out his signal gun, shakily loaded the signal flare, used all his strength to raise his hand, and pulled the trigger. A red flare slowly rose, illuminating the still dimming sky. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, discarded the signal gun, and asked in a weak voice, do you have a stretcher? I think I won't be able to make it to the tank by myself. The captain said, you can ride a horse, come on, let's help you onto the horse. Wang Zhong, my driver jumped out of the car, bring him here dead or alive. The captain to the 2 soldiers, Sergeant, did you hear that? Why not search along the road? The sergeant, who had been suspicious of Wang Zhong, started jogging along the highway. Just as Wang Zhong was being helped onto the horse by the captain, he saw the sergeant pulling up Captain Sergei from the ground. That fellow had a gashed head, but he seemed to be in better shape than Wang Zhong from the way he stood. Suckabule, Wang Zhong cursed. At that moment, a Prussian army truck approached at full speed. The wheels seemed to hit a rock, making the vehicle bounce as if it would fall apart the next second. When it reached the white horse, the truck swung its tail and came to a stop just before crashing into the debris. The passenger door opened, and Ludmila jumped out, Elisha. Wang Zhong barely raised his hand. Just then, Sergeant Major Grigori, leading the reconnaissance squad's veterans, jumped out of the back of the truck, holding a submachine gun. Count. Wang Zhong, I'm fine. It's good that the tank units are alert. I ordered them to retreat into the town, set up an observation post at the hilltop. Attack may come at dawn from the Prussians. Grigori looked at the captain holding the horse, and said with the tone of reporting military information, at about 3 o'clock this morning, we passed through the village of Karasovka to the west, where we saw about a battalion of infantry, and at least 20 number 3 tanks. Wang Zhong's eyebrows lifted imperceptibly. Prussian used numbers to name their tanks in this era too. Captain Lubokov's voice trembled slightly. 20 tanks. My god, we nearly exchanged fire with them on the exposed hilltop. Wang Zhong, I have already ordered you to retreat into the village. Proceed with haste. For the hilltop, only leave Grigori's observation post. Sergeant Major Grigori asked, should we pull back into the village of Upper Pini? Having no idea which village that was, as he had only seen a village behind them from his overlooking view, Wang Zhong could only reply, the village behind the mountain. It's Upper Pini village. We can take you there first in the truck, you and Miss Melahovna. Wang Zhong, Ludmila, you should be with the Divine Arrow cohort. Ludmila pouted, I know, I'll wait here for Monkyaka Niako and the others, then. Wang Zhong nodded, allowing Grigori and another reconnaissance man to lift him into the truck's passenger seat. Nov, L, B /JNN. The truck started up, following the highway forward, circling around the east side of the hill, and there was Upper Pini village. Lubokov's tank platoon came down from the hill, smashing through the stone walls of the fields, and drove onto the highway from diagonally across, following behind Wang Zhong's vehicle. Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view and found he had acquired a new identity tag, 4th Tank Army, 31st Tank Regiment, 2nd Battalion, the commander being Captain Lubokov. A tank battalion with only 4 tanks left, all of them are the thinly armored T-28 multi-turreted tanks. How can we fight with these? Wang Zhong looked up at the village of Upper Pini, and it took him several seconds to realize that the village actually had a number of 2-story buildings, and it seemed that there was even electricity. Looking carefully, there was a fairly large factory building on the east side of the village, with a sign that read Tractor Station. Wang Zhong asked the sergeant driving, what is a tractor station? The sergeant was surprised. According to the new agricultural law, the local lord has to pledge his property for a loan to set up tractor and seed stations. Haven't all villages with lords in residence had them over these 10 years? Wang Zhong was shocked. However, Upper Pini village was more modernized than he expected, which gave Wang Zhong some ideas about defeating the enemy. These 2-story buildings and the streets all reminded Wang Zhong of the anti-tank gymnastics performed by some villagers before he traveled back in time. The tanks of this era were not like Merkava's, Molotov cocktails could take care of them, and you didn't even need anti-tank gymnastics, just throw the cocktails from the 2nd floor was enough. As for where to find materials to make cocktails, what a joke. In this anti-empire, which was closely related to the Russians, Muscovites, Wang Zhong didn't believe he couldn't find high-proof alcohol in the village. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong smiled. The sergeant driving the car looked at Wang Zhong's side face with suspicion, as if he wanted to ask something but didn't dare. Just as they entered the village, Wang Zhong saw an old woman with her grandson standing at the doorway, looking around. Wang Zhong, stop the car. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Wang Zhong rolled down the window, shouted to the old woman, run, don't stay here. The Prussians will slaughter you. The old woman, sir, you don't look well, why don't you come in and rest a bit? Wang Zhong, go quickly. Take your family and leave. The old woman, sir, you tell us to go, but where can we go? Those in the village who had relatives elsewhere have already left. But we have been in this village for generations and have no relatives to turn to. Wang Zhong, they will slaughter you. The old woman showed a somewhat sad smile, then let them kill us, at least we die on the soil of our homeland. Now running away, being displaced, perhaps we still end up dead, but in a foreign land. With Wang Zhong's now impaired thinking capacity, he couldn't think of any words to refute. He was at a loss on how to persuade the old woman to take her grandson and leave. Just thinking that in the near future they might be killed by the Prussians in their own latrine, a surge of sorrow rose in his heart, lingering heavily in Wang Zhong's chest. At that moment, Captain Lubokov jumped down from a tank behind and ran to Wang Zhong's door, saluting, we have received orders from the 4th Tank Army to hold Upper Pini at least until tomorrow night before retreating to Bogdanovka. Wang Zhong, tomorrow night. He checked his watch, and by calculating nightfall at 8 o'clock, Lubokov's 4 tanks had to hold out here for 38 hours. Lubokov with a gloomy face, we might be done for here. Wang Zhong, don't worry, with me here, we'll teach the Germans a lesson. Lubokov asked in confusion, Germans. Wang Zhong was so muddled that he didn't even think to correct the term. He pointed to a big house on the roadside, I'm setting up the headquarters here. Actually, he was just pointing randomly. Lubokov, but, once the battle starts, that building will become the target of the enemy's first wave of artillery fire. It would be better to choose a house inside the village. Wang Zhong raised his voice, get Yegorov to come to me. As soon as Yegorov stepped through the door, the first words out of his mouth were, why is the headquarters on the front line? It's too dangerous. Move to the middle of the village instead, I saw it from outside, a 3-story building. Wang Zhong was drinking water. When he saw Yegorov come in, he directly handed the cup back to the landlady of the house and wiped his mouth before saying, don't worry about that now. Do you know how to make improvised incendiary bombs? You use spirits, replace the cork with a piece of cloth soaked in alcohol, and light the cloth before you throw it. Yegorov said, of course I've seen them, the people of Monaheim used these things against us during the Winter War. Wang Zhong asked, then why didn't I see you use them in Ronid? Yegorov replied, because we couldn't find the right kind of alcohol. The homemade spirits the peasants drink are too low in alcohol content and too impure to ignite. To make it work, we would have needed to use gasoline, but we're an infantry unit, not motorized infantry. We don't have any gasoline, though we do have plenty of fodder for the mules and horses. Wang Zhong said, I don't believe that you couldn't find any spirits. There are spirits in the cellars of the nobles. At this point, the woman who had just given Wang Zhong water spoke up. The Lord Boy in town has a distillery. Every year, he uses wheat to make vodka, which is then sold in Archsukov. Wang Zhong said, do you hear that? Go requisition that distillery. Yegorov looked troubled. I've already sent people there, but they were turned away by Lord Boy's estate manager. Wang Zhong asked, the estate manager. Clenching his teeth, he stood up, I'll go see what this is all about. He took a couple of steps, then turned to look at the landlady. Miss Natasha, you'd better run quickly. These Prussians, they're no better than beasts. The landlady smiled. I heard what you advised to old lady Elinikna next door. But her whole family hasn't left, and you see, as a widow, I have even less reason to go. The Prussians couldn't possibly kill us all, could they? If they killed everyone, who would farm this vast land? Wang Zhong said, but I've seen their indiscriminate slaughter. The village square is piled with bodies. The landlady replied, then we can only ask you to take revenge for us. Wang Zhong understood that unless witnessed firsthand, no one would believe the enemy to be so brutal. He wanted to persuade her further, but there were more pressing matters at hand, so he dropped the subject. Turning away, he took a couple of steps, stumbled, and then called out to Yegorov, get a stretcher? I'm running a fever and don't have the strength to walk. Yegorov immediately shouted to his subordinates, a stretcher. Just then, Staff Chief Pavlov entered and, upon seeing Wang Zhong's condition, said, Count Rakasov is not fit to command the troops in this state, better let him move back with the field hospital. Wang Zhong retorted, are you trying to strip me of my command? How dare you? At that moment, he was feeling terrible, and people are often bad-tempered in such circumstances, and especially obstinate. Wang Zhong didn't want to retreat. All he wanted was to give these damn Prussians a beating. That was all he wanted to focus on. Anyone who suggested otherwise would incur his wrath. When his fever subsided, he would probably be shocked by the decisions he made in that moment. Wang Zhong asserted, I think you're a spy, just like that fake bishop, trying to throw our command system into chaos? Guards? Execute him by firing squad. Pavlov immediately caved, no, that's not what I mean. A corporal had already stepped forward with a rifle. It seemed that Staff Chief Pavlov wasn't very well regarded among the regular soldiers. Pavlov raised his voice, I'm just concerned about your health. Spare my life. Wang Zhong replied, keep spouting nonsense and I'll take your head. At that moment, the stretcher arrived, carried by two bearers who looked bewildered because they saw no wounded person. Wang Zhong pointed in front of him, put it here. The stretcher bearers quickly set the stretcher down in front of him. He unceremoniously sat on the stretcher and waved his large hand, to the distillery? Yegorov, follow me. The distillery was right next to the tractor station Wang Zhong had seen before, appearing to be part of the local Lord Boy's estate. In front of the ornate iron gates, several thugs already stood guard with shotguns. Carried by two stretcher bearers, Wang Zhong made straight for the gates. A thug raised his right hand in a stop gesture. This is Lord Boy's private land. Halt, soldier. Wang Zhong, we're requisitioning this place, including the distillery and the liquor inside it. The thug turned and shouted, Mr. Korshev. A scribe-looking fellow with a bulbous belly emerged blearily from a side room near the gates and yawned his way over. What is it? This colonel said he is requisitioning the distillery. Korshev, do you have the requisition orders? Wang Zhong, the Prasen bastards are only 20 li from here? We need strong liquor to make incendiary bombs. Nov. L. B //JNN. Oh, what's that got to do with us? Korshev spread his hands. Before Lord Boy retreated, he entrusted this place to me, and you need proper procedure to requisition it. Wang Zhong, already in a terrible mood from illness, snapped, obstructing our military preparations. I suspect you're a Prussian spy. Korshev, then you should go to the tribunal. Wang Zhong drew the gun at Yegorov's side and shot Korshev in the stomach. The thugs with shotguns were startled. Clearly, they hadn't expected Wang Zhong to actually shoot. Wang Zhong, they are the enemy. Spies? Open fire. Yegorov raised his submachine gun and started spraying bullets. A few seconds later, it was quiet in front of the gates. A platoon of infantry jogged over, and the sergeant in the lead called from a distance, Commander, what happened? Yegorov, found some spies. Nothing major. Wang Zhong, get their keys, open the doors, and requisition all the liquor inside. Get an old soldier who knows how to make incendiary bombs to lead the others in making them. The remaining soldiers experienced with incendiary bombs will split up, one old soldier taking two new recruits, the recruits carrying the bottles, the old soldier throwing them. Take control of the two-story buildings on both sides of the streets. Yegorov, find a good spot to set up the machine guns, aiming to cut off the enemy tanks and accompanying infantry, creating opportunities for the grenade throwers. Yegorov nodded, understood. Additionally, I suggest we establish the headquarters inside the distillery. Wang Zhong looked at the distillery building in front of him. Yegorov, it's clearly reinforced concrete. Even if the enemy uses heavy artillery, it won't budge. It can serve as our final fortress. Wang Zhong didn't care about that. His eyes were on the distillery's water tower. That water tower, is it the tallest building in the village? Yegorov, yes, it's a bit taller than the steeple of the church. Wang Zhong, good. The headquarters will be here. Yegorov, there's also Lubokov's tank unit, what do you think? Wang Zhong, these tanks are an important mobile support force, I'll personally decide where to position them. Wang Zhong, of course, had never been to a battlefield, his true homeland hadn't waged war in more than 30 years. But he had played a game known as Russia's Genshin, called War Thunder, in which he had ample experience in annihilating enemies and knew which terrain could shield a tank's vulnerable flanks. There were 3 main roads to the village of Pinyi, 2 of which entered the village from the west and, along with the road exiting the village from the east, formed a Y shape. If the south is considered the bottom, then it's a lying down Y, with the open end facing west. But in reality, these 3 roads did not directly intersect, instead, they enclosed a triangular area in the middle of the village. To the north of the area was the luxurious manor of local Lord Boy, the main body of which was a 3-story red brick building. Nov. L. B /JNN. The most significant building within the triangle was the local church, its height rivaling that of Lord Boy's 3-story manor, with an even taller bell tower. Next to the church was the village mill, a mechanical mill with a steam boiler. Further south were 2 2-story buildings, homes of the wealthy class in town, and it was said that one of them was the emperor's forestry officer. And the winery that Wang Zhong chose as his command post was located on the eastern side of these landmarks, beside the single leg of the lying Y, a few steps out of the winery gate, and he would be at the triangular area. Of course, Wang Zhong couldn't even take these few steps himself and had to be carried over on a stretcher. Stop! He called out at the mill's entrance, squinting as he looked toward the western side. From his bird's-eye view earlier, he had thought he'd be able to see one of the village's western entrances from this position, not expecting that, in reality, a distant stone wall and a wooden structure would block his view. Wang Zhong immediately realized that this was an ideal terrain to force a 1v1 between enemy tanks and his own. The road to the west wasn't wide enough for 2 tanks to travel side by side, the enemy would definitely come one after the other. Moreover, there was a way to retreat from this spot. If too many enemies poured in, one could reverse back and hide behind the mill. The mechanical mill was 2 stories tall, enough to hide even the bulky and large T-28 tank. Wang Zhong immediately shouted, "Someone? Call Captain Lubokov over here." Soon, Tank 422, with the tactical number, was deployed to this street corner. Wang Zhong, his head heavy and drowsy, explained to the tank commander, "When more than 2 enemy tanks appear in your field of vision, back up and let the mill shield you." The commander of Tank 422 was a sergeant, who looked extremely nervous and kept nodding at Wang Zhong's words. Wang Zhong said, "Measure the distance now, so you ensure a hit with the first shot when you see the enemy." The commander replied, "Understood, see the enemy and then retreat." Wang Zhong was stunned, thinking he had misunderstood due to his addled brain. Mounting a white horse, Lubokov cursed, "Listen to the count's orders properly? The count is asking you to measure the distance now." The sergeant asked, "Measure the distance? Measure what?" Wang Zhong asked, "How long have you been a tank commander?" The sergeant replied, "1 day, I'm a substitute from another crew." Wang Zhong said, "Replace them with an experienced crew for this position." Lubokov sighed and said, "I'll do it. Stay here, measure the distance, and if facing more than 2 enemy tanks, retreat into the mill's shadow, right?" Wang Zhong replied, "Right." He then directed the stretcher bearers to assign missions to the other 2 tanks, instructing them to use the terrain to their advantage and surprise the advancing Prasen tanks with hit-and-run artillery. As for Tank 422, whose commander was overly nervous, Wang Zhong thought for a moment and decided to position them in the courtyard of the winery, keeping them as the last reserve. Upon hearing that their mission was to be the reserve, the sergeant, who had been a commander for only a day, visibly relaxed. After arranging the tasks for the tank forces, Wang Zhong was about to order the stretcher bearers to carry him back to the winery when he saw a car stop in front of the church. A middle-aged man got out of the car and looked up at the church's bell tower. "This position definitely has a good view," he said. "Lift the divine arrow up? Let's give the Prussians a little shock from the clock tower." It seemed that this was Monk Yakaniako, the one commanding the divine arrow team. Ludmila squeezed out of the back of the truck and, seeing Wang Zhong, looked a bit surprised. "Elisha." Monk Yakaniako then noticed Wang Zhong, stood at attention, and saluted, "Count Rakosov, I pay my respects to you." Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, Yakaniako's subordinates unloaded the divine arrow from the truck. It was the first time Wang Zhong had seen this weapon up close, and even though his cognitive abilities were somewhat impaired at the moment, he still noticed that the divine arrow was different from what he had imagined. Thus, he asked, "Where is the guidance system? This looks just like an ordinary rocket." He remembered that such anti-tank missiles usually had a significant guidance system. When he was a child looking at light weapons magazines, those anti-tank missiles were always shown with large sighting devices. But this divine arrow launcher was just a bare sliding rail, crudely beyond imagination. Monk Yakaniako looked confused. "Didn't you see the holy emblem on the head of the divine arrow?" Wang Zhong, his brain burning fiercely, didn't catch on immediately. Holy emblem. The private responsible for carrying the divine arrow even turned it in his arms specifically so Wang Zhong could get a clear view of the holy emblem on the head. Monk Yakaniako glanced at Ludmila. "Captain Melahovna has been an excellent prayer caster. She's already scored a hit on an enemy tank. According to the regulations, I should apply for a combat mark for her, but you know our situation. It was only then that Wang Zhong's brain caught up. Holy emblem, prayer caster, so the divine arrow really was guided by divine power? He had thought it was like the Mechanicum in Warhammer 40k, which, unable to understand high technology, had turned it into a religion. Wang Zhong waved his hand. I understand. Are you preparing to go up the clock tower? Yakiniako nodded. Yes, the view from the clock tower must be excellent. Wang Zhong, but the enemy can see you just as clearly. The divine arrow launch will have an obvious smoke trail, right? He had seen the trajectory of the divine arrow from a bird's eye view, and it was as clear as it could be. Yakiniako, the smoke trail is indeed very clear, but even more so is the light from the warhead during guidance. What about it? Wang Zhong waved his hand. Then going up the clock tower is a bad idea. You'll be spotted as soon as the first one is fired, and enemy tanks will pay special attention to the clock tower. A clear view usually cuts both ways. Wang Zhong pointed to the church. I suggest setting up multiple launch sites, each with a divine arrow, and carry this light frame to move quickly after firing, shoot and change position. Yakiniako, according to the manual, we should snipe the enemy tanks from a place with a wide view as much as possible, making full use of the range advantage of the divine arrow. The divine arrow can hit targets 2 kilometers away. The enemy's tank guns can't fire that far. Wang Zhong, the enemy will use smoke to block your view. They did that in the battle for Ronid. Even with a high fever, Wang Zhong still remembered what happened in Ronid. At that time, Yakiniako's team had destroyed an enemy tank, and then the enemy infantry set up smoke to block their view. Clearly, the Prussians were well versed in how to counter the divine arrow. Yakiniako still wanted to object, but there are no buts. I am the current commander. I forbid you to go up the clock tower. At this point, Yegorov stepped in to mediate. How about this? We've found several good machine gun positions that are also suitable for the divine arrow. Why not set up the divine arrow there? Infantry can cover you. Yakiniako hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I hope the Count isn't making this decision out of a fevered mind. I also hope he isn't giving special treatment to Miss Meilahovna. With that, he cast a glance at Ludmila. The perspective temporarily moves away from Wang Zhong. After settling into the shooting position arranged by Yegorov, Monk Yakiniako glared at Ludmila. Captain Meilahovna, your boyfriend really takes care of you. Ludmila's full name is Ludmila Vasilievna Maliakhova. The girl frowned. In Ronid, we really only fired one divine arrow before our vision was blocked by smoke. He is not wrong. Yakiniako, I heard that he pissed his pants as soon as the battle began? How could someone with that kind of tactical acumen point out the problems? No, he just doesn't want you to be in danger. Ludmila, but didn't he lead us out of the encirclement? Although he really is a layabout usually, but how can a layabout suddenly become a military genius? No, there is absolutely no chance of that. I will record all of his orders today in the combat log. I definitely will. If we can't complete the mission in Upper Piniyi, he won't be able to escape the blame. In fact, the task of defending Upper Piniyi for 38 hours was given to the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Tank Regiment of the 4th Tank Army. The 3rd Rear Amur Group and Monk Yakiniako's Divine Arrow Squad had no obligation to hold here. But Wang Zhong still issued the order to hold, treating it as a mission for the entire unit. No one objected. Even those who knew the order was given to the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment did not say anything. Perhaps the unit had seen enough of the Prussians' atrocities during the retreat to be infuriated. As for Wang Zhong, he was completely befuddled now, his brain functioning on a single track, utterly unable to consider too much. Back in the manager's office of the distillery, Wang Zhong gulped down a large glass of water, but still felt his mouth was dry. Water. He shouted aloud. One of the two privates who had just carried the stretcher took on the role of an orderly and fetched Wang Zhong another large cup of water. At that moment, Chief of Staff Pavlov entered the door with some people and seeing Wang Zhong's condition, said, shouldn't you follow the field hospital and retreat? Wang Zhong, the field hospital is here. It's already arrived. Wang Zhong, get me penicillin and some fever-reducing medicine. Also, tell them not to retreat in the enemy's trucks, but to use the local peasants' horse carts instead. Hire as many locals as possible. By the time the locals brought the field hospital to the rear with their horse carts, Upper Piniyi would likely be occupied by the enemy, so even if unwilling, the locals would have to retreat with the unit. Chief of Staff Pavlov, I'll have the clerk see how many rubles we still have. Can't you issue ES, you idiot? Wang Zhong was in pain, so his temper was bad. Seeing this, Pavlov said, I'll make arrangements and quickly left, leaving only a few staff officers in the room with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, get me a radio. Ask what the radio call signs of the tanks are. The staff officers exchanged glances, and the communications officer said, I'll go find Captain Lubokov of the tank units right away. A short while later Lubokov arrived, and upon hearing Wang Zhong's question, frowned. The enemy's tanks might each have a radio, but we only have a radio in my command vehicle. Wang Zhong looked up at the sky and said helplessly, all right, tell me your call sign, and I will command you using the radio. Although Wang Zhong had no actual experience in tank battles, he realized from his gaming experience how significant the advantage of this bird's-eye view was in close-quarters city combat. Not to mention anything else, from the bird's-eye view he could see which direction the enemy tank guns were pointed. Anyone who has played World of Tanks and been taught a lesson by being pointed at by a gun barrel knows what this means. Lubokov, my call sign is tactical number 420. Wang Zhong, okay, I'll use that to command you. Lubokov looked around with a puzzled face. You are commanding from here. Wang Zhong, of course not. When the battle starts, I'll move to an open spot with good visibility. Just follow my orders. Go now. Lubokov saluted and turned to leave. The tall man with glasses wearing a Red Cross armband entered the room as he was stepping out. I heard someone was asking for antibiotics. Wang Zhong, I need them. Who are you? I am Dr. Raskolnikov, Count. I have seen you at the salon before. Wang Zhong, oh, good day, Dr. Raskolnikov. Raskolnikov. The doctor corrected him and approached Wang Zhong. After apologizing, he placed his hand on Wang Zhong's forehead. Your condition is very bad. You should be evacuated to the rear as soon as possible. Why don't you follow the field hospital and retreat? Wang Zhong, no, I won't abandon my troops. In fact, according to Wang Zhong's initial goal, which was to save his own life, he should choose to retreat now, but in his delirium, he only wanted to fiercely beat up the Germans, no, the Prussian devils with his own troops. The doctor was somewhat moved. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had this side to you. Did you think I was a playboy? That I'd only wet myself on the battlefield? Wang Zhong grew angry. His single-threaded brain now had only one thought, it's not just me who wets themselves, I'm sick of everyone blaming this on me. So he began to rage. No, I am not that kind of coward. I'll make you all see. Whoever suggests sending me to the rear again is colluding with the enemy, because you all know that with me here, I can strike the enemy hard, that's why you're trying every means possible to send me away. The doctor was startled by Wang Zhong's sudden outburst of anger and took a step back, saying, I'm sorry, please don't shoot me. Wang Zhong's execution of the local noble's butler had spread, and as he had previously shot a fake bishop and a fake judge, there were rumors in the troops that Count Rakosov would execute anyone suspected to be the enemy. Wang Zhong, medicine. Then quickly take the villager's cart and scram. The doctor immediately opened his bag and took out a bunch of medicines and placed them on the table. N/O/vel/B/C//OM. Wang Zhong didn't even ask how to take them. He grabbed the bottle, twisted it open, threw several pills into his mouth, and gulped down the water. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from outside, sounding very distant. Wang Zhong immediately switched to a bird's-eye view, focusing his attention on the small hill to the west, the one initially guarded by Lubokov's tank. Sergeant Major Grigory's observation post was firing. Through their eyes, the armored units of the Prussians could be seen advancing on the highway. Wang Zhong counted, at least 20 Panzer III tanks, and an equal number of half-tracks, marching majestically past the wreck of the truck he had left behind. The roar of the engines could be heard clearly even from the sky. The tank leading the way had more antennas than the others, and a closer view revealed to Wang Zhong that the tank's tactical number was 141, with an eagle emblem beside the number. None of the other tanks had this eagle emblem. Wang Zhong guessed it might be a sign of the commander's vehicle. Looking more closely at officer peering out from the turret of tank 141, the officer's collar could be seen adorned with a gold decoration on a red background. Looking even closer, the officer turned out to be a cyclops? Too much German flavor, too much. The Cyclopean commander moved his mouth and the tank 141 stopped. The turret began to rotate. The next moment, Wang Zhong felt like he heard the German word fire, and the tank's muzzle ejected flames and thick smoke. Almost simultaneously, Wang Zhong lost his vision. Neither the tanks nor the half-tracks were visible anymore. He quickly raised his perspective and saw a cloud of dust rising from the hill, 2 scouts completely engulfed by the dust cloud. What the hell? Did the guy spot the scouts firing their warning shots? Wang Zhong suddenly had an ominous premonition. He switched back to his original perspective and shouted to the doctor, Go! The enemy is about to attack, hurry up and go. Commander Schriffen, Major Schriffen, scrutinized the dust clouds on the hillside for a while before sneering, the enemy's scouts don't even carry field telephones. The anti-empire is more decayed than we imagined. Over the headset, the voice of his tank platoon leader came through. They are an inferior race, yet they occupy the fertile black earth. We've come to exterminate the pests. Exactly, ha ha ha. Schriffen replied coldly, the enemy is in front of us, no idle chit-chat over the radio. Sorry, Major. My apologies. Schriffen then asked, what's the result of the truck inspection? Although the Major had not issued an order to inspect the truck, he believed that his subordinates would definitely have it checked after the marching column stopped. True to his expectations, the radio immediately relayed, Major, it's our truck. Before dawn today, a squad of mechanized infantry passed us. It might belong to that unit, but I didn't find any of our army's bodies in the truck. Schriffen cursed, why weren't they stopped and checked when the convoy passed through? We are the spearhead of the attack, and according to the march order, the other units are all behind us. The radio fell silent. Schriffen, who was on duty last night? I'll spare you confinement with the enemy before us. But if you survive the fight, await your punishment. Having spoken, Schriffen momentarily shut off the tank's transmitter and gave the driver orders through the internal comms, leave the main road, up the mountain. His Panzer III with the tactical number 141 left the road and climbed the hill which concealed anti-army sentries. The voice of the combat group's staff officer came through the earphones, Major, shouldn't we let the infantry scout it out first? Schriffen, there's no need. Anti-people have no talent for warfare. They only fight by the book. Just consider how poorly they fared in the Winter War. The anti-people will set up sniper positions on the hilltops since that's what their textbooks teach them. If we haven't been attacked by now, then there's no one atop the hill. I'll prove it. Having said that, Shrifen straightened up, exposing half his upper body from the protection of the tank hatch. The Panzer III's hatch was specially designed to open forward and could serve as a shield for the commander when peering out. Vehicle 141 made its way almost to the top of the hill. It was then Shrifen's line of sight could finally overlook the hilltop to see beyond, so he shouted, "Stop." The tank halted abruptly, jolting heavily. Shrifen raised his binoculars. He had lost an eye in the Carolingian campaign but stubbornly continued to use binoculars as though he had never become a cyclops. The anti-people have fortified the town, with some buildings appearing quite solid. Momentarily, the staff officer riding in the command half-track also arrived up the hill. He jumped out of the vehicle and stood next to Tank 141, raising his binoculars. Considering that anti-army unit that passed us off as ours this pre-dawn, they must. Major. An ensign officer interrupted the staff officer's words. "Look here, there are track marks on the ground. An anti-army tank stopped here." Shrifen turned toward the ensign. "Well done, ensign. Can you tell where the tracks go?" "Down to the village on the hillside, Major." The chief of staff frowned. "Tanks and infantry, plus this kind of strong brick construction. We should wait for the heavy artillery. They actually gave up this high ground just like that. If we set up artillery observation posts here, the heavy artillery coming up could blast them to ashes." "Shrifen, the heavy artillery is stuck on the roads, and by the time they arrive, it'll be too late. Anti-people's tanks are very outdated, and the Air Force has mostly destroyed them. A few tanks won't make much difference. Deploy the troops." "How many smoke bombs does the mortar platoon have left?" The logistics staff replied, "Not many, officer. We've been pushing forward with no systematic resupply." "Then let's not use them yet." Shrifen looked down at the village below again and said, "If the enemy has a divine arrow, it will be in that clock tower." After finishing his observation, Shrifen put down his binoculars and lifted his thumb as a reference, estimating the distance by sight. 2 kilometers. The enemy's divine arrows are not so precise at this distance. Have Hoffman's crew take over. The shooting position is right here. Soon, a number 3 tank with the tactical number 170 drove up the hill and stopped near Shriffen's number 141. Shriffen pressed his throat microphone and said, "Hoffman, the target is that bell tower. The enemy's Divine Arrow team is definitely inside. The 50mm high explosive shells of the Panzer III might not penetrate the stone walls, so I want you to accurately deliver the shells through the windows of the bell tower. Armor-piercing shells could naturally penetrate stone walls, but their damaging effect might not be very good. However, hitting the windows accurately from 2 kilometers away required not only superb shooting skills but also a bit of luck. In fact, hitting the bell tower at this distance would already be considered passing. But Shriffen had confidence in his team's ace gunner. "Shriffen, hit it and I'll reward you with a pack of canned food." Laughter from the tankers came over the radio. "Major, who needs your canned food now? Look around, there's an endless supply of beef and women to sleep with. Indeed, we are only a bit short on bread. Nov. L. B /JNN. Shriffen, then the reward will be in Imperial marks, and if you miss, it's solitary confinement for you." Hoffman whistled. "Just watch me." Tank number 170 rotated its turret, beginning to aim. Shriffen glanced at his subordinates, then turned back to look at the foot of the hill, pleased to see his troops had completed deployment for combat, ready to launch an attack. At that moment, the gun fired. "They've fired." Monkyaka Niako was shocked as the whistling sound of the shell passed overhead. Everyone instinctively looked up. The next moment, the explosion came from behind. Monkyaka Niako rushed to the opposite window, just in time to see dust breaking through the bell tower's windows. Then he saw 2 guards running out of the bell tower's main door, panic-stricken onto the street. The next moment, the large bell crashed onto the first floor of the bell tower, and the bell, as tall as a person, started bouncing, with its dull toll torturing everyone's ears. Monkyaka Niako cursed, "Succubule." He looked at the others. A munitions handler said, "If we were in the bell tower now, we'd be like that bell. Ludmila, we can counterattack? The one who fired must be their best gunner? Taking him out could save many of us." "No." Yaka Niako reprimanded the people who started to move after Ludmila's words. "They'd just reverse and evade now, which would only expose us. Wait for them to come into the open, when they have nowhere to hide, then we shoot." After stopping everyone, Yaka Niako muttered to himself, "It actually hit as predicted. Could he really be a genius?" Shriffen frowned, observing the village's response. The chief of staff said, "It seems there's no divine arrow stationed in the tower. The enemy might have abandoned this village." Shriffen, "Even so, we must advance into the village in combat formation. 2nd Armored Platoon and Infantry, begin the push." The 2nd Platoon mainly equipped the Panzer IV tanks for infantry support, with their short-barrel 75mm howitzers not suitable for anti-tank but extremely effective against infantry. The Chief of Staff glanced at the staff officer already standing by and nodded gently. So the staff officer blew the whistle that signaled the start of the offensive. The Panzer IV tanks of the 2nd Platoon emitted thick smoke from their exhaust pipes as their tracks crushed the black soil, rolling over the hill. Wang Zhong didn't dare to lie down, for he feared that once he did, he would fall into a deep sleep. When the bell tower was under artillery fire, Wang Zhong had specifically switched to Yakiniako Monk's squad. By now they were all considered under Wang Zhong's command, likely counted among that cluster of rooted soldiers, allowing Wang Zhong to draw the scene closer at any time. He saw Yakiniako lying at the window on the street-facing side, staring wide-eyed at the stricken bell tower. L.B//JNN. Before Wang Zhong could take pleasure in Yakiniako's astonishment, he heard Ludmila say, "We can fight back, that tank must be the enemy's ace." Wang Zhong thought, "No, big sister, if you fire from here and expose yourself, they will retract." In the game War Thunder, where a large number of missile vehicles have been implemented, Wang Zhong had gained extensive experience in countering missiles, and he knew that retreating into cover and deploying smoke bombs could effectively disrupt missile guidance. The enemy was currently on the hillside, and a simple reverse gear would take them out of sight, while the enemy was almost 2 kilometers away from the town. For a missile, divine arrow, to travel that distance would take quite some time, enough for the enemy to react. Although Wang Zhong was anxious, there was no way for him to issue commands to Ludmila and the others. After all, they were not actually units under Wang Zhong's control in a game. Fortunately, at that moment, Yakiniako Monk, who was very experienced, shouted, "Stop! If we fire now, they will run away." Seeing that Ludmila and the others stopped what they were doing, Wang Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yakiniako Monk likely had experience from the Winter War and even the Civil War. No sooner had Wang Zhong put his mind at ease, than at least 12 tanks rolled over the ridgeline, entering Wang Zhong's field of vision, all carrying thick and short infantry tank guns, which looked strikingly like the number 4. The tank destroyed by Yakiniako Monk's Divine Arrow squad in Ronid was one of this type. A dozen seconds later, infantry skirmish lines and half-tracked vehicles also appeared. Wang Zhong furrowed his brows. The enemy's firepower was much stronger than he had anticipated. Just the machine guns on the half-tracked vehicles numbered over a dozen, not to mention those on the tanks. The density of firepower was astounding. By comparison, the 3rd Rear Amur Group's machine gun firepower had been severely depleted and couldn't compare at all. Observing Yegorov's layout, Wang Zhong discovered that Yegorov hadn't set up machine gun positions outside the town at all, clearly not intending to exchange fire with the enemy in open terrain. The only light machine gun positioned at the edge of the town was there to cover for the Divine Arrow squad, and it was expected to move as soon as the Divine Arrow squad relocated. Wang Zhong shifted his view back to the Divine Arrow squad and saw that they were ready to launch. Yakiniako Monk, using binoculars to observe the enemy, said in a low voice, "Do you see tank with tactical number 181? It has additional antennas, that's the Prussians' command vehicle." Ludmila also held binoculars. "I see it, tactical number 181. Yakiniako, it's up to you then, let me know when you're ready." "I'm ready," Ludmila replied. Wang Zhong was also ready. This time he wanted to witness firsthand how Divine Arrow's guidance worked. At least for now, Ludmila didn't appear to hold anything resembling a radio remote control device in her hands. "Yakiniako, fire." The gunner pressed the button on the launcher, and the rocket's tail flame instantly filled half the room, blowing off the portraits hanging on the opposite wall with a clatter. Wang Zhong, raising his viewpoint, saw the rocket tracing an arc towards the enemy, its head glowing like a flare. For a moment, Wang Zhong truly felt as though he was playing war game Red Dragon, where missiles were made extremely bright to be more noticeable, like fireflies, so that players could clearly see the missile trajectory even when at a high aerial view. The enemy's tanks obviously hadn't reacted, continuing in their original direction, and they were hit as such. After the explosion, the tank maintained its forward motion as if nothing had happened, then flames shot out from the engine radiator, and the vehicle abruptly stopped, with all the crew members jumping out of the tank and efficiently hitting the ground. The next moment, the tank's ammunition detonated, and flames burst forth from the open hatches. At that moment, Tank 182, which was advancing to the left of 181, came to an abrupt stop and rotated its turret. They had actually already located where the Divine Arrow was fired from. Although the Divine Arrow had a very apparent trail, the fact that the enemy could determine the firing team's position so quickly could only mean that they were indeed experienced. Just as Wang Zhong shifted his attention back to the Divine Arrow team, the enemy fired. The hurried shot was not accurate, merely hitting the wall beside the window. The brick wall was instantly breached, and the shockwave from the explosion blew off Yakiniako's hat. Yakiniako shouted, "Quick, retreat! Grab the stand and run!" The two shooters picked up the stand and dashed toward the room's main door, with Ludmila close behind them. Yakiniako was the last one, and just as the group stepped out the door, the second shell came. This time, the shell flew through the window and hit the opposite wall. As the shockwave and shrapnel swept across the doorway, Yakiniako had just stepped outside. He stumbled and fell to the ground, cursing loudly, "Succubule." Ludmila turned back and pulled Yakiniako up. "Can you still walk?" "Yes, I just grazed my foot." "Hurry to the second position." The squad ran straight out of the house, and at the same time, the light machine gunner who stayed behind to cover them started firing to draw the tank's attention and spread their focus. Yegorov's men had already broken through the walls in the courtyard, so the Divine Arrow team quickly moved to the adjacent yard. Right then, the third shell from the enemy came, still targeting the window where the Divine Arrow team had been, completely ignoring the machine gunner. The third high explosive shell directly pierced through the house, with bricks tumbling into the street on the other side. Then the tank began to turn its gun barrel, clearly aiming for the machine gun this time. Wang Zhong's heart was racing, he almost cried out, "Run, you guys, run." Unfortunately, his thoughts could not reach the two brave soldiers, and they were too far from the tank to see such a slight shift in the tank gun's barrel without an overhead view and binoculars. By the time the machine gunners stopped firing and planned to move, the tank fired. When the shell made impact, the machine gunner and the ammunition handler had just left the shooting window. The shockwave caught up with them, knocking them to the ground. Wang Zhong immediately lost sight of the two men. He felt some regret, he didn't even know their names. Just then, a second divine arrow was fired from the adjacent building, aimed straight at the enemy tank that was still in its original position. Wang Zhong's heart raced alongside the divine arrow towards the enemy. The light struck right at the chief position on tank 182, detonating on the vertical steel plate. The next moment, the tank's turret was blown away by the blast wave of sympathetic detonation, even before the Prussians inside had a chance to escape. Wang Zhong could even see the body of a tank operator being hurled into the air. But more tanks stopped, and they had all located the firing position of the divine arrow. As it was said then done, the first barrage was fired. In the blink of an eye, several 75mm high explosive shells hit the building where the divine arrow team was situated. The divine arrow team proved to be clever this time, with the firing group at the first window on the west side of the ground floor, while Ludmila, responsible for guiding the missiles, and Monkyuk and Niako, who indicated the targets, were at the window of the kitchen next door. After firing the rockets, the launch team immediately left for another position, leaving only Ludmila to guide the missiles. At least 8 mortar shells hit the firing window, collapsing half of the house, but Ludmila and Monkyuk and Niako made it out in one piece. It seemed that the divine arrow team was still capable of destroying quite a few tanks. Before Wang Zhong could celebrate, artillery fire rained down from the sky. Judging by where the shells landed, it was hurried mortar fire without precise aiming. Some even fell into Pinyi village itself. None of the shells exploded violently, they simply burst into clouds of smoke with a sound akin to firecrackers. Mortar smoke bombs? It looked like this was also a standard Prussian army tactic when facing the divine arrow. Wang Zhong shifted his gaze toward the edge of his entire field of vision, staring at the Cyclopean commanding officer on the mountain top, wishing he could psychically snipe him and plunge the enemy into chaos. Major Shrifen observed the dispersal of the smoke. The artillery observers ranging binoculars were set up right next to his vehicle, with firing data constantly being transmitted directly to the vehicle-mounted mortar units on the hillside through verbal commands. The second bombardment was much more accurate. A smoke wall formed in front of the village, and even Shrifen could not see clearly what was happening inside. He raised his right hand. "All right, cease fire." The commands to stop firing came from the mortar platoon leader behind him. When the artillery fire ceased, the chief of staff said, "The enemy has deployed 2 divine arrow units in such a small village. There must be a significant force. Should we wait for the heavy artillery?" Shrifen responded, "What 2 divine arrows? Haven't you noticed that our attacks did not trigger any divine arrow sympathetic detonations? Considering the intervals between launches, this is the same divine arrow unit constantly changing positions. Each position probably has only 1 divine arrow, allowing them to move quickly by carrying just the launcher frame. We've seen this tactic in Carolingian." Chief of Staff, you did not participate in the Carolingian campaign, did you? The Chief of Staff fell silent. Shrifen continued, "The enemy commander is quite excellent, surely having studied many reports from the Carolingian campaign, he knows our tactics. If it was also him who stole our truck and ordered it to advance with its headlights on, then today we must eliminate a great future threat to the Empire. Chief of Staff, then we should all the more wait for the heavy artillery. If we wait for the heavy artillery, he will have fled. The enemy is still not well established. Look, there are no sandbags, no barbed wire and anti-tank stakes in the village, probably no minefields either. Now, relying on our advantage in troops and firepower to grind them down and seize an opportunity to capture him is the best strategy. If we wait for the heavy artillery to arrive, the enemy will be ready, and we will only suffer even more severe casualties." Shrifen stopped and watched the assault troops enter the smokescreen created by the mortars. He looked up at the sky. With the sun this bright, the west wind will be blowing soon. The smoke will disperse and everything will settle. As soon as the words fell, the sound of machine gun fire came from within the smoke. The sound, tearing like ripping canvas, was that of the Empire's standard Model 34 general-purpose machine gun. It was clear that the attacking units were using machine guns to suppress the windows on the edge of the village. Then, the sound of cannons followed. Shrifen immediately recognized them as the No 4s 75mm guns. "It started, just wait and see," Shrifen said confidently. Wang Zhong discovered that his bird's eye view could see through smoke. He couldn't make out what was inside the smoke, but he could clearly see everything before and beyond it. Ordinary people couldn't see past the smoke, but Wang Zhong's perspective could. He wasn't sure whether this was just how strong Golden Finger was, or if it was a bug. However, this was of little use since Wang Zhong couldn't mentally control his troops and had to rely on the radio beside him. As it turned out, the radio could only call Captain Lubokov's vehicle, only that car had a radio. This feeling was a bit like playing auto chess. Once the deployment was set, it was up to the pieces to fight it out themselves. After the enemy tanks crossed the smoke line, they immediately began firing at the windows of the buildings. Nov. L. B /JNN. Wang Zhong had a habit in various military games of doing the same, regardless of whether there were enemies in the buildings, firing first and asking questions later, depleting supplies rather than manpower. The Prussians' firepower was fierce, with dozens of machine guns firing. Many wooden window frames were simply blasted to pieces. As for the wooden houses, entire walls were dismantled. Then, a tank with the tactical number 185 fired its cannon at the westernmost red-roofed building, collapsing the corner of the house and sending tiles flying halfway into the sky. As they approached the village, the enemy tanks slowed down, and the infantry, spread out in skirmish lines, overtook the tanks and charged towards the village. On the very outskirts of the village was a stone wall where the villagers had fenced off several small courtyards to keep some livestock. Now this stone wall had become the first line of defense against the enemy. Apparently, the Prussians weren't used to carrying explosives, so they had to construct human ladders to scale the wall. In the blink of an eye, Amur Group submachine gunners hidden on the ground floor opened fire. Because of the cover provided by the stone wall, the earlier enemy machine gun fire had not reached the windows on the ground floor. As the submachine gunners shot down the enemies climbing the wall, riflemen hiding by the wall quickly lobbed grenades over it. These grenades were clearly thrown by veterans, who had held them for a moment before releasing. They exploded as soon as they hit the ground, wounding and killing many Prussians outside the wall instantaneously. The next moment, the tanks fired, blasting an opening in the stone wall. Immediately, the enemy's grenades were thrown through the gap into the courtyard. Wang Zhong clearly saw one of the veteran defenders catch one of the grenades, intending to throw it back when it exploded in his hand. The veteran's upper body was shredded by the blast, covering the face of a recruit with blood and viscera. The recruit screamed in terror, only to be impaled in the stomach by an enemy's bayonet that rushed in. A brutal melee battle was underway. Meanwhile, the enemy tanks continued to fire as they advanced toward the village. Tank number 185 decided to enter the village from the southwest road, and Lubokov's tank was exactly ambushed next to the mill at the end of this road. Wang Zhong quickly switched back to the naked eye view and grabbed the radio on the table. Lubokov, the enemy is about to come into your sight. What? Lubokov exclaimed. How can you see them? I can't see a thing. Wang Zhong, watch the front, tell your gunner to be alert. While shouting, he switched back to the bird's eye view. Indeed, he saw tank number 185 enter the village appearing right within Lubokov's firing range. Good lord. Lubokov muttered, fire, fire now. A puff of white smoke came out of Lubokov's tank's gun barrel. Wang Zhong clearly saw a stream of sparks coming out of tank number 185. But the tank didn't explode, it just came to a stop. Lubokov's anxious voice shouted over the radio, reload quickly, we didn't hit them. From Lubokov's perspective, it was impossible to tell if the enemy had been hit or not. But Wang Zhong could see, thanks to his view, as the highlighted enemies inside the tank suddenly reduced by 3, leaving only 2 who couldn't possibly drive the vehicle. After all, this wasn't War Thunder. If only 2 crew members remained, they would continue to fight, but in reality, morale wasn't that high, and crews would usually abandon the tank after losing 1 or 2 key members. Wang Zhong saw the highlighted 2 climbing out of the tank from the bottom hatch. That's when the third machine gun from the Amur group finally rang out. Unlike the enemy's sharp tearing sound, the anti-army's heavy machine gun sounded solid, matching its bulky appearance. As Wang Zhong was distracted, Lubokov fired a second armor-piercing shell, hitting the now empty tank number 185 again. Lubokov? That tank has been destroyed. Watch out for the next one. How do you know it's destroyed? Where are you watching the battlefield from? Count, you can't direct blindly. Reload. Wang Zhong adjusted his view, wanting to see Lubokov's condition, only to find out that he had gone inside the tank. Tanks actually have a very poor field of view, which is why tank commanders in World War II like to poke their heads out to observe the situation. For someone like Lubokov to retreat inside the tank without infantry cover in urban combat was essentially offering victory to the enemy infantry. Just then, tank number 186 of the Prussian army moved forward. Wang Zhong heard Lubokov screaming over the radio, retreat when facing 2 enemy tanks. Retreat now. Wang Zhong? Since Lubokov had already moved, and the tanks of this era had no stabilizers, the shot went wild, and the armor-piercing shell struck the second floor of a building on the street, blowing a hole in the wall. The enemy tank stopped, fired a shot at Lubokov who was retreating. The shot was clearly a high-explosive shell that exploded on the front armor of Lubokov's tank, shattering all the mill's windows. Lubokov's cries suddenly disappeared from the radio. But his tank neither caught fire nor stopped. It continued to reverse past the cover of the mill until it crashed into the exterior wall of the distillery and stopped, though the engine still roared as if trying to knock down the wall. Wang Zhong was astounded, thinking, was it a high-pressure shock from a high-explosive shell that knocked them out? The next moment, he didn't need to ponder that anymore because tank number 187, which had come in from the northern road, hit Lubokov's tank with an armor-piercing shell. The T-28, already lightly armored with a large silhouette, now exposed its broadside and exploded into a towering fireball. The explosion happened right beside the distillery Wang Zhong had chosen as his command post, shattering the windows around him. It was over, he could no longer count on it. Let's see the other tanks. There were 2 more set up in ambush positions. But then Wang Zhong saw another tank heroically charge out of its ambush position. It fired a shot, but as it didn't stop to shoot, the shot flew wide, and then the tank, while firing its machine gun, rammed into enemy tank number 187. What the hell? No matter, there was one more tank in ambush. After the infantry used Molotov cocktails to wear down the enemy tank, the final blow from this tank would surely turn the tide. Then, the last tank in ambush also broke cover, with the tank commander poking his head out and manually operating the anti-aircraft machine gun on top of the tank. While firing, he shouted, "The captain has nobly met his end. Let's fight to the last moment like true Cossacks." Turns out this tank had seen what happened to Lubokov. The enemy tank number 186, upon seeing this, immediately fired an armor-piercing shell. Despite the short 75mm gun being primarily for anti-infantry use, with lower chamber pressure and initial velocity of the shells, it was still a 75mm caliber. One shot created a hole on the front twin machine gun turrets large enough for Wang Zhong to see from the air, followed by the tank catching fire and gradually coming to a stop. Wang Zhong couldn't help but facepalm. What was that all about? Let the infantry deal with those tanks entering the city? While thinking this, enemy tank number 186 began to advance, but the machine gun hidden in the basement opened fire, mowing down a swath of infantry following the tank. Taking advantage of this opening, 2 infantrymen on the second floor by the road popped their heads out and lobbed Molotov cocktails at the tank. The first Molotov cocktail precisely hit the tank's rear radiator grill, immediately engulfing it in flames. The second hit the turret. Wang Zhong guessed that some of the fuel might have seeped through the commander's observation hatch into the turret. The next moment, the hatch cover was jacked open by 2-meter-high flames. The loader opened the side hatch, attempting to exit from the side of the turret, only to run into the barrel of the machine gun. That's more like it. Well done, 3rd Amur Group. But Wang Zhong soon lost his cheer. He found that, like the German army, which organized troops around machine guns, the Prussian army had a feature of the mid-German forces. They were broadly equipped with rifle grenades. In real history, the German army didn't start equipping rifle grenades in large quantities until the middle and later parts of 1942. At the start of Operation Barbarossa, German squads generally only had hand grenades. The Prussian army, likely comprised of veterans, used rifle grenades with masterful skill. As soon as machine gun positions were discovered, they were quickly bombarded with rifle grenades. Although Wang Zhong didn't think these rifle grenades could effectively kill the machine gun crew since the guns were inside buildings and were positioned cunningly, getting hit by rifle grenades would inevitably lead to relocation and that would create gaps in firepower. Of course, the enemy didn't have an overhead view like Wang Zhong, and figuring out the machine gun positions was a challenge. However, they solved this problem with combat experience and sheer numbers. Moreover, the enemy was clearly very familiar with this kind of urban meat grinder combat that combined infantry and tanks. The infantry led the way for the tanks, clearing each room with grenades, while tanks sent machine gun spots flying, one after another. After fighting for half a day and losing 6 tanks and over 100 men to injuries or death, the Amur Group had also lost 3 heavy machine guns and the lives of dozens of grenadiers. Although only 7 or 8 buildings on the western side of the village had been taken by the Prussian forces, Wang Zhong, with his oversight, could already tell that the fall of Pinyi was just a matter of time if things continued this way. The only consolation was that the Amur Group's morale was high. Despite facing massive losses, they continued to bravely contest the enemy for control of every house. Wang Zhong knew that to change the course of the battle, he must eliminate all of the enemy's tanks. Without the tanks, those half-tracked vehicles that freely leveraged machine gun firepower accompanying the infantry wouldn't pose a threat. But now, 4 enemy tanks had secured the 2 main roads on the western side of the village, and the firepower points along the roads didn't dare to shoot, as any attempt would invite return fire from the tank guns. The enemy was advancing along the main roads, rapidly approaching the town center with the church and the mechanics mill. Wang Zhong noticed that in Boy Manor, the 3-story estate to the north of the church, the last heavy machine gun that hadn't fired was on alert. He surmised that the moment the enemy infantry stepped into the open space in front of the church, they would likely be heavily wounded. Plus, the heavy machine gun position Yegorov chose was very cunning. For the enemy tanks to hit it, they had to enter the open space right in front of the church. The problem, however, was that Yegorov no longer had any anti-tank firepower. The Divine Arrow team led by Monk Yakaniako, after their line of sight had been blocked, intended to retreat to the manor. Still, they moved too late and failed to cross the large road on the northwest side of the village in time, now trapped in a 2-story building beside the road. Unfortunately, this building only had windows on the north and south sides, leaving Yakaniako's squad without a good line of sight on the enemy tanks on the street. The enemy infantry had already advanced to about 50 meters away from them. They couldn't rely on the Divine Arrows and had to depend on Molotov cocktails. However, the enemy advanced too swiftly. Only the initial batch of Molotov cocktails made it to the grenadiers on the 2nd floor on the village's western side. The bulk of the Molotov cocktails produced later were now piled up in the distillery, with no option but to be transported forward by hand, bit by bit. Whether they could be delivered on time or prove effective was still uncertain. The enemy now knew their tactics here. The infantry wouldn't allow tanks to proceed without securing the buildings on both sides of the street. They must find a way to destroy the enemy's remaining 4 tanks. Wang Zhong's gaze turned towards the last T-28 tank parked in the distillery. But this vulnerable behemoth would likely be blown up the moment it appeared before the enemy? Wang Zhong brooded over the battlefield from his vantage point. At that moment, he was burning with fever, feeling lightheaded, as if he could ascend to heaven at any moment. Maybe it's best to give up. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He had fought well enough, and now, being so gravely ill, no one would blame him if he passed out. Close my eyes, and even if there's a flood, it has nothing to do with me. Isn't this the perfect attitude for a defeatist? Perhaps because of this thought, Wang Zhong's consciousness grew blurrier. In his haziness, he saw in a house at the west end of the village, 2% soldiers discovering locals hiding in a cellar. Wang Zhong recognized these locals. They were the same family who had refused his advice when he first entered the village. He remembered their neighbor, the landlady, mentioning the old lady with her grandson, named Elinikna. Elinikna was clinging tightly to her grandson, shielding him with her aged body. Her son and daughter-in-law were also there, huddled together, trembling. Prasen soldiers scrutinized Elinikna's son, interrogating him in Prasen, but the old lady could only shake her head repeatedly, saying, "We don't know, we're just common folk." Suddenly, one of the Prasen soldiers yelled and stabbed Elinikna's son to death with a bayonet, then shouted in anti-language, "Deserter." Another Prasen laughed, "Coward." Elinikna's daughter-in-law sat there stupefied, agape, as the old lady pleaded desperately. At that moment, a sergeant entered the cellar, glanced down, and started cursing vehemently, all while lifting his submachine gun and firing into Elinikna's family. The daughter-in-law was gunned down instantly, and although the old lady tried to protect her grandson, she too fell after being hit by several shots. The last child standing seemed incapable of grasping the concept of death. He blankly stared at his fallen family members, then at the still smoking barrel of Prasen's sergeant's submachine gun. The sergeant went up to the boy and kicked him over with one foot, then with another foot, snapped his delicate neck. Wang Zhong was shocked by this bloody scene and snapped back to clarity. The village wasn't even occupied yet, and these beasts had begun to massacre. What they intended to do after taking over the village was unimaginable? No? Wang Zhong forcibly shook his head, trying hard to stay alert. Because he knew that if there was any chance to turn the tables now, it could only be his own cheat. He had to make full use of the cheat to destroy the enemy's remaining 4 tanks. He looked over at the last tank in the distillery, the tactical number 422 T-28 multi-turret tank. This thinly armored behemoth couldn't possibly withstand the enemy head-on. He needed to find a way to get to their side, or even behind them. He had to utilize the golden finger of the overhead view. Wang Zhong pulled his view to the farthest, overlooking the entire battlefield. He noticed something. The smoke from the enemy's mortar fire hadn't dispersed yet, so the tanks behind the enemy couldn't see the situation in the village. In other words, if he left the village now and took a wide detour outside the village, the enemy's following tanks wouldn't be able to see it. Give such an order to the 422 crew? Considering the recent performance of the tank troops, the training and combat experience of the anti-army's armored forces were questionable. The rank-and-file soldiers were indeed courageous, but that was all they had. Most importantly, they didn't have the overhead view and had no idea of the enemy's position. To use this last tank to wipe out the enemy's 4 tanks, there was only one way. I have to personally command this tank? The moment this thought arose, Wang Zhong switched back to the normal view. His heart was pounding fiercely for the first time, making Wang Zhong truly understand what it meant to feel one's heart nearly bursting out of the chest. The flood of adrenaline that was secreted made him, who had been weak and listless, spring to his feet. Sophia standing next to him with a handkerchief was stunned. As soon as Wang Zhong saw her, he grabbed her shoulders and stared at her intensely. I'll wipe the sweat for you. After all, I'm just a him monk. All I can do is. Wang Zhong, as long as I am alive, you won't be captured. Absolutely not. Indeed, if he gave up, not only would his soldiers die in battle and the civilians in the village be slaughtered, but these lovely girls would also face the enemy's abuse. How could he give up? Wang Zhong's feverish brain now had only one thought: screw those Prasen bastards and to hell with them. Sophia was still confused. You might be mistaking me for someone else. I am not Miss Ludmila. Wang Zhong left her behind, striding out with purpose. At this moment, his head was as heavy as a balloon-headed doll, but he still walked with brisk steps fueled by the adrenaline rush. Rushing out of the main workshop of the distillery, Wang Zhong immediately spotted the 422 vehicle. Parked safely within the walls of the distillery, not even a single bullet had gone past it, but the tank's turret hatch was shut tight. Wang Zhong felt an upsurge of anger. He seemed to forget he was running a high fever, stormed up to the tank, and banged on the hatch. Open the hatch. You bastard, I'll throw a Molotov cocktail if you don't open up. The commander of the 422, a corporal with whom Wang Zhong had a brief acquaintance, opened the hatch and popped his head out. Don't throw. Wang Zhong, everyone else is fighting in blood, and you're acting like a coward here as a reserve. Wang Zhong pulled off his headset and microphone in one go. Get out. Wang Zhong, I said get out. The corporal hesitated for a moment. Will I be shot? Deserters are to be executed. Wang Zhong, you'll be shot if you don't get out. Now get out. Nov. L. B/JNN. The corporal clambered out shakily but still stood by the turret, unwilling to leave. I'm not deserting, it was you, Count. who ordered me out. Wang Zhong kicked him off and climbed into the turret himself, putting on the headset. The corporal lying on the ground called out, "Here's your tank helmet." Wang Zhong couldn't be bothered with him. His brain simply didn't have the capacity to consider too much right now, like how being inside the turret increased the chances of survival, or how without a tank helmet, one would be bruised from knocking against the turret. He hadn't thought about any of these things. All that he was focused on now was commanding the tank, pulling off a beautiful flanking action to break the enemy's assault. After putting on the headset, he realized he could hardly hear anything because of the ringing in his ears. It was said that early Soviet tank equipment was quite backward, forcing the commander to use a wrench to knock signals for orders. He could only hope that this tank was somewhat more advanced. Wang Zhong slammed the headset a few times, then his head. The ringing in his ears got even worse. After all, he had a high fever and a rush of adrenaline. A little ringing was the least of his issues. Wang Zhong didn't care anymore and shouted, rather than this ringing, "Give me some battle music." Perhaps it was psychological, but the ringing in his ears seemed to take on the rhythms of music. However, Wang Zhong was too dazed to discern the song. He didn't care and gave the order directly, "Move forward, head out the gate." The wreckage of Captain Lubokov's vehicle provided some cover just outside the gate. Wang Zhong's command was executed. The engine of the tank roared, slowly starting to move forward. The soldiers at the gate hurriedly opened it. The tank rolled out halfway when Wang Zhong issued his second command, "Turn left." Turning left meant going east, which looked like fleeing. Actually, Wang Zhong was making a flanking maneuver. The driver didn't raise any objections, or perhaps he did, but Wang Zhong couldn't hear him. He had tinnitus. No, that's not right. It wasn't tinnitus anymore, it was indistinguishable music. In fact, he couldn't hear anything now. The sounds of gunfire, the roar of engines, the screams of soldiers dying, and so on were all drowned out by the ringing music in his ears. Su Feng stood at the doorway, watching Count Rakasov speed away in a tank. Someone exclaimed, "The Count is fleeing in a tank." Su Feng shouted loudly, "No, he has not run. He said that as long as he lives, he would never let us be captured. By shaking our morale like this, I should have you shot." The shouter immediately fell silent. Su Feng then looked out the gate again, where by now, nothing was left but the tracks of the tank. "Count Rakasov, can I truly trust you?" "Wang Zhong, turn right." He couldn't hear a response and could only pat the top of the turret forcefully. "Turn right." Ah! The tank's right track slammed to a halt, swinging the vehicle around in a tailspin to complete the right turn. Wang Zhong was shaken so severely he felt his brain might burst out. At this point, he was still in the commander's view mode, vomiting uncontrollably. But that didn't stop him from giving orders. "Follow the stone wall, main gun pointed straight ahead, load the high explosive shell." The order was perfectly executed, and by that time, the tank had just passed the southernmost wooden hut in the village, probably an outhouse, and the view suddenly opened up. A Prasen half-track vehicle was parked at the edge of the wheat field. "Wang Zhong, emergency stop? Emergency stop." The tank braked hard, and thanks to the T-28 being a rather long tank, the jolt was minor during the emergency stop. Otherwise, Wang Zhong would have likely been thrown out. The Prussians near the half-track were shocked. The machine gunner on the vehicle, who was firing at the village, hurriedly turned the gun barrel upon seeing the tank. "Target the half-track vehicle, fire." The smoke from the gun muzzle obscured Wang Zhong's vision. Although it was just a small 45mm gun, the firing action was still quite intense. The front half of the half-track was blown up into the air, and the surrounding Prasen soldiers immediately fell like bowling pins. The machine guns in the two small turrets at the front of the T-28 rattled off, and in an instant, there were no longer any standing figures left. Wang Zhong, by this time, felt a bit weak in the legs and simply sat on the edge of the hatch, leaning to the side and propping himself up with the hatch cover. "Continue forward." At this moment, Wang Zhong finally clarified the persistent music in his ears. It turned out that he was hallucinating from a fever, mistaking his physiological tinnitus for music. He clearly heard a voice singing beside him. "Listen, the horn of battle sounds the alarm/dress in uniform and grab your weapons/the youth brigade assembles/to march and unite as one to defend the country." Wang Zhong nodded to the rhythm of the song, without forgetting to give orders. "Rotate the hull 30 degrees to the right, turret turn 90 degrees, load the armor-piercing shell." As the tank turned, the machine guns on the forward turrets fired tracer rounds non-stop like death's scythe, reaping everything Prasen. Wang Zhong even had a moment to pay attention to the distance, making sure the smoke completely blocked the enemy tanks behind. Vehicle 422 charged all the way, eventually encircling the southwestern entrance of the village. "Right turn, come to an abrupt stop when you hit the main road." Wang Zhong's order was executed with precision. After a brief shaking, Wang Zhong confirmed with his naked eye the backs of two enemy tanks. "Target the left tank, fire." "Nov. L. B /JNN." The shockwave from the cannon's firing kicked up all the dust on the ground around them. A hole immediately appeared on the back of the target, but from the naked eye perspective, it was impossible to tell if the tank had been destroyed. But from Wang Zhong's overhead view, it was clear that all three crew members inside the target turret were done for. "Wang Zhong, load the armor-piercing shell. Switch targets, aim at the right tank." As the turret turned, it so happened that Wang Zhong's earpiece was playing the chorus part of a song, so he hummed along. "Let's say goodbye dear mother, please kiss your son goodbye." At that moment, the enemy infantry noticed the tank behind them, and a brave sergeant charged at the tank, knocking on the hatch with his hand. The coaxial machine gun opened fire, turning the sergeant into a sieve, but the tracer rounds also exposed the direction of the incoming machine gun fire. The enemy's tank began turning its turret. Wang Zhong yelled, "Fire!" He didn't know if the loading was complete, he couldn't hear. However, the moment he yelled, the cannon responded to him. The armor-piercing shell hit the target, the rotating turret immediately stopped, and the next moment, the enemy tank operators crawled out of the tank. The coaxial machine gun ungraciously claimed their souls. At this time, Wang Zhong, through the overhead view, noticed that 2 tanks on another street suddenly stopped attacking the defending infantry. One started to turn around on the spot while the other seemed to plan cutting through a side alley. It must have been the radio. The second destroyed tank had informed its teammates via radio that they were being flanked. Wang Zhong laughed, fighting street battles with someone who's good at navigating maps? He immediately gave the order for the tank to enter the alley next to them. As they moved, he continued to hum along to the song in his ear. "Goodbye, mother, don't be sad, bless us with a safe journey." As he sang the chorus for the second time, Wang Zhong directed the tank to the side of the enemy's number 188 vehicle, and with a command of fire, the enemy vehicle's ammo detonated, and its turret flew high into the air. Only one left? That one had looped back to the northwest village entrance, attempting to encircle Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's response was straightforward: direct the tank onto the main street, turn the barrel southwest, and wait for it to appear. While waiting, the tank's machine gun harvested Prasen soldiers on the street. Wang Zhong was only concerned with humming. "Goodbye, dear hometown, the star of victory will shine upon us." The last tank appeared, and without waiting for Wang Zhong's command, the gunner stepped on the firing pedal, and the armor-piercing shell hit the center of the tank's body. The target almost instantly burst into flames, with the Prasen tank operators emerging from the hatch engulfed in fire, frantically rolling on the ground to extinguish it. Wang Zhong personally took up the machine gun on top of the tank turret, spraying the enemy tank operators, singing as he fired, "Goodbye, mother, don't be sad, bless us with a safe journey." Yura. A deafening Yura echoed from every street corner as the infantry of the Amur group poured out like a tidal wave, attacking the enemy who had lost their tank cover. Proudly, Wang Zhong declared, "We've won." Then, as if he had used up the last bit of life in him, he passed out. Yegorov, like everyone else, rushed out from the hiding shelter. Yegorov was never absent from a charge. The enemy had already suffered heavy losses in the town's meat grinder combat, and with all their armored strength wiped out in a short time by a sneak attack from Tank 422, even the battle-hardened Prussian veterans' morale collapsed instantly. On the contrary, the morale of every soldier in the Amur group went through the roof as they witnessed Tank 422's remarkable feat to different extents. This was evident from the deafening cheers of hurrah. Yegorov loved personally leading a charge in such situations. The enemy was quickly driven out of the village. Aside from a few veterans who hadn't had their fill of killing and were pulling the bolt at the edge of town for target practice, the rest of the soldiers all gathered around Tank 422, shouting hurrah, around the tank. The roaring hurrah, as if His Majesty the Emperor himself had arrived at the front lines. Yegorov had to use his burly physique to push through several overly excited soldiers and spent a few minutes squeezing past them to reach the side of the tank. It was then that he clearly saw that it was Count Rakasov sitting on the tank. The Count looked in a very bad state, his face was ashen, and he was sweating profusely. The soldiers hadn't noticed the Count's abnormality at all, which was not their fault. Since the war began, they had been in constant retreat, and they had not won a battle in a long time, even such an insignificant local victory. While everyone was celebrating the victory with great excitement, suddenly, the Count swayed and fell off the tank but was immediately held up by countless hands. The soldiers shouted excitedly, throwing the Count up into the air. They actually thought the Count was celebrating? Yegorov shouted at the top of his lungs, "Cut it out! You'll shake the Count to death. He has a high fever? Cut it out." At this time, inside Tank 422, the tank operators were not as excited as the infantry outside. It's not that they weren't happy about the victory, it was just that they had literally danced with death and hadn't recovered yet. The Count was feverish with ringing ears and couldn't hear. In fact, there had been all sorts of wails and howls inside the tank, and none of these tank operators had any actual combat experience. They really couldn't bear the kind of life-risking and blood-licking tactics just now, and could only relieve their fear by shouting. Now, the battle was over, and like exhausted screamers, everyone slumped in their seats. Finally, the driver reacted first, letting out a feeble howl, "Oh oh oh oh, we're alive? Hurrah!" The loader and the gunner looked at each other and shouted together, "Hurrah!" They had just started shouting when the Count fell out of the tank. The closest gunner reached out to catch him but missed. "It's over. The Count's been smashed. Our star of victory." A bunch of them scrambled, opening the hatch and climbing out of the tank, only to see the soldiers tossing the Count almost as high as the second floor. Yegorov picked up a submachine gun and swept a barrage into the sky. The festive crowd finally quieted down. Yegorov said, "The Count has a high fever? Do you want to kill him? Get a stretcher, take him to the hospital." The field hospital was originally supposed to withdraw in the villagers' horse carts, but the enemy arrived too quickly, and they had time to set out. The soldiers, awakened as if from a dream, hurriedly placed the Count on the stretcher, brought in haste, and then followed to the hospital with the stretcher bearers. Yegorov climbed on the tank and cursed, "Where are you going? The enemy has only been driven back, not defeated. Quick, clear the battlefield, collect the enemy's weapons, especially the machine guns and submachine guns. Go check the tanks that haven't caught fire to see if their machine guns can be dismantled. And the ammunition, gather as much as possible." Only then did the soldiers disperse. Yegorov turned his head and looked at the tank operators with a doleful expression. The gunner asked, "What should we do?" Yegorov said, "Why was the Count commanding you?" The gunner replied, "Our tank commander was very scared. He locked the hatch and cowered in the turret shaking when we were in the distillery yard. Then the Count came over and knocked on the turret hatch, saying, 'With a gun knocking on the turret hatch,'" the loader corrected. The gunner continued, "Right, came over with a gun to knock on the turret hatch, and said, 'You spineless coward, get out here.'" The driver confidently said, "No, he said, 'You whimpering woman, get out here, or I'll blast you.'" The gunner questioned, "Is that so?" "Yes, that fierce." The driver nodded, then looked to the mechanic. "Don't believe me? Ask him." The mechanic also nodded, "Indeed, that fierce." The gunner went on, "Anyway, we were directly commanded by the Count. The Count had us drive straight out of the village. He had it all figured out, which round to load for each shot, crystal clear." "Yes, crystal clear." The gunner continued, "We had just left the village when we saw an enemy half-track, possibly an ambulance, and we sent the vehicle and the Prussian wounded sky-high with one shot." The mechanic chimed in, "The Count was even singing, saying goodbye to the enemy's mother." No, the driver shook his head, "You've got to consider the context, you uneducated guy, didn't you go to night school?" The Count was saying farewell to his own mother, as he was about to go into battle. Yegorov was utterly confused. The Count calling for his mother? Singing? What the heck? Then several tank operators responded in unison, "He was singing? And it was a song we hadn't heard before." The gunner added, "The lyrics were not only about saying goodbye to his mother but also to his hometown, saying the star of victory would shine upon us." The others firmly agreed. "Right, the star of victory, I heard it very clearly. It went something like this, let me find the tune, do re mi fa so. Got it. Farewell, my dear hometown, the star of victory will shine upon us Nov, L, B / JNN. After the driver sang, everyone else immediately nodded in agreement that it was indeed the song. Yegorov frowned, looking at the group of tank operators. At that moment, Monk Yakiniako came over. "Colonel Yegorov, we need a new firing position. I think that the peripheral positions won't be usable when the enemy attacks again." Just as Yegorov was about to reply, he saw Ludmila from Yakiniako's Divine Arrow squad looking around uncertainly. "The Count has fainted, he's been taken to the hospital," Yegorov informed her. Ludmila was startled. I wasn't looking for him? I actually was looking for him. Monk, could I?" Yakiniako said, "Go ahead, but make sure you're back before the enemy attacks again." Ludmila immediately turned and ran toward the hospital. After she left, Yakiniako continued the previous topic, "I need a new launch position. We still have 3 divine arrows, with a good setup, we can take out 3 tanks." He paused, then gave a self-deprecating smile, "Damn, that's still not as many as the Count alone took out." The gunner from Tank 422 spoke up loudly, "We were a part of it too, Your Holiness." Yakiniako quickly corrected himself, "Right, it was your crew under the Count's command that took out more." Yegorov then said, "I'll ask the group logistics to see if they can find some paint, so we can mark your kill rings." Kill rings are circular symbols painted on the barrel of the tank gun. One ring represents the destruction of one enemy tank. The crew looked at each other and smiled. It was then that Yegorov asked, "How are the other crews doing?" The expressions on their faces froze. Only then did they emerge from their joy of victory, realizing that many of their comrades, with whom they'd spent days and nights, had perished in the recent battle. Major Shrifen frowned, watching the defeated soldiers retreating from the white smoke that hadn't entirely dispersed yet. His brows twisted like hemp ropes. The Prasen army's tanks were all equipped with radios, so he had just listened to the entire radio communication of the last 4 tank crews. "The enemy is behind us. Behind us. We're surrounding it. It's gone. Tank 187. Tank 187, do you copy? All units be advised, we are the only ones left." And then there was no more information. Obviously, all the Panzer IV tanks accompanying the attack had been taken out. It sounded like an enemy tank had circled around to launch a surprise attack. Did the enemy also have such experienced tank operators? At this moment, over the radio, Schrifen's top ace Hoffman said, "Major, let's launch another attack. I want to take on the enemy's ace." "No," Schriffen coldly refused. "The Panzer III is not suited for supporting infantry combat. Its 50mm high explosive shells are too weak, not very effective against the brick and stone structures of the village. But, do you want to be hit by the enemy's Molotov cocktails?" The attacking armored 2nd platoon had already reported heavy use of Molotov cocktails by the enemy. Every building with more than 2 floors in the village was dangerous for the tanks. No, if the accompanying infantry were cut off by enemy fire, any building would pose a danger to the tanks. The Shrifen combat group was originally assigned 2 Panzer IV tank platoons, but had lost half of them during several days of offensive operations, most due to mechanical failures that led to their temporary abandonment. The double-row suspensions that the Empire's military department took pride in had a multitude of issues during the Carolingian campaign, and the terrible road conditions of the anti-Empire only magnified the defects of the double-row suspensions. Just now, the Shrifen combat group had lost all of its Panzer IV tanks, leaving only the Panzer III tanks, which were designed to counter enemy tanks. Besides that, the casualties among the infantry and half-track vehicles were also worrying. The Shrifen combat group's objective was to quickly pass through regions with no or light enemy defenses and disrupt their deployment. However, Major Shrifen was not planning on abandoning the offensive. He turned his head towards the artillery staff officer. "How many high-explosive shells do we have left for the onboard mortars?" 10 rounds per gun, Your Excellency, the staff officer replied with utmost respect. Shrifen curled his lips, and the smoke bombs. "Only 2 rounds left for each mortar." After pondering for a few seconds, Shrifen asked, "How soon can the 351st Armored Grenadier Corps behind us arrive?" The Chief of Staff shrugged, "Depends on the traffic jam. If it's not too bad, they'll be up by the afternoon." In fact, the troops that passed through at midnight, many thought they were the 351st Armored Grenadier Corps. The 351st Armored Grenadier Corps was also a reinforcement for the Shrifen combat group, but Shrifen had left them behind for the sake of a speedier assault because of their slightly slower motorization. The 351st Corps was equipped with the Model 18, 75mm infantry guns, whose high explosive shells could effectively compensate for the lack of infantry tanks. Also, these were howitzers capable of indirect fire, which could be used to cover the area with fire ahead of time, destroying the enemy's manpower and defenses. Additionally, the 351st Corps had combat engineers, whose flamethrowers and demolition charges would give the enemy a tough time. After brief contemplation, Shrifen made his decision: rally the routed troops, understand the situation inside, including the enemy's defensive arrangements and firepower. Conscript volunteers from the defeated troops to act as the vanguard in the next offensive. Over the radio, Hoffman asked with a tone of regret, "Are we not attacking anymore?" "Of course we will continue the attack, but we'll wait until we're more confident. At least until the supply trucks come up and resupply the mortars with ammunition," Shrifen replied. Finishing his statement, Shrifen placated Hoffman, "Don't rush, the enemy's ace will surely be handed over to you to deal with." Having finished, he shut off the radio's transmission capability and muttered, "Damn it, Pinyi isn't even an important village. Why is there such determined resistance?" The Chief of Staff said, "Maybe it's a noble's hometown, so they're covering the movement of their assets? Inferior races erupt with combat power, isn't that just the case?" Shrifen snorted, "However, I have to admit, the enemy's commander is doing a good job. He must have learned a thing or two from interacting with our forces." Before the Prasen Empire tore up the Non-Aggression Pact, there was quite a bit of interaction between the nobles of both countries, including on a military level. After the anti-Empire's defeat in the Winter War, they even sent some military interns to Prasen to learn. Maybe the one commanding the defense of Pinyi is one of those interns. Shrifen thought with full confidence. When Ludmila ran to the entrance of the hospital, she bumped into him monk Sofang Badawenjisu. Both stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Sofang said, "Are you here to see him?" "You too." I've received new hymns, so I came to report to the Supreme Commander." Ludmila said, "Oh, then let's go in together. Do you know which bed he's in?" "He's a commander, must be in the best bed, right?" Saying this, Sofang took the lead into the hospital, only to be greeted by the strong smell of blood, causing her to frown deeply. At a bed near the door, an amputation surgery was underway. The bald doctor yelled, "Hold on. There's no anesthesia left. Clench your teeth, otherwise, you may bite off your tongue." Then came a muffled scream, what with the person's teeth clenched. It sounded as if it were coming through a layer of cloth. Sofang glanced at the bucket next to the operating table, which was filled with severed hands and feet. She covered her mouth, struggling not to throw up. At that moment, a burly nurse appeared before Sofang. "What are you two ladies here for? You don't look like you need bandages with your limbs intact." Having seen death on the front line, Ludmila was much calmer than Sofang and replied loudly, "We're looking for Count Rakosov. Over there." The nurse pointed to a door on the side. Sofang ran as if escaping, only to see another nurse inside the door, gathering blood-soaked gauze that had lost all its original color and looked as if it had been mixed in mud. The mud, however, was red. Without lifting her head, the nurse said, "The Count is inside." Sofang nodded and dashed through the inner door. L.B//JNN. Count Rakosov, that is, Wang Zhong, lay in a bed by the window, with the field hospital's director standing beside him. Ludmila rushed to ask, "How is he?" The director replied, "Stress combined with a fever caused him to sweat too much, leading to severe dehydration and shock. We're ray-dratting him with 4 fluids and have used some antipyretics. He's not in any great danger." Both girls let out a sigh of relief, then exchanged a glance. Suddenly remembering her mission, Sofang hastily asked, "When will he wake up?" "I've got the latest broadcast from the Archsukov choir." The director answered, "His injuries are not serious, but with a high fever, how long he remains unconscious depends on the person. I can't tell you." "Is it very important news?" Sofang spread her hands. "This It's just a broadcast of exemplary battles, telling everyone that the enemy is not invincible. We already know that. Ludmila interrupted Sufang, went to the count's bedside, and gently stroked his hair. He has already shown us in practice. Wang Zhong was actually dreaming at this time. He dreamed he had returned to the real world, holding New Year's goods and just entering the neighborhood where he grew up. As a result, all the neighbors in the community were a blur of blood and flesh. He dreamed that he had reached the bottom of his own building, and neighbor Zhao, who was playing chess, had only half his head left. Yet, Wang Zhong wasn't frightened by these bloody figures. It was as if everything was normal, an ordinary daily sight. He went upstairs, arrived at his own door, and saw his parents pasting the Fu character upside down. His father was standing on a stool, his left eye a gaping hole, the eyeball dangling out, connected only by a single nerve to the socket. His mother had a terrifying wound on the top of her head, where her brain could be seen. Wang Zhong seemed to finally sense something wrong and asked, "Dad, Mom, how did you end up like this?" Nov. L.B//JNN. The two old people looked at Wang Zhong as if he had asked a foolish question. "We're dead, killed by the invaders," his father said. "And you're talking about us," his mother teased. "At least we're still whole. You've only got your head left when you came back." Wang Zhong looked down and, indeed, found he had no body. In the next moment, the New Year's goods he should have been holding spilled all over the place. Then he woke up. When he first opened his eyes, the bright light blinded him, and it took a couple of seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light before everything in front of him came into clear view. He sat up suddenly, confirming his body. Thankfully, it was all there. At that moment, a girl's voice entered his ears, "You're awake." Wang Zhong's brain was still short-circuiting, wondering why there was a girl's voice. Following the voice, he saw a pretty girl with silver-white hair sitting by the bed, looking at him with concern. Behind the girl was another girl, with braided hair, quiet and demure-looking. Wang Zhong stared at the two girls for a few seconds before he remembered that he had transmigrated, and the country he was in was resisting the invasion of the Prasen Empire. Then in his mind flashed the scene of Prasen soldiers slaughtering the old lady Alinikna's family in the basement. At this time, Wang Zhong's brain was still feverish, and he could only vaguely remember that after seeing this scene, he himself, in a fit of rage, had personally driven a tank to repel the enemy's offensive. At this point, the docile girl with braids handed him a water bottle. "You need to drink water, Count. Just now, you fainted because of dehydration." Wang Zhong took the water bottle and gulped down all the water, then pushed the empty bottle back into the girl's hands. After that, he stood up. "Wait a moment, you're still feverish." The silver-haired girl tried to stop Wang Zhong, reaching out to hold his shoulders. But Wang Zhong said, "I have things to do, Ludmila." It was then that Wang Zhong suddenly remembered her name was Ludmila, and the other girl's long name started with Sophia. Having fully recalled the events, he switched to an overhead view to confirm the enemy's movements. The enemies had all retreated to the reverse slope of the western hill, and Wang Zhong could barely make out some of the enemy through the overhead view. They seemed to be the same group who had attacked in the morning. The commander was still that Cyclops. If the enemy's strength had not increased, then even an assault shouldn't be too worrisome. Wang Zhong knew that the remaining tanks of the enemy were designed for anti-tank combat, unsuitable for supporting infantry in an assault. Their cannons had a small caliber and low charge, relying on high velocity to penetrate tank armor. After confirming this, Wang Zhong switched back to his original viewpoint. His recent fainting was probably also related to the racing in the overhead view, which he had done too long and too intensely, leading to motion sickness. Wang Zhong stood up. Ludmila hesitated, missing the chance to stop him. Though his steps were unsteady, Wang Zhong still strode out of the room where he had been lying. As soon as he left the room, the smell of blood nearly made him faint on the spot. He saw mountains of gauze, all soaked with blood, colored a dark purple. A few young nurses were working hard to deal with the gauze while crying. Seeing Wang Zhong, they quickly stood up, trying to adjust their uniforms. Wang Zhong nodded. "Carry on with your work." Having said that, he steadied his shaky steps and walked past the mountain of gauze into the next door. The smell of blood was even stronger here, mixed with an indescribable stench. The wounded soldier lying by the door tried to sit up and salute as soon as he saw Wang Zhong enter, but he struggled in vain as he couldn't rise. His left arm was missing beyond the forearm, wrapped in a bandage soaked with blood, and he simply couldn't support his upper body. Wang Zhong stepped forward and pressed down on the soldier's shoulder. "Just lie down and rest." As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. As a result, all the lightly wounded soldiers stood up, and the more severely wounded soldiers also exerted themselves to sit up. Every single person strained to lift their chin, noses pointed to the sky. The wounded soldiers whose right hands could still move saluted Wang Zhong in unison. Wang Zhong paused for a moment, then raised his hand in return. "You have all completed your mission. Recover well. Where is Yegorov? Why hasn't he organized carts from the locals to evacuate you? We've been sent." A person dressed as a doctor told Wang Zhong, "Every cart in the village has been hired. These are the lightly wounded, waiting for the carts to return and take a second trip. But with the current situation, it's questionable how many carts will come back. Wang Zhong, no matter how many come back, evacuate as many as possible." Having said this, he stepped forward again and walked through the ward. In the courtyard outside, many corpses were laid out, all classified as having no value for rescue after being brought to the field hospital. Poor souls. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhong wanted to remove his hat in respect, but when he raised his hand to his forehead, he realized he wasn't wearing a hat. As he turned around, he saw Ludmila holding his hat and following behind him. Thank you. Wang Zhong took his hat, planning to hold it over his heart in a moment of silence, but that would take too much time. So he instead chose the soldier's way, putting on his hat and saluting all the bodies lying on the ground. Afterward, he passed through the yard and went out the door onto the streets of Pinyi. There was a street barricade on the road, made of furniture and sandbags. Wang Zhong was certain this hadn't been there in the morning during the defense battle. He must have been unconscious for quite a while, long enough for Yegorov to command the construction of temporary fortifications with sandbags. Two individuals chatting behind the street barricade sprang to attention as soon as they saw Wang Zhong. Someone shouted, "The Count is awake." In the next instant, the young soldiers of the 3rd Reserve Amour group scattered in various buildings all ran out. A platoon leader berated loudly, "What is this, a zoo? Form ranks, eyes right dress." His platoon instantly formed up in front of the houses, on the strewn debris of the street. Seeing this platoon organize, the other platoon leaders snapped to attention, and shortly after, the anti-infantrymen who had been defending the street were all assembled and in formation. Wang Zhong hesitated for just a moment, losing the chance to stop them from forming ranks. Now, as he looked at the troops lined up along the street, he was the one feeling awkward. At that moment, Yegorov came running over. "Count, why have the troops assembled?" Wang Zhong thought to himself, "I have no idea either," but faced with Yegorov's serious expression, and the even more stern face of Staff Chief Pavlov who accompanied him, he could only say, "I think we need to boost morale." "Yegorov, I see. The soldiers have all been speaking of your bravery. Your speech will surely inspire them greatly." Wang Zhong was dumbfounded but had no choice but to go along with it. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he had plenty of material he could crib from. Wang Zhong took a step intending to climb onto the truck parked by the roadside, but his weak legs from the fever made it impossible for him to get on. However, Yegorov, Ludmila, and many others rushed over to assist him, hoisting him onto the bed of the truck. Wang Zhong stood in the truck bed and announced loudly, "Soldiers, comrades, we have defeated the Prasen Empire. Though this is but a small, insignificant victory, it proves one thing: if we each do our duty, without negligence, without errors, making the best arrangements, we will prove once again that we can defend our homeland, keeping it safe through the storm of war. We can defeat the seemingly invincible Prasen invaders. Even if it takes many years, even if we fight alone. I know that many historic, glorious kingdoms have already been trampled under the Prasen Iron Hoof. I am aware that many countries have fallen into their darkest hours, ravaged by the Prasen Iron Hoof. Even so, we must never lose heart. We will persist to the end and usher in victory. We shall fight them in our homeland's fields. We shall fight them on the snowy plains. We shall fight them in the skies. We will never surrender. Until the day we drive the last Prasen out of our sacred homeland. Until the day we bring the flames of war to their land. Until the day we plant the flag of victory upon the Plathin Emperor's palace. Hurrah!" All responded in unison to Wang Zhong. "Hurrah!" The deafening roar of hurrah soared to the heavens. Major Shrifen was inquiring about the location of the 351st Regiment behind the staff when a strange noise suddenly came from the Upper Pinyi village. Because it was quite far away, the noise was very faint, but the major had good ears and still heard a lot of people shouting "Yura" in unison. "The morale of the enemy is pretty high," he said. The communication staff officer didn't catch on. "What? Are you talking about the 351st Regiment?" "I'm talking about the enemy." Major Shrifen looked in the direction of the Upper Pinyi village. The chief of staff suggested, "We could let the mortars fire a rapid barrage, with the infantry guns of the 351st Regiment in the back taking over the firepower from the mortars." "No," Shrifen waved his hand, "the victor has the right to celebrate victory without being disturbed. In the end, they will be crushed by us anyway, so let them live in the illusion for now." Wang Zhong by the side of Count Rokosov. Sufang listened with tears in her eyes, incessantly tugging on the clothes of Ludmila beside her mainly because Ludmila was the only woman in sight, and she had no one else's clothes to pull on. Ludmila, however, looked astonished. She didn't even care about her sleeve being violently tugged but gazed doubtfully at Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov sitting on the truck. Ludmila couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is this still the same Elisha?" Yegorov, the seasoned veteran, overheard her and said, "Men transform on the battlefield, maybe for the better, or perhaps for worse. The Count seems to have changed for the better." Ludmila still frowned, "But I studied with him at the Pushkin Public School in St. Ekaterinburg, where he always got 0 on his essays. And he liked to write some nonsensical rhymes and present them as poems to the Grand Duke's daughter." Yegorov said, perhaps in his view, those were candid words inspired by emotions, just made particularly moving by the baptism of war fires. Ludmila wanted to say more, but Rokosov got down from the truck. He was still running a fever, so his steps were unsteady. Ludmila decisively stepped forward to help him. Moreover, the girl was prepared to be taken advantage of, even pushing out her chest. However, Rokosov merely said thank you and then proceeded along the street. The soldiers continued to shout "Yura" at the Count. Yegorov clicked his tongue. During the Civil War, even Marshal Mihailovich never enjoyed such treatment. Ludmila looked puzzledly at the somewhat unfamiliar back of her childhood friend. Wang Zhong was completely unaware of the girl's thoughts. Perhaps in another situation he would have taken a longer look at the girl's face, or taken advantage of the physical contact just now, but right now, he wasn't in the mood for that. Right now, a woman would only affect the speed with which he drew his sword. No, that phrase is too archaic. It should be said that it only affects the accuracy of the machine gun fire. Of course, another big reason was that he still hadn't completely recovered from his fever. For someone like Wang Zhong who was already running a fever, antibiotics wouldn't work so quickly. A complete recovery from fever might not happen until tomorrow, or even the day after. But the current situation didn't allow him to lie in a sickbed and rest. The enemy was less than 2 kilometers away on the rear slope, and they could receive reinforcements at any time. Conversely, on his side, let alone reinforcements, even the communication with superiors had been cut off. The anti-army primarily relied on telegraph for long-distance communication, but anti-army radios were only assigned up to the level of the infantry division. Add to that the fact that the communications troops of His Grace the Duke had been wiped out by naval gunfire, and Wang Zhong now had not a single radio, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to communicate, because there was no one who could decode the messages. In short, Wang Zhong's small unit was completely cut off from the higher UPS. The higher UPS might still think that the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army was guarding this place. So in such a situation, how could Wang Zhong even think about resting? Of course, there was another option: not to stand their ground here, to simply run away, considering the orders were given to the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, and had nothing to do with Wang Zhong's own troops. However, this option had already been ruled out by Wang Zhong. At this time, Wang Zhong's objective had seriously deviated from the initial one of saving his own life, but he had not yet realized this change. He was just single-mindedly thinking about how to complete the mission, how to beat the damned Prasen army. As to why he should complete the mission or why he should beat the Prasen army, he hadn't had time to think in detail. He even had only a vague concept of what he was supposed to do right now. He wanted to go see how Ilinikna, the old lady living at the westernmost end of the village, and her family were doing. That was the superficial reason that prompted him to jump onto the tank and strike out alone. Wang Zhong reached the crossroads between the distillery and the machinery mill. The wreckage of a T-28 tank was parked beside the distillery's fence. A white horse stood next to the tank, gently rubbing its muzzle against the tank gun turret. Wang Zhong stopped, looking at the white horse. He remembered Captain Lubokov, who liked to ride a white horse. This must be that white horse, considering the tank was indeed Lubokov's chariot. Wang Zhong turned his head and asked Yegorov, "Where's Captain Lubokov?" Yegorov replied, "He's still inside the tank. We haven't had the time to bury our fallen comrades." Wang Zhong remembered Lubokov's performance in battle and said, "He was brave, but unfortunately lacked enough experience." Actually, Wang Zhong also wanted to add, "He didn't hear my orders clearly," but after giving it some thought, the idea that he could tell someone driving a tank whether the enemy had been destroyed from his command post in the distillery was too strange upon close inspection. So he didn't say the latter part. To be honest, among the 4 tank commanders, Lubokov was the only one who could really be relied upon. The others were either reckless fools or spineless idiots. Wang Zhong, if the enemy doesn't attack tonight, let the logistics department take Lubokov's body out and find a place to bury him. Yes, Yegorov nodded. Wang Zhong looked at the white horse. He raised his uninjured left hand and made a gesture to the horse, "Come." The horse looked at Wang Zhong for a second before turning around and gently nuzzling Wang Zhong's hair with its nose. Wang Zhong had never ridden a horse and didn't know how to interact with one. He only remembered that in Red Dead Redemption 2, to calm a newly acquired horse, you had to gently pat it on the neck. So he followed what he remembered and gently patted the white horse's neck. The horse was very tame and rubbed its nose against Wang Zhong's cheek. After petting the horse enough, Wang Zhong grabbed the reins and handed them to Yegorov. "Let logistics take good care of it. I might need to ride it when I retreat tomorrow night." "Understood." Wang Zhong took one last look at the tank, turned to scrap metal and took a deep breath. The morning's battle had claimed more lives than just Lubokov's. There was no time to mourn the young captain. Wang Zhong continued walking westward. Along the way, the soldiers kept cheering for him until Yegorov shouted, "Stop cheering! Keep fortifying the defenses. Get moving, you swine." Only then did the soldiers scatter. Wang Zhong finally saw the house of the elderly Ilinikna and her family. It was the westernmost house in the village, directly in the path of the enemy's assault. Standing at the entrance, he could see the Prussians' command tank on the hillside. The one-eyed man was there. Wang Zhong stared at the hilltop for a few seconds before retracting his gaze and pushing open the wooden door. He went straight down into the basement. The Ilinikna family was still in the basement, maintaining the postures they were in when they were murdered. Flies buzzed annoyingly about the basement. Wang Zhong walked slowly forward and saw that the old woman was still protectively holding her grandchild, but the child's life had already been taken by a bullet of evil. Wang Zhong thought of his parents in his dream. Then he remembered his visit to the memorial hall of the victims in Nanjing massacre by Japanese invaders during his first summer vacation at college. Before entering the memorial hall, Wang Zhong thought it would be nothing more than some photos and exhibits, but later he realized he was wrong. The memorial hall, starting from the sculptures at the entrance, used a very artistic approach to create an atmosphere of solemnity and desolation. Once inside, the photos were displayed with shocking impact. After leaving the hall, Wang Zhong silently bought a bunch of white flowers and placed them in front of the peace memorial. Because of modern history, Chinese people naturally sympathize with the invaded and naturally hate the aggressors who commit atrocities. JNN. This is something rooted in the genetics of 150 years of suffering. Here, in this basement, Wang Zhong completed his final ideological transformation. Yes, I am not a person from the anti-empire, and I have no affection for the imperial regime. I think nobles should all be hanged. But I cannot tolerate bestial acts happening before me. Expecting me to stand by and do nothing? No way. Wang Zhong bit his tongue slightly, just enough to taste the salty iron of blood spreading in his mouth. If saying that in the morning he had unconsciously chosen to jump onto the tank as the most efficient way, and the most likely to complete the plan, now Wang Zhong was consciously, and able to weigh the pros and cons, choosing to fight the invaders to the end. The moment he made this decision, Wang Zhong was filled with pride. He had always admired the international brigades in the Spanish Civil War. And now, he too was an internationalist warrior. For justice? To protect the weak? To eliminate evil? Wang Zhong decided to fight to the very last moment as Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. With an uplifted spirit, Wang Zhong turned around and said to Yegorov, "Bury them immediately. Also, recruit young adults in the town who are willing to fight with us. Have them stack the bodies of the enemy at the entrance to the village. Right at the entrance to this house." Yegorov asked with a frown, "What are you going to do?" Wang Zhong said through gritted teeth, "I want to make the Prussians feel fear." Wang Zhong's orders were swiftly executed. Soon, a mound over 1 story high appeared at the entrance of the village. Wang Zhong stood by with his hands on his hips supervising, occasionally reminding, "Remember to take the bullets and grenades off their bodies. I don't want to set them on fire later and have the bullets go off like firecrackers. It would be terrible if someone were hit by a stray bullet." "Don't worry," Yegorov said at his side, "all the ammunition has been collected. Even though their rifle bullets don't fit our rifles, I still ordered them all to be taken away, just in case. These bullets and the captured rifles are stored in the winery's warehouse." Wang Zhong nodded, without any additional comment. Soon, the young people of the town brought over the last corpse, tossing it onto the top of the pile of bodies, then stood in place, looking at Wang Zhong in unison. "Wang Zhong, that's all?" "Yes, all the bodies that could be found on the streets are here." "Wang Zhong, less than I imagined. Didn't I recall killing many enemies?" Yegorov turned to look at the staff officer Pavlov, who immediately reported, "The number of enemies killed should be just this many. Your recollection is not wrong, it's just that many of the people you shot down weren't dead. We took in those wounded soldiers according to the principles of humanity." Wang Zhong, humanitarian principles only apply to humans, beasts do not enjoy humanitarianism. Moreover, we do not have so many medical supplies, do we? Bring out the wounded soldiers. And the surrendering enemies, Prasen soldiers are brave and skilled in battle, they would never surrender, it must be a ruse. Pavlov hesitated, this. He kept looking at Yegorov. "Yegorov, Count, if we kill the wounded and those who have surrendered here, when we launch our counterattack later, even if we have broken the enemy's morale, they will be forced to fight to the death. We will suffer greater casualties." Wang Zhong pursed his lips, falling deep into thought as he faced the large mound of corpses. At that moment, Lubokov's white horse, somehow having loosened its reins, left the hitching post and came beside Wang Zhong, gently rubbing against his hair. Wang Zhong sighed, speaking with a tone of great regret, "You are right, we can't push the enemy too hard, we have to think about future counterattacks. Just burn this many then, get some gasoline from our cars and pour it over. I already gave the order just now, it is ready," Yegorov said and then gestured to the sergeant who had been waiting beside him. So, the sergeant led 2 privates, each carrying a can of oil, pouring it wildly over the pile of corpses. As they were pouring the oil, Wang Zhong looked towards the western hill. Without binoculars, one could barely make out the silhouette of a Prasen tank parked on the top of the hill, the people were indiscernible. But when Wang Zhong switched to an overhead view, the enemies on the hill would be highlighted, because it was Wang Zhong's own field of vision. Wang Zhong clearly saw that one-eyed man watching this way through a telescope. Unfortunately, from an overhead view with the enemy holding a telescope, it's hard to clearly see the other side's expression. But Wang Zhong quite fancied imagining him grinding his teeth in hatred at this moment. If that were true, then the effort to pile up the corpses was worth it. Too bad Wang Zhong was feeling unwell now, truly unable to climb up on the mound of corpses. Otherwise, he would definitely climb up to show off, to fiercely infuriate the leaders of those beasts. However, even though he couldn't climb up himself, that didn't mean he couldn't express his contempt. So, Wang Zhong pushed aside the sergeant who was still pouring oil, took an unsoiled Prasen helmet, threw it on the ground as a footrest, and stepped onto it with his military boot. Stepping on it wasn't enough, Wang Zhong felt for his pockets but didn't find any cigarettes. He looked towards Yegorov.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yegorov took out tobacco. "I'm poor, I can only smoke the ones I roll myself, which you are not used to. Ask Pavlov, he's nobility." Pavlov took out a silver cigarette case, opened it, and took out a very carefully rolled cigarette, handing it to Wang Zhong, "Your Excellency." Wang Zhong took a cigarette in his mouth. Pavlov took out an ornately carved lighter and lit it for Wang Zhong. In fact, in Wang Zhong's imagination, he should have been smoking a large cigar, and after puffing halfway, he would flick it disdainfully like Sheffield in Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, so that the cigar butt would fly onto a pile of corpses and ignite a roaring blaze. Oh well, this will do. Stepping on the enemy's steel helmet, Wang Zhong leisurely smoked half a cigarette, waiting for the soldiers to finish pouring out the last barrel of oil, before he glanced at the distant hill. Even without an overhead view, Wang Zhong knew that the enemy's leader was there. Wang Zhong blew a smoke ring, flicked his cigarette butt with a gentle motion, and it traced a bright arc before landing on the pile of corpses. The flames whooshed up at once, spreading over the entire mound of bodies in an instant. Wang Zhong hadn't expected there to be a survivor inside. The person screamed upon being scorched by the fierce flames and, driven by the desire to live, crawled out of the heap, tumbling to the ground and rolling over and over. Unfortunately, it was too late as the fire had already taken hold, and rolling on the ground was certainly not going to extinguish it. Maintaining his foot-on-helmet stance, Wang Zhong watched the enemy struggle on the ground. Don't shoot, let him burn. He just watched as the enemy gradually stopped writhing, turning into a burning human shape on the ground. Then he raised his head to look up at the hill. Major Shrifen had been watching through the binoculars until the soldier stopped struggling, only then did he put them down. His lips were quivering as if suppressing the urge to curse aloud. His chief of staff put down the binoculars as well and said, "This is the enemy's psychological warfare tactic, hoping to prompt us into a rash attack before the follow-up troops catch up." Major Shrifen asked, "Who is this person?" "I mean, the bastard who lit the fire." The chief of staff replied, "We don't know. The attack failed, and we didn't capture any prisoners to interrogate, so we're unaware of their unit designation and structure, as well as who their commander is. However, soldiers have reported that the tactical number for the tank maneuvering behind enemy lines at the end was 422. According to the enemy's tactical numbering pattern, this likely belongs to a unit under the 4th Tank Army. This army was reported to have been eliminated by the Air Force in the combat situation report this morning." Shrifen gnashed his teeth and muttered, "The Air Force's reports can't be trusted one bit." He took a deep breath, looked at the increasingly raging fire at the entrance of the village, and asked with indignation in his voice, "Where is Regiment 351? Where is Regiment 351? The regimental commander said over the radio that they should arrive in an hour. Tell them to make it faster." Though Regiment 351 was assigned under Major Schrifen's command and was part of Schrifen's combat group, the regiment's commander, Major Franz, also held the rank of major, putting him on the same level as Schriffen, so Schriffen had to be careful not to come on too strong when giving orders. This made him all the more furious. The reason this combat group was known as Schriffen's was primarily because the current emperor, Reinhard von Hohenzollern, wanted to diminish the influence of the Junker nobility in the military, promoting young officers more familiar with modern military technology vigorously, especially those young officers without noble backgrounds. As such, the young Schriffen became the commander of the combat group, which was named after him rather than the typical Junker nobility Major Franz, despite Franz's 3 decades of military service and his belief that the outcome of war still depended on infantry and artillery. Now the outcome of the battle hinged on the speed at which the old noble would come to their aid. Schriffen glared ferociously at the raging bonfire at the village entrance. "No," he said to himself, "we cannot lose our cool. Attacking now would only play into the enemy's hands. This brutal demon will eventually pay the price." After provoking the enemy and declaring his resolve, Wang Zhong decided to make the most of his time by bundling up and sleeping off a sweat. It was his general approach to dealing with a cold and fever: sleep under a heavy blanket, sweat profusely, and the fever would often subside significantly. This method was certainly not scientific, but after so many years, it had become habitual behavior. So Wang Zhong returned to his command post, drank a lot of water, wrapped himself in the thickest blanket he could find, and went to sleep. He was convinced that when he woke up, his condition would be much improved, and his mind would be clearer. Ludmila had been wanting to talk with Count Rakasov, but she didn't expect him to go straight to the command post, bundle himself in a thick blanket, and lie down. The girl stood frozen next to the map table in the command post, wondering if this was the same Elisha who stuck to the girls at the dance and salon like glue. At that moment, someone patted her shoulder, and she turned to find that it was that Eastern girl with the surname Batovindasu. "What's wrong?" Ludmila asked, puzzled. "Don't you need to return to the Divine Arrow group? Aren't the Divine Arrows unfinished? If the enemy attacks now, you might be too late to return," she said. Ludmila replied, "What about you? Don't you need to be at your post? I am a hymn monk. I'm supposed to stay right beside the Supreme Commander." The girl spread her hands. Just as Ludmila was about to respond, Monk Yakaniako walked in, and as soon as he entered, he said loudly, "Captain Melahovna, there you are? We were worried that you couldn't find the group's current location since you haven't returned." Ludmila felt somewhat embarrassed since she had indeed been away from her combat post for too long. Without a prayer hand to guide them, the Divine Arrows were just oversized rockets, capable of traveling far but with low accuracy. Without the prayer hand, the Divine Arrow group was useless, unable to fulfill any purpose. "I'll return immediately," said Ludmila, and she took one more look at Rakasov curled up in the blanket. Monk Yakaniako also glanced at the Count and said, "Without him, we would have been sacrificed. He saved us twice, once from going up to the bell tower, and the other time when we were trapped." "Yes," Ludmila responded softly. Yaka Niako continued, you knew him from before, right? Did you know he was such a hero? No, Ludmila answered truthfully, though he's always had a high opinion of himself, to my knowledge, not a single girl liked him. No, actually, all the noble girls in St. Ekaterina Fortress treated him as a joke. He's not one anymore. And did you see those soldiers just now? Anyone who treats him as a joke will have their skin peeled off by the soldiers. Come on, let's go. I've given you plenty of time. It's time to get back to business, Captain Melahovna, said Yaka Niako. Ludmila nodded her head. Yaka Niako turned and walked out, and Ludmila followed his steps, looking back every 3 steps. The hymn monk stood beside the sofa that Count Rakasov used as a bed and waved at Ludmila. Wang Zhong slept soundly this time. Perhaps after resolving the internal hesitation, one can sleep soundly. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that it was still light outside. His second sensation was thirst. After all, he had soaked the blanket with sweat. He threw off the blanket and sat up, grabbing the large glass he had placed on the table earlier and gulped it down, feeling his brain come alive afterwards. He must still have had a bit of a low fever, but the ringing in his ears was gone, and the explosive headache from the morning had almost disappeared. His head was just a little heavy. Wang Zhong carefully stood up, moved his body a bit, and then looked to his side. Sifeng was standing next to him, holding a kettle. Need more water. Wang Zhong pushed the empty cup toward the girl. Fill it up. After the second cup of water, Wang Zhong finally sat down, pulled up the overhead view, and surveyed the battlefield. The defensive fortifications of Pinyi village had obviously improved a great deal compared to when they were resisting the enemy in the morning, with many sandbag barriers erected. Support points like windows and balconies had also been reinforced with sandbags. It was clear that Yegorov was doing his best to strengthen the village's defenses, but unfortunately, the 3rd Rear Amur group was already on the run and didn't bring much in terms of defensive supplies. The village lacked common defensive installations like barbed wire and landmines. L.B//JNN. When they had seized trucks from the enemy supply depot, Wang Zhong had asked about what kinds of supplies the enemy had there. The answer he received was that there were only ammunition and fuel. The enemy didn't think there was a need to stop and defend, so they hadn't allocated transport for any frontline defensive materials. In short, although Yegorov was experienced, a good wife can't make a meal without rice, the defenses of Pinyi were as good as non-existent. The good news was that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and they just needed to hold out for another 26 hours before they could make their escape. Wang Zhong shifted his viewpoint to the enemy. Then he realized that their field of vision could barely make out the top of the western hill but couldn't see the enemy behind it at all. It seemed it was up to Wang Zhong to personally climb up for a better look. So, Wang Zhong switched back to his original perspective and stood up again. The bell tower had been half destroyed by an enemy shell, but the water tower of the distillery was still standing and probably not any shorter than the bell tower. Seeing Wang Zhong walking out, Sifeng hurriedly followed him. Please rest a while longer. The enemy hasn't attacked yet. Take advantage of this time to rest, have a meal or something. I am indeed hungry, bring me some bread and meat. Wang Zhong said this as he left the distillery manager's office and entered the courtyard of the distillery. Panzer 422 was parked in the courtyard, with the tank operators busily maintaining the vehicle. Upon seeing Wang Zhong, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, stood to attention, their backs straighter than if the great emperor had come for an inspection. Wang Zhong, at ease, carry on. Wait, where's your commander? The tank operators exchanged glances, and finally, the gunner spoke on behalf of everyone. He didn't dare to be the commander any longer, and went to check on your horse. My horse. It took Wang Zhong a second to remember that he had inherited a white horse from Captain Lubokov. Oh, that horse. Do you know its name? Oh, the horse? The captain called it Bucephalus. Wang Zhong was taken aback. He knew the name Bucephalus. It was the name of Alexander the Great's beloved horse, akin to red hair in Chinese culture. Although Captain Lubokov had given the horse such a name, he had unfortunately fallen in the first battle, prompting Wang Zhong to sigh. The cowardly private had gone to look after the horse, so had Panzer 422 become his personal vehicle? Wang Zhong glanced at the 3-turret tank. Frankly, the tank was ugly, and its performance was terrible. If he'd had any other choice, Wang Zhong would never have considered it as his personal vehicle. However, with his limited resources, he had to make do with what he had. This wasn't a game, where a soldier could just turn a wrench a few times to fix up an enemy's abandoned Panzer IV. In reality, tank repair would require an entire maintenance factory with hundreds of mechanics. So, he had to make do with the unattractive Panzer 422. Wang Zhong, make sure it's well maintained, it might carry a heavy burden soon. Yes, sir. The tank operators answered with spirit. Wang Zhong nodded and began to climb the stairs of the water tower. Luckily, the water tower had stairs instead of a ladder that would have required climbing by hand, so Wang Zhong ascended quite smoothly to the tower's summit. Standing at the top, he raised his binoculars. From this height, he had the illusion that he was even higher than the hill to the west. Then he switched to an overhead view. The enemy on the reverse slope behind the western hill was all lit up. Wang Zhong took a sharp breath. He saw trucks descending from the highway and a large number of infantry moving into battle formations. He also spotted at least a full battery of infantry guns being unloaded from the trucks, each with a barrel that looked thicker than that of a demolished Panzer IV's tank gun. In fact, they were all 75 millimeters. Not only that, but he saw a supply truck parked next to the enemy's self-propelled mortar battery, with gunners moving shells onto the mortar vehicles. Enemy reinforcements had arrived? Wang Zhong was trying to take a closer look at the enemy's attack formation, but suddenly he noticed tracks on the ground leading off to the side. A single vehicle couldn't possibly have left such distinct tracks on the grassland, only multiple half-track vehicles could have left the highway from the same spot. Wang Zhong immediately followed the tracks in search of this enemy unit, but after heading north for a while, the tracks went out of his field of view. What were these Prussians up to by heading directly north? Not quite understanding their intentions, Wang Zhong began to check the edge of his field of view just in case. Since his perspective depended on the direction he was facing, with no visibility at the back of his head, he had to switch back to normal vision to turn and face north. Sufang had followed him up the water tower, and seeing him look north, she asked with a puzzled face, "Aren't the enemies to the west?" Wang Zhong didn't have time to answer, he switched back to the overlooking perspective. Indeed, he found the tracks right to the north of Pinyi village. Good lord, these guys took a detour and ended up making a square? Wang Zhong's field of view was circular, so he couldn't see the corners of the square. There were 3 roads converging on Pinyi, forming an inverted Y shape. The enemy's previous attacks had all come from the west, entering the village through 2 westward roads, so Yegorov's defensive positions were mainly facing the west. To the east, the only road was lined with field hospitals and other non-combative units, and fighting forces were extremely scarce, with only some lightly wounded soldiers armed for defense. It looked like this enemy unit that had detoured around was planning to enter the village from that one and only eastern road, for a pincer attack. If they succeeded, it would be bad. Wang Zhong skillfully switched perspectives, turned around, and found himself face to face with Sufang. Sufang. Wang Zhong stepped aside to gain a view of the east and switched perspectives again. At the end of his eastern field of view, he saw enemy half-track vehicles driving onto the main road. The enemy had already taken their positions. Each vehicle was carrying more than a dozen soldiers, packed like sardines. The enemy had taken a rectangular route, so methodically that, in theory, they shouldn't be overloading the vehicles. They aren't Indians, after all. One could only speculate that a half-track vehicle broke down during the detour, forcing the passengers onto other vehicles. To be honest, if the enemy decided to play armored cavalry and charge with the half-tracks, they might actually catch Wang Zhong off guard. But they stopped and began to deploy their troops. So these Prussians can't fight without deploying their troops, huh? Wang Zhong hurriedly thought of a plan. The first thing he thought of was to find Yegorov and reassign a unit to establish a defensive line at the rear. Then he considered maybe pretending not to have noticed the flanking maneuver to set up an ambush. As he was about to choose this plan, a flash of insight crossed his mind. He carefully examined the enemy's equipment. 8 half-track vehicles. These were also the characteristic equipment of a certain military force from another dimension, with the mention of armored grenadiers always involving this type of half-track vehicle. German forces usually used the abbreviation SDKFZ plus a number to name these half-track vehicles, hence they got the nickname SD Confucius in the Chinese circle. Among these half-track vehicles, there were versions with cannons, ranging from 20 mm to 45 mm, and Wang Zhong liked to use them for fun in War Thunder. But the 8 half-tracks that had outflanked this time were all equipped with only machine guns. Wang Zhong scrutinized the enemy infantry's equipment more closely. Thanks to the aerial view cheat, Wang Zhong could clearly see how many magazines the enemy submachine gunners had brought. After close observation, he was sure that the enemy wasn't equipped with single-soldier anti-tank rockets like the Panzer Faust. At best they only had anti-tank grenades. The enemy had no anti-tank firepower. And behind them was the Great Plain. To avoid detection, the position where the enemy deployed was at least 1,500 meters from the village, a 1,500-meter open plain. And that was at least? It could well be 2,000 meters. A single tank parked at the village entrance could send the whole enemy unit to meet their maker. He wasn't even sure if God was in charge of this world. After realizing this, Wang Zhong was ecstatic. He switched back to normal vision, turned around, leaned over the water tower railing, and was about to call out to the tank operators below in the courtyard when something caught his eye from the corner of his vision. He looked up immediately, just in time to see smoke rising from the western hills. Then, the sound of artillery shells tearing through the air ruptured his eardrums. Enemy shelling? While Wang Zhong was busy with the flanking unit, the enemy had moved their artillery to the hilltop. The first shell fell in the wheat field west of the village, sending dirt flying as high as a 2-story building. The charge on this shell is a bit too much. Wang Zhong shouted, "Artillery incoming? Take cover." Before his words faded, the second whistling sound came. Wang Zhong distinctly felt the object making the noise fly over his head. It seemed to be aimed high. Turning around, he saw the house on the eastern edge of the village being hit, its roof blasted away in a large chunk. Wait a second, one shot too close and one too far. The enemy is adjusting their fire. If the third one falls in the village, the rapid firing will begin. The third screech came, and before Wang Zhong could react, the roof of the mechanical mill was hit. The explosion nearly blew Wang Zhong off his feet. Luckily, the distance was somewhat far, and neither the shrapnel nor the shock wave reached Wang Zhong. At this moment, Sufang rushed over and pushed Wang Zhong to the ground. The girl lay on top of Wang Zhong's back. Wang Zhong heard her urgently say, "You can't die." The next moment, more whistling sounds came. The explosions tore at Wang Zhong's eardrums one after another. Could just one battery of howitzers produce such an effect? Wang Zhong vaguely understood why artillery was called the king of war. However, Wang Zhong couldn't just lie there. He was lying facing west, so he couldn't see what was happening in the east, but he could imagine the enemy's troops circling behind and advancing towards the village. Action must be taken immediately. He rolled over, flinging the Sufang on his back to the ground, and jumped up, shouting, "Tank operators to your stations," as he rushed down the stairs. The tank operators were all lying around the tank and only got up when they heard Wang Zhong's voice. Wang Zhong reached out and dragged the loader from under the tank, then climbed directly onto the tank. By this time, the gunner had already reached the turret end, opening the side door for the gunner and the loader, asked as Wang Zhong climbed in, "My Lord Count, what has happened?" Wang Zhong replied, "I spotted the enemy's flanking troops from above, on the eastern side. The enemy doesn't have anti-tank weapons, we have to block them at the eastern entrance to the village." "Understood." The gunner nodded and climbed through the side door, followed closely by the loader. Wang Zhong ascended the turret, squeezing into the commander's hatch, and put on the headset and the internal microphone. At this point, the driver and electrician had also entered the tank. Wang Zhong asked, "How many high-explosive rounds do we have left?" "Don't worry, we haven't fired many high-explosive rounds, there are still 42 left," came the gunner's voice through the headset. Before Wang Zhong could reply, a shell fell in the courtyard, collapsing part of the enclosing wall. Several shrapnel pieces struck the tank's armor, ringing with a clang. Wang Zhong thought for safety's sake I should get in the tank first. At this time, Sufang climbed onto the tank, standing on the grill above the engine, at the back of the main turret. Wang Zhong ordered, "Get down." Sufang replied, "I'm going to use this anti-aircraft machine gun." As she spoke, she adeptly operated the machine gun on top of the turret, aiming forward. Wang Zhong insisted, "I'll operate the machine gun. You get down. You're feverish, you might not shoot accurately." Wang Zhong wanted to say more, but thinking that the enemy could be creeping in from the east at any moment, he had no choice but to let her be. Wang Zhong directed, "Driver, engage forward gear, and go. Turn left out of the gate, head east until you reach the junction." The driver confirmed, "Same route as this morning, I got it." The tank charged out of the brewery gate, taking a sharp turn. Just then, the building across from the brewery was hit by a shell, and broken tiles cascaded down. Wang Zhong ducked his head, feeling the gravel pattering against him. Sufang was struck by a tile, cutting a gash above her right eye, and blood flowed down. Wang Zhong urged, "You're bleeding, get down." "I won't." Nov. L.B//JNN. Major Shrifen still stood atop his command tank, observing the village of Pinyi. Next to the tank stood an officer with half-gray hair. Unlike Shrifen, this officer did not wear the flamboyant red decorations, so he appeared to be of a lower rank. But in reality, he was the commander of Armored Grenadier Regiment 351, Major Franz of the Prasen National Defense Force, who should be considered Shrifen's peer. "It seems the enemy hasn't noticed our flanking maneuver." Major Franz put down his binoculars. "I can congratulate Major Shrifen in advance." Major Shrifen's face remained stern. "No, the enemy commander is a tough nut. I will not celebrate prematurely until I've broken through their defenses. Prepare the infantry for assault, mortars fire smoke." The Prasen Empire's smoke tactics were originally developed to counter Divine Arrow, which could hit Prasen tanks from 2 or even 3 kilometers away, while the accuracy of tank guns at this range was less than reliable. Therefore, Prussian Armored Forces Director Heinz Wilhelm von Mauch decided to universally equip the armored troops with vehicle-mounted mortars to accompany assaults and heavily supply them with smoke bombs. Laying down a smoke screen with mortars before armored assaults became a standard combat method for the Prasen Empire. Soon, Prasen infantry units also realized that this tactic could effectively limit enemy fire points during assaults, so they started to distribute smoke bombs in large quantities as well. The mortars, freshly resupplied, did not even need to adjust their aim and began rapid fire, quickly forming a wall of smoke on the western side of the village. Major Shrifen consulted his watch. "There are 2 hours left until dark. If all goes well, we can spend the night in the village. Begin the attack." Accompanied by a whistle, the tanks accompanying the assault initiated first, advancing at a pace coordinated with the infantry. Meanwhile, the infantry of Regiment 351 followed closely behind the tanks. The number 3 tank was not an infantry tank, and its tank gun's power was limited, but it was still suited as a mobile cover for the infantry. Furthermore, the machine guns on the tanks could suppress enemy fire points. Major Shrifen watched all this from his command tank and murmured softly, "It's your move now, don't disappoint me, the arrogant Mr. Anti." At this moment, Wang Zhong was speeding through the village. For an instant, he wondered, what if he was just unlucky and got hit by a shell falling from the sky while racing? He realized he had never considered this possibility, his mind solely focused on defeating the enemy. Just as Wang Zhong pondered this, the tank emerged from the eastern exit of the village. In the setting sun, the fields were coated in a layer of gold, and the soldiers in black uniforms were as visible as dark bugs in a rice jar. "Wang Zhong, stop the tank." The moment the order was given, the tank came to an abrupt stop. Feng was thrown forward, even pushing the machine gun out of alignment. Wang Zhong, bracing the hatch, ordered loudly, "Load high-explosive shell, target the half-track on the road directly ahead." Loading complete. Wang Zhong, fire. The blast from the gun muzzle swept the surrounding weed away. A plume of smoke rose in front of the target, hitting low. The machine gun on the half-track immediately opened fire. A whip of tracer bullets lashed towards the tank, sparking a string of sparks on the armor. Feng, not the least bit scared, swung the machine gun around for a counterattack. The two machine guns at the front of the tank also began to fire back, but their targets were the skirmish lines across the field. Wang Zhong, quick, load. Loading complete. Wang Zhong, this time make it accurate. Fire. With the gunner stepping on the pedal, the gun muzzle once again erupted in flames. An orange fireball soared up from the left side of the target vehicle, the chassis overturned by the blast of the explosion. L.B//JNN. From an overhead perspective, Wang Zhong clearly saw the body of an enemy being thrown high into the air. Wang Zhong, good. Load again, next one. After finishing, he switched back to encourage Feng with a pat on the shoulder. Don't just focus on the vehicles, hit those infantrymen. Feng turned the gun and swept the whip of death across the skirmish line. Just then, the driver shouted, "Smoke? The enemy's deploying smoke." Wang Zhong quickly looked forward. Indeed, he saw white smoke rising from the fields. Switching to an overhead view, it was clear that the enemy infantry were throwing smoke bombs. It was evident the enemy was well trained, skillfully employing the tactic as a single smoke bomb could cover most of the troops and half-tracks. The loader shouted, "Loaded." The gunner then cried out, "I can't see the target anymore. What should we do?" At this time, the enemy was still over 1,000 meters away from the village entrance, right in the tank's firepower advantage zone. But if the enemy came within 100 meters, the situation would be rife with unpredictability. Not to mention, if the enemy used a bolt-action rifle to shoot at Wang Zhong, he couldn't take it and would have to get inside the tank. Standing on the tank's cooling grill, Feng had nowhere to hide and could only rely on the turret for cover. When the enemy approached to 50 meters, the threat of anti-tank grenades would increase significantly. Having observed the enemy's movements from a bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong made a snap decision and ordered, "We can't stay here. Driver, turn right 30 degrees. Let's hit the main road and run for it." The command was immediately carried out. The tank headed down the main road, speeding toward the southeast. Wang Zhong, turret, turn left. "How much?" the gunner asked loudly. Switching back to the naked-eye perspective, Wang Zhong grabbed Feng's hand that was on the machine gun and forcefully turned the machine gun in another direction. "Pull the trigger." Feng immediately pulled the trigger, and tracer bullets swept through the smoke. Wang Zhong, aim in the direction of the tracer bullets. Got it. As the turret turned, the tank finally circumvented the first wave of enemy smoke, gaining a view of the half-track vehicle. It was just within range of the tank gun. Wang Zhong, stop the tank. The driver slammed on the brakes. When the tank stopped, the barrel jolted violently up and down. At the instant the jolting stopped, the gunner stepped on the pedal and fired. As a result, the shot flew over again, landing behind the half-track vehicle among scattered infantry, blasting one unlucky soldier into the sky. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that the gunner might not be particularly skilled at range estimation, and he remembered that early Soviet tanks had very rudimentary range-finding devices in another time and space, unlike the German forces with a mature and convenient range-finding system. So early Soviet tanks were at a significant disadvantage in long-range duels. This time and space might be the same. But in the bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong could see specific coordinates and could roughly estimate the distance by mental arithmetic using the coordinates. So he immediately switched to the bird's-eye view, estimated the distance, and ordered, "Distance 980 meters. Gunner, 980 meters. Gunner, how do you know? Estimate, don't worry about it, just shoot with this reading. Loaded. Fire." As the gunner stepped on the pedal, the cargo bed of the still-moving half-track blew open, and the vehicle quickly came to a stop. The machine gunner, engulfed in flames, jumped off the vehicle and rolled over on the grass. At this point, the enemy infantry released smoke again, just blocking the tank's line of sight. Wang Zhong, start moving, keep circling the enemy. There are 6 more half-tracks and over 100 infantrymen. Let's annihilate them in the open. Tank 422 moved again, the tracks churning up a lot of dark mud. This time they didn't go far before another half-track entered the view. Wang Zhong, emergency stop. Distance 910 meters. Don't pick the wrong gauge. The tank had just stabilized when the gunner stepped on the pedal and fired. This time, the target exploded into a fireball and slid across the open field for a while before stopping. Feng's machine gun rattled as Wang Zhong glanced at the sight on the gun and noticed that the girl had also adjusted the distance according to his instructions. The long whip formed by the tracer bullets swept accurately over the enemy's columns. The well-trained enemy immediately hit the ground. This reminded Wang Zhong of that famous Vietnam War meme, "Running away is the enemy, hitting the ground is the well-trained enemy." But here, the enemy was indeed well-trained. Feng hadn't even finished her burst when the enemy released smoke again. Wang Zhong, keep circling the enemy. Yegorov was standing by the window watching the west, seemingly unafraid of the enemy's artillery fire. The main reason was that the 3-story boy mansion he was in was quite sturdy, and the 75mm infantry artillery might not necessarily take it down. Even more robust was the main building of the winery. Perhaps the Prussians had not anticipated such a solid reinforced concrete structure in such a small village. Yegorov had it all figured out. If they really could not hold on, they would withdraw to the winery and resist relying on the solid building. It was at that moment, amidst the enemy's cannon fire and explosions, that he heard a different kind of artillery sound. Is the tank firing? Yegorov turned his head to look behind him at the east. After a second of hesitation, Yegorov quickly moved to the window on the eastern side. Because the building blocked his view, he couldn't see the tank, but he could see the smoke set up by the enemy on the eastern plains. The anti-army also had smoke bombs, however, they were advanced experience learned from the Prussian army. Yegorov muttered to himself, it seems the Prussian devils have circled to the east, Count Rokosov is engaging the enemy with his tank. How did he find them? As he spoke, Yegorov lifted his binoculars in a futile attempt to observe the battle, but since he still could not see the situation, he turned his head to Sergeant Major Grigory and said, take a machine gun to the eastern edge of the village, find a good position and set it up. The Count only has one tank, and the enemy has set up a smoke screen, so they might not be able to fully block the enemy. Grigory saluted, leave it to me, Colonel Yegorov. After seeing Grigory off, Yegorov looked east again and murmured, how did the Count discover the enemy's flanking maneuver? Pavlov said, perhaps this is what makes a military genius. Just as the words fell, a 75mm shell hit the wall of the main mansion building, but it didn't blow through the wall, only causing a pile of dust to fall sparsely from the ceiling. Yegorov looked at the beams overhead to make sure the house was not going to collapse, then turned to glare at the chief of staff, you, talk less. At that time, Wang Zhong watched as the last half-track vehicle turned into a burning wreck. He elevated his view and quickly counted the remaining infantry on the plains. About 60 or 70 infantry had survived, scattered across the plains. The enemy closest to the village would enter it after another 500 meters. The most urgent task now was to quickly return to the entrance of the village and hold it, as it would be difficult to deal with the infantry once they entered the village with the tank even if Wang Zhong had cheats. Just then, a machine gun appeared in the window of a building at the very eastern edge of the village and began firing at the enemy on the plains without a word. This machine gun was seized from the enemy. Its firing sound was not the dull thud of the anti-army's heavy machine guns but a sharp, tearing sound like ripping canvas. Wang Zhong saw all this clearly and immediately decided to drive the tank to the side of the village entrance to set up a crossfire network with the machine gun at the entrance. Without the half-tracks, the enemy had lost their mobility and mobile cover, making it difficult for the infantry to break through the crossfire on the plains. Driver, stop, turn on the spot 180 degrees. Even Wang Zhong heard the sound of the driver pulling the lever. This tank didn't have a convenient steering wheel but relied on two control levers, one for each side track. As the driver operated, the tank tracks began to rotate in opposite directions, and the long vehicle started to turn on the spot. Sifang was still firing, but as the tank began to turn, the tracer bullets whipped out into the plain. Say something before you turn. Sifang complained loudly. My ammo's being wasted here. Wang Zhong, who had no time to mind her, waited until the tank turned to his desired direction and immediately knocked on top of the turret, shouting, stop, no more turning, shift gears, full speed ahead, stop at the edge of the village. As the tank started to move, Sifang protested, I can't shoot at the enemy like this. Before her words ended, a bullet struck the tank gun, sending out a string of sparks as it flew away. Wang Zhong turned around and saw the enemy in the fields attempting to hit the tank, but at that distance, even well-trained Prussian soldiers had to rely on luck to score a hit. However, just like the infantry organization of another timeline's Germany, the core of the infantry squad is the machine gun, and if that machine gun starts firing Nov, L, B /JNN. Before he could finish, the enemy's machine gun opened fire. Wang Zhong immediately located the machine gunner and saw that he was firing the machine gun by hand, probably because the enemy was in the wheat field and the summer wheat had grown tall. Lying on the ground, one wouldn't be able to aim, so they had no choice but to fire the machine gun while standing. The accuracy of firing a machine gun by hand is imaginable. It looked as though tracer bullets were headed straight for Wang Zhong, but in reality, they all flew high. Sifang was shrinking her neck, and had lost the sharpness she just had in killing the enemy. Instead, she clung tightly to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, why are you so close? Sifang, I think the bullets might curve around you. How about you look at the wound on my shoulder and say that again? I'm still running a fever. Even though they were having a not-so-tense conversation, Wang Zhong knew that it wouldn't be surprising to get hit by a bullet under these circumstances. On the battlefield, no one can be sure. But what was strange was that he was not afraid at all. And he always felt that his fearlessness didn't have much to do with adrenaline because his breathing was very steady at the moment. No sooner had he thought this than Sifang said, Konstantinovich, you're really brave. I'm so scared I'm shivering, but you're just like usual. Konstantinovich was Wang Zhong's patronymic, and using a patronymic at such times mostly conveyed a sense of respect. Wang Zhong glanced at the girl, and it took him a second to remember that as an Easterner she didn't have a patronymic, so he had to call her by her name, Sifang, you are brave too. At that moment, the driver's voice came through the headset, we'll be at the edge of the village soon, a low wall is just ahead. Wang Zhong, stop in front of the low wall, face the enemy. The tank immediately braked and then turned around. As if she had been holding back for a long time, Su Fang picked up the machine gun and returned fire at the Prussian gunner who had been sending tracer bullets over their heads. The result was unsurprisingly low. After all, she had just been close to the enemy, and her range was set to 100. Wang Zhong estimated the distance and told Su Fang, set the range to 400. Oh. Su Fang stopped firing and began adjusting the range setting. At that moment, the two machine gun turrets in front of the tank also opened fire. The whips of death formed by the tracer bullets and the machine guns at the entrance of the village created a crossfire. After Su Fang finished adjusting the range, she joined their ranks. The enemy was probably out of smoke bombs by now, having no way to deal with the fire net. A machine gunner found a mound of earth in the field, set up a machine gun on it, and began to retaliate. Wang Zhong immediately grabbed Su Fang's hand and pushed her line of fire towards the enemy, while commanding the gunner, "See Su Fang's tracer bullets? Is there an enemy machine gun you see there?" "I see it." As the gunner responded, he stepped on the turret rotation pedal and aimed the short, stout tank gun at the enemy. "Gunner, high explosive, ready." The gunner's foot pressed down on the firing pedal. Due to the short distance, almost the moment the gun fired, the shell hit its target, sending the Prussian machine gunner and his ammunition handler flying sky-high literally. "Su Fang, take that? For shooting at me." Cheers from the tank operators filled Wang Zhong's headset. But he couldn't bring himself to celebrate, because from a bird's-eye view, he saw that the enemy in front was also advancing. West of Pinyi, Prasen tanks had crossed the mortar smoke screen barrier. At that time, the enemy's infantry artillery barrage had ceased, probably for fear that the dust might interfere with the tank's direct fire power. After the tanks emerged from the smoke, the Prussian skirmish line also appeared. At this moment, apart from the roar of engines, the only sound on the entire battlefield was machine gun fire coming from the east end of the village. This distant sound, instead, highlighted the quietness on the battlefield. Without machine gun fire, the village was tranquil. The mountain artillery strike had created 7 or 8 pillars of smoke, but it was unknown how many casualties it had caused. When the tanks were about 200 meters away, they stopped advancing, probably not wanting to enter the effective range of the anti-tank rifles. The coaxial machine gun opened fire first, targeting the second-floor windows of the buildings. This type of suppressive fire, with fierce gunfire, was meant to intimidate defenders hiding in buildings and works, making those timid defenders too scared to stand up and shoot. This kind of fire also had another effect: it caused overly tense individuals to reflexively open fire, thus revealing their positions. However, the Prussians' suppressive fire had no effect. The village of Pinyi remained as still as a dead snail, lying in the sunset awaiting the sun to dry out the moisture in its body. The Prussian infantry cautiously approached the village. Suddenly, a small window on the first floor burst into flames, tracer bullets tore through the lingering sunlight, and in the blink of an eye, 3 Prussian soldiers were brought down. The next moment, the tank's coaxial machine gun swept toward the small window, followed by the tank gun, engulfing the small window in smoke and dust. More windows began to spit fire, and bullets poured down like a torrential rain toward enemies on the open field. Yegorov said to the messenger, "Tell the 1st Battalion not to get too engaged. The enemy's advantage in direct fire from their tanks will cause great casualties if we keep entangled with them on the outer defenses. Hit the enemy hard once and then immediately retreat to let them enter the village." The messenger nodded and ran off. Chief of Staff Pavlov said, "Didn't we set their tasks, telling them to shoot and leave? Just in case. The commander of the 1st Battalion has a stubborn temper. He'll ignore everything once he gets fired up, so he needed a reminder," Yegorov said. He knew too well the temperaments of his officers. After all, they had shared many drinks together. Yegorov continued to observe the west, but once the enemy came within 200 meters, he could no longer see them. Only the enemy tanks stalled at that distance. This was because the western side of the village was on a gentle slope, descending from the western hill to the village. If it had been flat ground, the view from the 3rd floor of the manor where Yegorov stood would have been even worse. This 3rd floor only assured a view of the entrance on the northwest side. Setting up a machine gun at this window where Yegorov now stood would completely block the road entering the village from the northwest. Of course, that would also mean that this window would receive special attention from the enemy tanks' direct fire. The good news was, Rakosov, the Count, asserted that the enemy no longer had any Mark IV infantry tanks. The enemy's Mark III tanks had a main gun caliber of only 50 mm, and some of the older models even had a caliber of just 37 mm. The high explosive shells from these guns could only kill a machine gunner if they landed precisely through the windows. Hitting around the window would probably not be enough to damage the thick stone walls. Therefore, Yegorov had prepared 7 or 8 machine gun crews in the large room behind the window, and several spare machine guns were also ready, just waiting for the enemy to launch an attack from the northwest street. Of course, before the appearance of the enemy, this window still served as an observation point for the commander, since the view was too good. Yegorov was observing when he suddenly noticed a violent explosion on the western side of the village. Dark objects were thrown into the air, even passing over the tops of several 2-story buildings. "What's going on?" As soon as he said this, he saw flames burst out of the windows of a house on the southwest street, and a flamethrower soldier, engulfed in flames, jumped out of a second-floor window and hit the ground motionless. Yegorov exclaimed, "Flamethrowers? Combat engineers? The enemy's combat engineers have entered the fight." Yegorov couldn't see what was happening, but Wang Zhong saw everything clearly. The 1st Battalion had fired a volley before retreating. Immediately after, a team of combat engineers clad in grey-painted armor arrived in a half-track. The half-track had something akin to a catapult, and Wang Zhong watched as it hurled an explosive pack over the stone wall. What an unscrupulous catapult with mechanical power! Forget the stone wall, the thatched hut behind it was blown into the sky. Then the enemy's combat engineers deftly toppled the remaining wall and filled in the pit, wading through feces to enter the yard. The submachine guns from ambush inside the house opened fire, but the rounds only sparked against the iron armor of the combat engineers. It was obvious that the pistol rounds fired by the submachine guns were not effective against the iron armor. The submachine gunner was either panicked or had never seen heavy armored combat engineers because he completely failed to attack the unprotected parts of the enemy. The combat engineer leveled his flamethrower and pulled the trigger. Flames shot through the windows, soon bursting out from the windows on the other side. The submachine gunner, engulfed in fierce flames, screamed as he scrambled out the window and fell to the ground motionless. Wang Zhong was astonished. Wearing heavy iron armor, using submachine guns and flamethrowers, and carrying explosive packs, weren't these the hallmark troops of the Russians? So the German combat engineers in this time and space were also heavily armored? Wang Zhong watched as the enemy's combat engineers cleared an entire house with their flamethrowers, then used explosives to breach the partition wall between two houses and continue to clear the second house. No, he had to come up with a way to eliminate this squad of combat engineers. Wang Zhong elevated his viewpoint. The enemy tanks stopped 200 meters from the village with a clear field of fire, making it impossible to circumvent them from the outside as before. He had to think of a way to set an ambush in the village, using the tank's high explosive shells and machine gun firepower to eliminate the combat engineer squad. Wang Zhong observed the enemy's direction of advance and a preliminary plan began to take shape. He glanced again at the enemy flanking from the east, confirmed that there were only about 20-odd stragglers left, then patted Sufang, who was changing bullets, on the shoulder. Okay, stop shooting once you've reloaded. We still have a mission and need these bullets. All other machine guns, cease fire. The two gun turrets firing in front of the tank ceased fire, followed by the coaxial machine gun of the main gun. Wang Zhong, driver, turn left and head back to the highway along the edge of the village. Driver, understood. Wait a minute, aren't we dealing with these enemies? There might still be quite a few left, just squatting on the ground and hiding in the wheat fields. Wang Zhong thought to himself, don't worry, my friend, I'm using cheats here. The overhead view not only gives me a crystal clear view, but also highlights the targets. There are only about 20 live ones left from the enemy's rear group. But he couldn't just say it outright. The gunfire is very intense on the front, obviously the battle is at a standstill, and they need us. Let's go. The tank started, turned left, and quickly progressed along the ridges at the edge of the village. JNN. Sufang whispered, I've never seen a noble I've never seen an officer explain the reasons for their orders. Officers just give orders, and the subordinates must execute them without question. If there are questions, they get scolded with things like you bunch of blockheads. Wang Zhong, you bunch of blockheads. Execute the order? Is that what you mean? For some reason, the tank operators in the vehicle all laughed, loudly at that. The gunner remarked, if the company's quartermaster shouted like that, not a single new soldier would be afraid of him. The loader added, that's the gentlest reprimand we've ever heard. I don't know if that even counts as a reprimand. Wang Zhong scratched his head. Just then, the tank reached the entrance of the village, so he took the opportunity to change the subject. Stop. I need to talk to the machine gunner. After the tank stopped, Wang Zhong called out to the machine gunner who had ceased firing, who's in command. Sergeant Grigori stuck his head out. I am, Count. Wang Zhong, the enemy is almost wiped out. I'll leave the rest to you. Keep an eye on our rear. I'm going to join the fight at the front. The sergeant saluted Wang Zhong. Good luck, Count. While Wang Zhong commanded Tank 422 to move towards the village, the combat engineer squad had just cleared a house with a flamethrower. Wang Zhong, while playing Company of Heroes 2, liked to use flamethrowers, yet the game's flamethrowers, although powerful, were not invincible. The Company of Heroes series of games featured a retreat mechanism. Press the T key, and your troops would sprint away. The latest third installment seemed to have changed the key. If confronted with a flamethrower, pressing T fast enough could save the burning troops and allow them to retreat back to base engulfed in flames. But reality was not so forgiving. In real life, those hit by a flamethrower would lose their combat effectiveness instantly, left to roll on the ground unable to do anything else. Only those with extremely tenacious willpower could continue to fight while engulfed in flames. The current third company of the Amur group, although high in morale, had not yet become a disciplined force with that kind of willpower. Wang Zhong had to eliminate these combat engineers quickly, or else they might just take over the whole village. The company commander, Shershev, shouted loudly, it's the combat engineers, the submachine gun bullets are too weak to penetrate their armor, use rifles. But commander, most of us are equipped with submachine guns for close quarters combat. Then fucking use machine guns. As Shershev grabbed the machine gun from its operator, an explosion sounded from the backyard of the house he was in. The combat engineers had likely blown up the yard's wall with explosives. Brandishing the machine gun, Shershev rushed to the window and began to fire through the breach. The first combat engineer to enter the door hadn't yet squeezed the trigger before being hit by bullets, causing him and his armor to be pushed back several steps, with blood flowing from the gaps beneath his armor clearly. The machine gun was loaded with full-powered rounds that had penetrated the armor. The enemy still managed to pull the trigger, but due to falling backward, the flamethrower was raised high, and flames spouted into the air like a fountain, crossing the opposite wall and landing in the neighboring yard. As he continued firing, Shershev yelled, "You see? Their armor weighs at most a dozen kilos, it can't stop full-powered rifle rounds. Submachine guns fire pistol ammunition, which has questionable penetrating power." Shershev had barely finished speaking when a grenade was thrown into the yard. This was no ordinary stick grenade, but a combat engineer's breach grenade, noticeably larger than a regular grenade. Even elite combat engineers couldn't throw such a grenade to the second floor from that distance, so Shershev laughed, "A bigger grenade's no good if you can't throw it up here." The grenade on the ground floor exploded. The wooden floor beneath Shersshev's feet, along with the brick wall of the first floor, collapsed. The adjacent submachine gunner cried out, "Commander!" In that critical moment, combat engineers took advantage of the lull in machine gun fire to breach through the hole in the wall. The submachine gunner immediately opened fire, with bullets clinking and clanging off the metal armor. The Prussians laughed, and the flamethrower was aimed at the second floor. Suddenly, a bullet struck the flamethrower's fuel line. The high-pressure fuel sprayed out and vaporized in the air. The vaporized fuel, contacting the flames at the head of the flamethrower, ignited and instantly engulfed the combat engineer in flames. Screams echoed through the courtyard. At that moment, Shershev struggled to his feet and began firing the machine gun. True anti-manfire machine guns standing up, accuracy be damned, the point is to appear fierce. The combat engineer, barely alive from the fire, was finished off by a few rounds from the machine gun. However, another grenade sailed over the wall, the same type of breach grenade as before. Shershev dropped the machine gun, picked up the grenade intending to throw it back, but just as he was getting ready, the thing exploded. Shershev was blown to pieces, his blood splattered all over the wall. A third combat engineer clambered over the wall and directed his flamethrower towards the second floor. Wang Zhong had witnessed the entire battle of Company Commander Shershev. Although he did not know the commander, he was still moved by his bravery. Sherchev's actions confirmed what Wang Zhong suspected: machine guns or rifles could penetrate the iron armor head-on. After all, the level of technology in this world was similar to that of World War II. Soviet combat engineers back then couldn't charge machine guns either. Their armor was primarily designed to protect against submachine gun bullets and grenade shrapnel. It was precisely because of this that the enemy's combat engineers did not take to the roads but rather chose close-quarters combat where machine guns and rifles were less effective. But they couldn't stay off the roads forever. It's true that there are only 3 main roads forming a Y-shape leading to the village of Pinyi, but there are also complicated side streets within the village. If the tanks block the intersections and wait at ease, they might be able to capture all the combat engineers in one fell swoop. At that moment, Wang Zhong noticed that the half-track vehicle carrying the combat engineers had driven along the southwestern edge of the village to a lane leading out of the village and stopped next to a large pile of compost. Next to the vehicle was a yard with a gate leading outside the village. Obviously, the vehicle was waiting here to resupply the combat engineers once they reached this yard. Wang Zhong decided to target this vehicle first. By now, the tank had arrived in front of the mechanical mill, with 2 roads leading westward stretching out to both sides in front of the tank. In the morning's battle, Wang Zhong found that as long as the enemy's tanks were stationed at the 2 western intersections, they could block the whole street. Ludmila's Divine Arrow Squad was trapped because of this and almost got caught by enemy infantry. It was Wang Zhong himself who commanded the tank to fight against 4 and broke the encirclement. Therefore, Wang Zhong specifically ordered Yegorov to drive the captured Prussian trucks onto the street, which along with the wreckage of the tanks, formed a blockade. Even if the enemy tanks were to reach the entrance of the village, they could only block the road from the village entrance to the blockade. With the infantry crouching and relying on the blockades, they could still move freely on both sides of the main street. The firepower of our machine guns was on the second floor, allowing it to sweep over the blockade and clear the enemies on the road. Now, Wang Zhong realized that this blockade also limited the effectiveness of his own tank gun. Previously, stopping in front of the mechanical mill allowed control over the entire road, but now only half could be controlled. But this was also good. Approaching the alley, the tank's body was covered, and only half of the turret was exposed, so there was no worry of being ambushed by enemy tanks. Wang Zhong, take the left road. Move about 50 meters and stop at the alley's entrance. Do you see the alley entrance 50 meters away? The driver responded to Wang Zhong with actions, as the tank directly took the left road heading straight for the alley entrance 50 meters away. Wang Zhong, turret, turn left. The turret immediately began to turn left. Su Feng was about to use the machine gun to shoot at the enemy on the street when the turret turned, causing the machine gun to move away from in front of her. Wang Zhong and the tank hatch blocked Su Feng's access to the machine gun. Su Feng, my machine gun. Wang Zhong ignored her as the tank had reached the alley entrance and came to a sudden stop, shaking a little from front to back. The half-track vehicle parked on the other side of the alley saw the tank, the Prussians on it shouted Achtung, and turned the vehicle-mounted machine gun towards the tank, only then realizing that the firing arc was insufficient. The machine gun could only cover a frontal arc, but the vehicle was parked sideways at the alley entrance. Wang Zhong had not yet shouted fire when the tank gun fired. The half-track vehicle must have been loaded with a lot of explosives and flamethrower fuel or something, as it immediately burst into an orange fireball that slowly rose, resembling a nuclear explosion. Wang Zhong just watched as fragments bearing the Prussian cross flew past him, embedding themselves into the brick crevices of houses on the other side of the street. Sufeng was blown off the tank by the blast wave, landing butt first on the ground, and immediately started howling, "Ahhhhhhhh, my butt." Wang Zhong was about to say something when the enemy's combat engineers climbed over the blast-damaged courtyard wall. The enemy was clearly dazed by the explosion, freezing for a moment upon seeing the tank. Wang Zhong immediately grabbed the anti-aircraft machine gun on top of the tank turret the one Sufeng had been using and fired at the enemy. The sight was set to 300, but Wang Zhong didn't aim, he just shot guided by the tracer rounds. The combat engineers were hit by several shots and fell to the ground. Wang Zhong switched to the overhead view and immediately ordered, "High explosive shell, hit the courtyard next to it. No firing angle. Shoot the floor." A high explosive shell hit the ground, and from the overhead view, Wang Zhong could see the combat engineers inside the courtyard being thrown onto the ground. But their armor served its purpose. After all, the main gun of Tank 422 was only 45 mm, and its fragments might not penetrate the steel, only able to injure the enemy's limbs. At this moment, Shurchev's subordinates appeared. Nov.L.B//JNN. They charged across the alley shouting Yura, and crossed the flames left by the recent explosion, using their bayonets to finish off the still grounded combat engineers. The enemy's neck did not have any protection. Wang Zhong yelled, "Be careful to capture the flamethrowers! Be careful to capture the flamethrowers!" Then he heard an engine sound, quickly searched for its source, and saw the enemy tanks that had been 200 meters away starting to advance. It looked like the fireworks Wang Zhong had caused had made them restless. The enemy tanks seemed to still be planning to enter from the western entrance of the village. Wang Zhong's tank was now stopped on the road leading to the southwest entrance of the village. Although there were obstacles between it and the entrance, these barriers were suitable for covering infantry but somewhat ineffective for hiding such a large tank. As an old model with multiple turrets, number 422 was quite imposing. Wang Zhong immediately ordered to drive into the side alley on the left, which was where he had just passed through to destroy the enemy's combat engineer vehicle accompanied by a half-tracked vehicle. This way, they could temporarily avoid a head-on confrontation with the enemy tanks. The engineering squad had just cleared the houses on the southwest side, and with his external equipment, Wang Zhong could clearly see the enemy infantry entering the houses and exchanging fire with the anti-army infantry across the road. As long as the position of the tank was close to the side occupied by the Prasen infantry, they didn't need to worry too much about incendiary bottles being thrown at them. On Wang Zhong's side, apart from the divine arrow and the tank beneath him, the only remaining means of anti-tank warfare were incendiary bottles. To be effective, one had to either climb to the second floor and ambush the tanks as they passed or clear the infantry around the tank before approaching for anti-tank combat maneuvers. Observing the movements of the enemy tanks, Wang Zhong surmised that this time they would definitely not advance without the cover of infantry. The earlier rush by the Mk.4 tanks was probably due to the enemy's assumption that the anti-army lacked anti-tank experience. After being hit with incendiary bottles, the enemy had also learned their lesson. Wang Zhong calculated that the enemy had brought up 8 tanks this time. The good news was that they were all Model 3 with slim barrels, which probably didn't have the same anti-infantry efficiency as the previous Mk.4 ones. Probably. But, given the enemy's tighter combined infantry and tank operations, the effectiveness of incendiary bottles was expected to be greatly reduced. It still depended on his own number 422 tank. However, this multi-turret tank design was already outdated. With thin armor, one solid hit could mean destruction.n/o/vel/b/c//n.c//om. If the Prussians fired a shrapnel shell, he too could be in big trouble. He must make good use of the high-angle view, trying to ambush the enemy tanks just like he did with the Mk.4 tanks in the morning. At this moment, the enemy tanks had reached the southwest entrance and started attacking the buildings on the street with shrapnel shells. Contrary to Wang Zhong's expectations, the Prasen 50mm shrapnel shells were quite effective against personnel. The main reason was the long-barreled 50mm cannon-fired shells with unexpectedly high penetration power, which could penetrate the brick walls of buildings and explode inside. Not to mention wooden structures. This was a serious problem. It was imperative to deal with the enemy tanks as soon as possible. Every extra minute of delay would result in more casualties. Although the 3rd Rear Amour group had continuously repelled enemy attacks and morale was high, its numbers had been reduced to a dangerous level, and it was solely relying on high morale to avoid collapse. The enemy's shrapnel shells were weak, and even after penetrating a stone wall and exploding, they would usually only kill 2 people, but if this attrition continued, morale could break at any time. However, directly engaging the Prussian armored troops from the front would likely be deadly. Attempting a flank maneuver was also risky, as the enemy had left 4 additional tanks on the periphery probably because the infantry who retreated in the morning reported the flanking done by the number 422 tank, so now the Prussians were prepared. Continuing along this morning's route meant engaging in a direct artillery duel with Prussian Model 3 tanks in the open fields. Wang Zhong pondered for a second, then remembered the smoke grenades thrown by the Prussian forces he had just annihilated while they tried to encircle him. He immediately shouted to nearby infantry, "Smoke grenades? Check the fallen Prussians for smoke grenades and gather them." After issuing the order, Wang Zhong continued to devise his plan. Hand-thrown smoke grenades could at most be thrown a few dozen meters, and the current wind direction was. He shifted back to his own perspective and realized that he couldn't make out which way the wind was blowing. As he was pondering this, he saw Sufang. So he took off Sufang's boat-shaped cap, and then he saw the ahog on Sufang's head swaying towards the northeast. The wind was coming from the southwest. Wang Zhong put the boat-shaped cap back on the girl's head. "Sufang?" Wang Zhong turned to others. "I need someone who's good at throwing grenades. Who can throw the furthest and most accurately among you?" "The company commander," a sergeant replied. "He has already sacrificed for the country. Find the second best," Wang Zhong said, his voice unconsciously lowering as if expressing sorrow. Having given the last order, he once again increased his viewpoint. He needed to find a suitable position to release the smoke, making it easier for him to perform a sneak attack from behind. Just then, he suddenly remembered that when he played War Thunder, tanks had engine smoke generators for concealment, which he had used to great effect to avoid ambushes while flanking. But that was post-war technology. The T-28, this old-fashioned vehicle, should not have it. Yet, this world is not Earth, this world has magic. What if it's possible? Wang Zhong, holding a give-it-a-try attitude, asked the driver, "Can we use the engine to create a smoke screen?" The driver clearly misunderstood what Wang Zhong meant by smoke, answering, "My lord Count, that little bit of black smoke from the engine won't do any good." Wang Zhong curled his lip. At this moment, he suddenly saw enemy tanks stationed on the outskirts beginning to move. 2 tanks positioned on the southern side of the road started to maneuver to the south, clearly having learned of the location of Tank 422 and planning to circle around. And at this time, the enemy tank that had entered the village had already stopped at the crossroads, and ever since it had arrived, it had not fired a single shot, probably having loaded armor-piercing shells while waiting for Wang Zhong to show his face at the alley entrance. Wang Zhong made a split-second decision, switched back to his own perspective, and shouted, "Deploy smoke, throw to the southwest." That way, the smoke would be carried by the wind to form a barrier, allowing Wang Zhong to escape around the outside of the village. The order was immediately executed. The Prussian smoke bombs were very simple to use and quickly formed a wall of smoke. Wang Zhong, driver, advance, exit the village. At this time, aside from Wang Zhong, no one else knew of the Prussians' movements, nor did they understand why Wang Zhong issued this command. But the order was still executed. After all, Wang Zhong's prestige within this unit was immensely high. His orders would be followed no matter how unreasonable they seemed. No, not Wang Zhong, but Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. The tank made clattering sounds as it drove through the lane, leaving the village. Wang Zhong, stop. He looked at the smoke ahead, thinking that the Prussians really didn't skimp on materials. The smoke was so dense that nothing could be seen with the naked eye. At that moment, an excellent idea occurred to him. As a child, Wang Zhong was very fond of an old movie called Heroic Tank Operator, which was about the story of Tank 215 operated by heroic crew members during the Korean War. It included a segment adapted from a real battle situation. The Americans planned to use heavy artillery to bombard the stalled Tank 215. The commander then instructed the driver to rev the engine wildly, creating a loud noise, and then gradually throttle down, making the sound get quieter. As a result, the American soldiers thought the crew of Tank 215 had fled, so they extended their bombardment further back. Wang Zhong decided to emulate the heroic deeds of his predecessors. He gave the order, "Driver, listen up, I want you to put it in neutral, then rev the engine, let it roar. Then gradually reduce the throttle, make the sound quieter and quieter." "Driver, understood, my lord Count." Wang Zhong, loader, 1 armor-piercing shell, quick. "How many armor-piercing shells do we have left?" "Over 20, enough to send a few enemies packing." Armor-piercing shell loaded. Wang Zhong, looking at the enemy tanks in the overhead view, muttered, "Shoot, now it'll take 2 shots to knock out 1 enemy." Inside Tank 422, all crew members were drenched in sweat. Wang Zhong was exposed outside, feeling the breeze, and beside him a beautiful woman, utterly comfortable unlike inside the tank, which was stuffy and hot, and noisy to boot. But the crew's morale was high, especially when they heard Wang Zhong's words through the earphones, "Shoot, now it'll take 2 shots to knock out 1 enemy." The loader and the gunner exchanged glances, then looked down at the mechanic and driver in front of the tank. The entire crew exchanged knowing looks. The gunner mouthed, "He's still planning to take out 10 more. Loader, this time we're avenging the whole company." All tank operators revealed ecstatic expressions but dared not make a sound, for according to the rules, idle chatter on the internal comms during combat was considered a disruption of command and subject to confinement. Moreover, no one wanted to interrupt the Count's commands. The tank operators could only laugh silently, giving each other high fives. Then the Count's order came, "Now, driver, floor the throttle." The 2 tanks flanking the enemy came to a halt upon seeing the smoke, likely opting not to charge through it for caution's sake. So Wang Zhong ordered, "Now is the time, floor the accelerator." The tank's engine roared, but Wang Zhong quickly realized the problem with this approach. In Hero Tank Operator, Tank 215 was stuck in a shell hole and couldn't move. Despite the tracks spinning wildly with the gears engaged, it still couldn't get out. That's why he floored the accelerator with the gears in place, making the tracks turn. When the tracks turned, there was not only the roar of the engine but also the noise of the gearbox. Tank 422 was merely revving the engine now, with the gearbox not engaged, meaning only the gears connected to the engine were spinning freely without that characteristic grinding noise of meshing gears. Wang Zhong hadn't thought of this before, and now the sound made him a bit flustered. He began to worry that the enemy might see through the ruse, switching to a bird's-eye view to watch the two Prasen tanks on the other side of the smoke. The tactical numbers on the two tanks were 151 and 152, with Tank 151 sporting a longer antenna, suggesting it was the vehicle of a company or platoon commander. From what Wang Zhong remembered, the real-life German army didn't have so many command tanks with antennas, yet this Prasen army seemed to equip them quite commonly, with at least one or even two such tanks in a group of more than 10. The enemy clearly valued radio communication. Behind every military practice lies a wealth of bloody lessons. Is there something in this world that forced the Prussians to pay particular attention to radio communication? Nov. L. B/JNN. Wang Zhong suddenly realized he shouldn't be distracted. He was in the middle of battle, where any lapse could mean mortal danger, with distractions possibly proving fatal. By now, the driver had begun to gradually reduce the throttle as instructed, causing the engine noise to decrease slowly. Wang Zhong could only hope that the fierce gunshots and explosions in the village would drown out the noise from the gearbox and deceive the enemy. The hatch of Tank 151 opened, and a black uniformed officer wearing a tilted boat-shaped cap poked his head out, lifting his headphones as if listening. He promptly picked up the handset and issued commands. The two tanks slightly changed direction, beginning to bypass the smoke curtain's flank. They had the same idea as Wang Zhong, to circumvent the smoke and seek a range advantage. Wang Zhong had thought that if the enemy charged through the smoke, he would take the opportunity to fire a blind shot from his advantageous overhead perspective. Now that the enemy was running laterally, Wang Zhong didn't dare take the risk. Targeting a moving object was already challenging, and blind firing at a moving target set too high a demand on the gunner's skills. It wasn't about the gunner's technical skills, but rather about luck. He could only wait for the enemy to emerge before firing. Wang Zhong, turn the turret left. The enemy will definitely bypass the smoke. We just aim at the edge of it. Set the sight to. He made a quick estimate. 300? Adjust according to the situation. Over the tank's intercom, the gunner asked, what if the enemy charges through the smoke? If they come out and we can't swing the turret fast enough, wouldn't we be done for? Wang Zhong, the enemy fears infantry Molotovs and doesn't know the situation behind the smoke. They won't dare. The rationale sounded convincing, and the gunner immediately dropped his objections. In fact, the turret had already been turning when he had asked the question, indicating his complete trust in Wang Zhong's judgment. It was just a matter of querying. Wang Zhong nervously watched the enemy tanks, with Tank 152 taking the lead, about to flank around the smoke. Despite the risk of being discovered for cheating, Wang Zhong still warned, get ready. The enemy is coming out. At this point, Tank 422 still had an advantage. The direction the enemy's turrets were aiming clearly presupposed that the 422 had fled, but it hadn't moved. Therefore, when both sides established a line of sight, the enemy's turret would probably need to turn an additional 10 degrees or so to aim at the 422. The time needed to rotate those 10 degrees was the advantage of Tank 422. Enemy Tank 152 charged past the smoke screen. Wang Zhong, wait for it, wait for him to make an emergency stop. However, the commander of Tank 152 didn't peek out, and didn't see Tank 422 right away. It kept advancing. Wang Zhong, never mind, fire. The shot struck the rear of the tank's hull, hitting the engine directly, and Tank 152 lost power, starting to glide forward. The crew smoothly popped the hatch and climbed out. Wang Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, don't shoot, don't reveal our position. There's another one. But the electrotechnician had already pulled the trigger, and by the time he let go, a tracer round had already been fired off. Wang Zhong watched as the tracer hit the gliding enemy tank and ricocheted into the sky. It was over. Unless the enemy were fools, they would have guessed their position by now. From the overhead perspective, sure enough, Tank 151 began adjusting the angle of its turret. Loader, armor-piercing shell, ready. Because the situation was so tense, he forgot to say loading complete and just shouted ready. At that moment, Tank 151 suddenly changed its direction and charged through the smoke. Good grief, the enemy changed tactics too, planning to rush through the smoke and catch Tank 422 by surprise as it aimed at the edge of the smoke. Soon both sides would need to take aim again, and it would come down to a matter of professional skill level. Unfortunately, Wang Zhong didn't want to compete with the enemy. Rotate turret to the right, watch my signals. Having said that, Wang Zhong grabbed Sufang's hand and pulled the trigger. The machine gun bullets included tracer rounds, which pierced through the smoke and struck the other side. Wang Zhong, relying on the overhead view, adjusted the firing line of the tracer rounds until the red whip swept over the enemy tank. The commander of Tank 151 immediately ducked, obviously not wanting to be hit by the machine gun fire. But Tank 151 still continued in its original direction. The turret of Tank 422 had already turned in the direction of the machine gun fire. Wang Zhong, fire. Never mind whether it hits or not, let's take a blind shot. In the glow of the setting sun, the armor-piercing shell traced a shining straight line, hitting Tank 151 on the side of its turret. Wang Zhong didn't see clearly where it hit, he just saw a burst of sparks. Right after that, the side hatch of Tank 151's turret opened, clearly forced open by the damage from the armor-piercing shell. Tank 151 didn't stop moving forward. After the morning's live combat, Wang Zhong already knew that in reality, it was very difficult to tell if a tank had been destroyed. Quite often, tanks that were taken out did not catch fire or smoke, they just sat there, and you couldn't tell from the outside that they'd been destroyed. But Wang Zhong could easily judge if a tank was knocked out using his overhead perspective because enemies within his field of vision would be highlighted. Conversely, if the enemies went out, then they were really gone. Wang Zhong clearly saw that the enemy loader was gone. He also noticed that the outline of the gunner was missing an arm. But the gunner was still operating the turret with the remaining hand and both feet. Aryan Superman, huh? In the game, encountering this scenario, the most one would do is curse, the planner's mom has flown out of the solar system, but in reality, this was deadly. Tank 151 charged into the smoke and was about to burst through. Wang Zhong, hurry up and load. Loader, armor-piercing shell, ready. Tank 151 burst out of the smoke, made a sudden stop, and its barrel was actually pointed right at Tank 422. No, that's not right, the enemy tank operators were well trained, maybe they determined their direction using the tracer rounds from Sufeng just now. Both sides fired almost at the same time, the enemy didn't even wait to come to a stop before firing. Wang Zhong thought to himself, please let it fly away. Tank 151 exploded. Wang Zhong burst into laughter. In War Thunder, he had seen this kind of scenario many times, firing without waiting to stop, then the shell flying off into the sky. At that moment, the two tanks still positioned in the rear began to move. Wang Zhong, quick, load. There are still enemies waiting for us to take care of. However, the loader didn't respond. Wang Zhong, loader. Suddenly, the gunner said, he's sacrificed himself, someone help me load. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that the enemy's shell had hit its mark. Was this luck? If it wasn't luck, then it was terrifying, operating the tank gun and accurately completing an emergency stop firing with one arm disabled. What kind of ace gunner was this? Are all Prasen tank operators monsters? But there were still two enemy tanks circumventing from the south, and now was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. He grabbed the nearest idler. Sufeng, get in the tank, I need a new loader. After saying this, he struggled to climb out of the tank, vacating the hatch. In fact, Wang Zhong wasn't very familiar with the tanks in this world and didn't know where the loader was supposed to get in, so he could only vacate the tank commander's hatch. Sufeng was relatively skinny and slipped into the turret more smoothly than Wang Zhong. The T-28 wasn't a particularly spacious tank. Once inside the turret, Sufeng immediately saw that the gunner's left shoulder was covered in blood, his arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Her first reaction was to tell Count Rakasov, but the gunner, with his still functional right hand, grabbed her instead. The gunner turned off the microphone and mouthed, there are no more living gunners, I have to do it. Sufeng was stunned. Then, Count Rakasov climbed in, his rear end right next to Sufeng's face. The Count's voice came from outside the hatch, load quickly, there are still enemies. The gunner pointed with his right hand to the rack holding the armor-piercing shells. Because the body of the original loader hadn't been moved out, the space was extremely cramped, and only someone of Sufeng's size could maneuver. She picked up the shell, stuffed it into the tank gun, and then didn't know how to close the breech. The gunner demonstrated with his right hand. Since he was sitting on the right side of the turret combat room, he had to turn around to be able to reach it, blood pouring down from his left hand all the while. Nevertheless, he completed the loading action. Sufeng nodded, got it. After finishing, she worriedly looked at the gunner's left arm. Gunner, there's a first aid kit over there, tie this up for me, tight, very tight. Sufeng dug out the first aid kit, took out the bandage, and began to wrap it. For some reason, she couldn't help the tears flowing continuously, blurring her vision. Wang Zhong was now considering how to repel the enemy. He had switched to an overhead view mode, so he had no idea that the gunner was injured. The two remaining enemy tanks, tactical numbers 153 and 154, were now rounding a larger arc, planning to come from the south and destroy tank 422. Seeing the distance was now close to 1 kilometer, the enemy's training would have an even greater advantage. The most critical issue was that the enemy had two tanks. If they both came around and stopped abruptly to fire, tank 422 could only deal with 1.nov, L, B/JNN. Wang Zhong quickly glanced at the village and found that the tanks entering the village were firmly blocking the entrance. He couldn't retreat into the village. The only plan was to use smoke for cover and then retreat east. But that would continue to increase the distance from the enemy, and the enemy's advantages in aiming devices and training would become even greater. At that moment, adrenaline flooded Wang Zhong's system, the death of the loader making him acutely aware that he was dancing on a knife's edge, skirting the gates of hell. Perhaps the rush of adrenaline enhanced his thinking ability, for Wang Zhong actually came up with an idea. He turned and shouted to the infantry beside him, hurry, use straw or anything to hide the remains of that half-track. The engineer's half-track had exploded gloriously when it was hit, perhaps too thoroughly, as it didn't catch fire after the blast and instead lay there as a charred hulk. Piled with straw, it looked very much like a tank laying there. The enemy had increased the distance, which certainly made it hard to discern the deception. Luckily there were still some infantry nearby, not all caught up in the meat grinder battle on the streets. The sergeant who had just ordered to throw the smoke grenades immediately organized everyone to move straw. The enemy's wider maneuver actually gave Wang Zhong time to prepare. Wang Zhong, driver. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wang Zhong, reverse, back into the yard behind us. The recent explosion of the half-track had knocked down the eastern yard wall of the alley, allowing the tank to back into it. Wang Zhong planned to use the remnants of the low wall on the southern side of the yard as cover by hiding the tank and using the wreckage to absorb the first round of enemy fire. Tank 422 backed into the yard, hiding behind a low wall, with only half its turret and one tank gun protruding. Wang Zhong, give me some straw to block in front, but don't cover the site. The infantry immediately tossed 2 bundles of straw onto the tank, and then a private climbed up and propped the straw on both sides of the gun barrel, just revealing the site. Just as Wang Zhong thought to duck down, another bundle of straw was placed on top of the tank turret, covering him and the hatch by a good half. Using his elevated perspective, Wang Zhong looked from afar to confirm that the camouflage was passable. Seen up close, it was full of flaws, but it would be hard to spot from a kilometer away, and even with binoculars, it wouldn't draw attention easily. The wreckage had also been camouflaged well. The infantry had piled up straw and even moved parts of a wooden house previously blown up by the Prasen combat engineers, making it look particularly suspicious. Wang Zhong, infantry, stay away to avoid accidental injury from our explosion. Despite the tense situation, some of the infantry couldn't help but laugh out loud. They thought the Count was displaying his generosity and sense of humor. The distant enemy was about to circle into position. Switching to the naked eye, Wang Zhong raised his binoculars to watch the edge of the smoke. Tank 153 charged into view. Wang Zhong, see it? Tank 153, range 980 meters, aim. The enemy will surely come to a sudden stop this time, don't rush. As soon as he finished speaking, Tank 153 stopped, and the tank commander poking his head out of the turret was also observing this area. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that he was facing the sun and that the binoculars might flash, so he hastily put them down and switched to an overhead perspective. He continued to command, hold steady, let the enemy fire first. Tank 154 was in position now as well. Both Prasen tanks on the open field were aiming this way. Then, Tank 153 fired. The target was the straw-covered wreckage. Wang Zhong, hold steady. Wait for Tank 154 to fire. This time he didn't have to wait long, as the muzzle of Tank 154 emitted smoke and flash. Without waiting to confirm where the enemy shell landed, Wang Zhong shouted, fire. The blast from the gun barrel blew away all the straw, leaving Wang Zhong's own vehicle wide open, with Tank 422's tactical number directly exposed in the sunset light. From the overhead view, Wang Zhong clearly saw 2 enemies on Tank 153 get killed and 1 wounded. This time they didn't hold out and abandoned the tank instead. Sophia's voice crept into Wang Zhong's ears, armor-piercing shell, good. Wang Zhong, target Tank 154, turn the turret quickly. For some reason, the turret turned a beat slower this time, resulting in Tank 154 firing again. Wang Zhong thought it was over. In a flash, he saw a streak of light hit the low wall in front of the tank the enemy shot too low. Immediately after, the shell that penetrated the wall hit the tank. The hit happened so fast that Wang Zhong didn't see what happened, only to hear the window glass in the room behind him shattering with a crash. Then, he saw the tow cable fixed on the tank's outer shell spring up high, whipping like a lash on a nearby wooden house, splintering the wood, and embedding into the house. Wang Zhong couldn't worry about that now, yelling, fire, shoot. Before he finished speaking, flames shot out of the gun barrel. He rushed to look at the enemy tank. It was over. From the overhead view not a single enemy was dead. He didn't know if the shot went astray or failed to penetrate. Just when Wang Zhong thought it was his end, the enemy abandoned the tank. Upon closer inspection, there were hit marks on the enemy's mantelet. It was likely their gun breech had jammed. In the game, a jammed gun breech only needed a tap on F, and after a dozen seconds, one would be back in action. But that wasn't the case in reality. A broken breech meant abandoning the tank, waiting to be towed to a repair shop for fixing. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. He had won. Although only 2 enemies were killed in total, a win was still a win. He laughed heartily, then remembered there were still tanks and enemy infantry in the village. The battle would continue. For some reason, the melody of the battle will still continue echoed in Wang Zhong's heart. The battle will still continue? Passionate and soaring high, young. At that moment, the gunner said, I think I'm not going to make it. Wang Zhong hurriedly slid down to his position and looked towards the gunner. The gunner's arm was wrapped in bandages, but they didn't seem to be of much use, as they were soaked through, drenching the uniform beneath. The gunner's face was covered in blood, only his lips were frighteningly pale. His breathing was incredibly weak, and he spoke with no strength in his voice, as if operating the main gun had drained all of his energy. He stared at Wang Zhong, his right hand trembling as he lifted it, pointing to the pocket on his chest. Wang Zhong understood immediately, reaching quickly to unbutton the pocket and pulling out a letter stained with fresh blood. In various movies and TV shows, he had often seen such scenes, but he never dreamed he would personally experience one. The letter in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Gunner, Archsukov, Krugen Street 43, Alexeyevna. After finishing his words in fits and starts, the gunner's hand slipped to the floor. Wang Zhong didn't know if this Alexeyevna was his wife or his mother. Wang Zhong didn't even know the gunner's name. As far as his memory could tell, he had never asked for their names. Not just the gunner, he didn't know the loader's name either. A vast guilt seized Wang's heart, as if he had done something terribly wrong. If he knew their names, at least he could say goodbye to them properly. But as he hesitated, a sudden explosion jolted Wang Zhong back to reality. This was not the time for contemplation, the battle was still ongoing. Wang Zhong raised his view, confirming that the recent explosion seemed to be from an enemy tank. Out of the 8 tanks that had entered the village, 2 had been destroyed, and these 2 were concentrated on one street. Wang Zhong followed the street eastward and, sure enough, he saw Monkyuk and Niako's group moving their position, with the ammunition handler carrying the last divine arrow. A flare shot up into the sky, fired by Officer Prasen, probably to indicate the direction of the incoming divine arrow. Following the flare, Prasen's infantry started to deploy smoke bombs, blocking the vision of the divine arrow group. At this moment, Wang Zhong thought these well-trained enemies were truly detestable. He must come up with a way to destroy the remainder of the enemy tanks, and then Team 422 could once again sweep through the enemy infantry that lacked anti-tank capabilities. But to get Tank 422 moving again, they needed a gunner. Wang Zhong's first thought was to act as the gunner himself, but then he considered the enemy's impressive expertise. A greenhorn like himself undertaking the gunner's role might endanger the entire crew. N/O/vel/B//Jn.C//OM. A trained person had muscle memory. Even in a state of panic, their body would act on that memory. Wang Zhong, without any training, had no idea how to operate a tank's main gun. Suddenly, he recalled reading in a memoir that tank operators should be familiar with every position, or they couldn't become a tank commander. So he asked, "Driver, do you know how to operate the main gun?" "No, and I have to drive." Wang Zhong recalled that the memoir he read was Otto Carius's, which said that German tank operators needed to be versatile, capable of performing any role. But this was not Earth. The tank operators of the anti-empire clearly did not have such requirements. Wang Zhong, still unwilling to give up, asked again, "Electromechanic, can you operate the main gun?" No one answered. "Electromechanic. He's also gone," the driver said softly, "it's just a few of us left on board." Wang Zhong was stunned. He had thought that Team 422 was lucky, with only a loader lost to a frontal hit. As it turned out, all that was left were the driver and Wang Zhong, acting as the tank commander. A surge of intense desolation and sorrow flooded Wang Zhong's chest. He finally understood what the bond of comradeship meant, even though he had no idea what the names of those fallen comrades were. So he whispered reverently, "I may not know your names, but your deeds will live on forever." But the battle still had to be fought. After a brief moment of silence, Wang Zhong shouted, "Does anyone know how to operate the gun?" The infantryman remained silent. At that moment, the officer who had been following Wang Zhong's orders spoke up, "Maybe we should abandon the tank. We can all see it's in a bad state." Wang Zhong, "No, it can still fire. It's still in fighting shape, as long as we have a gunner. But none of us have the necessary training. We might manage to drive a tractor or get by driving a car, but a tank." The officer shook his head. Wang Zhong bit his lip. He was still reluctant to give up. Even if they couldn't use the tank's main gun, there must be something else they could do. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Wang Zhong, the engine? The enemy places a great deal of importance on radio communication. They must surely be aware that we used the engine to bluff them. So, they will be especially attentive to the sound of the engine." As he spoke, Wang Zhong glanced at an overhead view, and the smoke released by the enemy infantry caught his eye. "Wang Zhong, and the smoke? Sergeant, how many smoke bombs do we have left?" The officer replied, "We have plenty left, my lord. Additionally, we have captured a complete flamethrower." Wang Zhong, "Then that settles it. I'm giving you a mission. Immediately deploy smoke along the street and let it engulf the entire village." "Officer, wouldn't that make it impossible for the machine guns to function properly?" "It doesn't matter. The core of this operation is to use the enemy's fear of us." "Officer, fear, my lord." Wang Zhong hesitated. He didn't know if the enemy feared Tank 422 after he had destroyed so many tanks. If they didn't, they were all doomed. But, he had to try. With enemy tanks providing direct fire support, the machine guns couldn't fire more than a few bursts before having to move, or they'd be hit by a 50mm fruit. And after deploying smoke, we might be able to launch another bayonet charge. Having made up his mind, Wang Zhong ordered, "Deploy the smoke, and once you've thrown all you have, search the enemy's bodies for more. Fill the entire village with smoke. Quick." The non-commissioned officer saluted and turned to carry out the order. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, uncertain if this method was reliable, but at least it was a plan. Just having a plan made him feel much more at ease. He touched the pocket where he kept the gunner's letter and whispered, "Archsukov, 43, Krugen Street, Alexeyevna." Of course, Wang Zhong didn't know this place, and he had never been to Archsukov. He heard it was the capital of a region in the anti-empire, and now the entire front army headquarters was situated there. However, he wasn't sure if he would ever make it to Archsukov. This might well be his last moments since his arrival in this world. Given the Prussians' brutality, he probably wouldn't survive. As Wang Zhong was pondering, he suddenly saw smoke rising in the distance. His plan was being executed methodically. He rallied his spirit. Driver, floor the accelerator. Now, it was time to see if they could intimidate those Prussians. If all else failed, they could use the smoke cover to charge directly into the enemy. My tank is the final shell, Wang Zhong thought to himself, feeling nothing amiss, as if he could hardly remember the original goal of preserving his life. Major Shrifen eyed the vast amount of smoke rising from Upper Pinyi village, his eyebrows twisted like pretzels. The chief of staff put down his binoculars and said with tense expression, "The enemy likes to use smoke then charge with bayonets. It's what they did before." Major Franz, the commander of the 351st Regiment, said, "Our forces are not afraid of close combat." "No, Major," the battle group's chief of staff turned to Franz, "if the enemy dares to charge with bayonets under these conditions, they must have committed their reserves. We've already lost half our tanks and suffered heavy infantry casualties. Continuing to fight the enemy's reserves is not in our favor." Major Shrifen clicked his tongue. "The enemy, they still have reserves? We haven't encountered any defensive forces with reserves so far in our advance. Also, this village isn't of any strategic importance, is it? Would they really station so many troops here?" The chief of staff replied, "Here we have the Divine Arrow units and an ace tank crew. That tank crew has already destroyed 8 of our tanks." Major Shrifen pursed his lips, while Major Franz looked at him with an expression of "it's your call," making Shrifen feel like the old Junker noble was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Finally, Major Shrifen glanced at the sun and said, "If we continue to fight, it'll turn into a night battle. Night battles favor the defenders who are familiar with the terrain. Let's retreat. Order the mortar units to deploy smoke to cover our withdrawal." Wang Zhong watched the retreating enemy with confusion, wondering what it meant. Were they really scared off by the sound of engines? Impossible, right? There must be some other factor. Perhaps their king had also ordered to halt the advance and regroup. But even if that were true, what did it have to do with Upper Pinyi, this insignificant place? Regardless, the enemy was retreating. The soldiers transitioned from initial bewilderment to elation. This time, there were no cries of "Hurrah," but rather cheers of celebration for those who had survived against the odds. Sofin, in the tank, didn't know what was happening outside and asked blankly, "What's going on? Why the cheering? What happened? Did we get reinforcements?" "No, the enemy is retreating," Wang Zhong replied softly. 30 minutes later, dusk began to descend. Wang Zhong stood beside the village's central church, looking at the bodies being dragged out of the tank. The only surviving driver was also wounded, with a large shrapnel lodged in his back, so he was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Now, only Wang Zhong, the temporary tank commander, was there to see them off. More bodies were moved out, taken to the church. In the 2 battles that day, at least 200 had fallen, with countless others wounded. Yegorov came to stand by Wang Zhong, glanced at the tank operators on the ground, and said nothing. Wang Zhong took the initiative, report the situation. "Currently, excluding the wounded, we only have 105 uninjured combatants left. Adding you we have a total of 400 people capable of fighting," Yegorov reported. Wang Zhong asked, "Is that all that's left of a regiment?" Yegorov replied, "Yes. It's a regiment plus a tank battalion. I'm running out of experienced non-commissioned officers, and it's about time we disband the unit structure. As for this tank battalion from the 4th Tank Army, it's been completely wiped out." Yegorov stressed the words "completely wiped out." Wang Zhong asked, "What do you mean?" "The tank battalion of the 4th Tank Army was ordered to hold Upper Pinyi for 36 hours. Now, they've sacrificed all their tanks for that order." Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong, "My Lord Count, let us retreat. Troops that have gone through such fierce battles, whether they are reinforcements or reorganized, are a valuable force. Even for the sake of the Empire, we should retreat." Wang Zhong, "Then all these sacrifices, all these comrades, would they have died in vain? We've delayed the enemy for at least 24 hours. They were supposed to be camping in this village tonight, expecting the local girls to keep them warm. We have already." Yegorov couldn't continue. What would happen to the people left in the village if they retreated? The fate of Granny Ilinikna's family had already shown that. But Wang Zhong cared about more than just that.